Call the meeting of the Board of Game to order at 9 a.m. Before we start with public testimony, do we have any issues from the Christie? From any board members, department, commissioner? No. Okay. So first, we have I think it's a second call for Faye Ewan. If Faye is here. She was signed up to testify, and I don't see her here, but give her the first chance. And if not, then we are going to go ahead and start with Mike Harris, and I understand he has a little presentation. So go ahead. Yeah, turn the time.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. Appreciate, again, the opportunity to testify today. I want to speak first to Proposal 232. Pull up my notes real quick. So this proposal falls under trapping regulations, but it must be understood that the primary intent of this proposal is to benefit those that hunt with a firearm for fur-bearing animals during a trapping season and under a trapping license. For example, if I'm hunting lynx in 14A from November 10th to November 30th, I'm doing so under a trapping license since the hunting season is not open. This proposal does not in any way allow the use of dogs to pursue fur bearers, but only to recover those wounded, so it's a conservation concern. Myself and others hunt coyotes, fox, lynx, and other animals using predator calls and firearms. Occasionally there's an animal that is poorly hit and it runs off, making it extremely hard to recover. In other states, I hunt other states as well as a few of my friends, and we call in coyotes and bobcats and such, and we use our dogs to recover them if needed, and it's extremely effective. And this is after the shot. Let me see here. How do I go to the next slide? I hit the space bar. There we go. Okay. So this picture here is, actually this is the proposer's dog down in Montana. This coyote, he made a poor hit on it, a gut shot. The coyote made it about a half a mile before the dog pinned it down, and he was able to locate it and take care of it. If that dog wasn't there, that would have been a lost animal. This is my dog retrieving a coyote that I shot with a shotgun while turkey hunting in Wisconsin. And that coyote ran off into the woods, and I had my dog with me and was able to send him, and he was able to find it and retrieve it for me. Currently, there's the trapping regulations allow for the retrieving of dead fur bearers, but not the tracking and retrieving of wounded fur bearers, which is what this proposal would take care of. This is a training situation here, but the premise is the same. This was a 200-yard retrieve of a fox. So this is just showing the efficiency of using a dog to recover game. And that's all I have to say on Proposal 232. I would ask that you vote in favor of this proposal. And then I'll move on to some other ones here. So, as far as Proposal 138, expanding the no flying during the sheep season to all open sheep seasons, this just makes sense. It doesn't make sense to exclude draw hunts in the Chugach and other hunts that are outside the August 10th to September 20th. I remember from the last meeting, Member Fletcher, Member Stosh, and Member Cooney voicing concern about areas and hunts that were outside of those dates and people being able to fly. So I'm very interested to see how the board votes on this. As far as adding feral cats to the definition of deleterious wildlife, I support that, and I oppose any release of feral cats into the wild. Well, I'm also opposed to adding range-finding sights to bows and scopes to muzzleloaders during muzzleloader season. We don't need to add efficiency in the technology. We need to rely on people to do the right thing and use ethics to determine their shots and not replace replace that with technology to be able to take longer shots. I've seen, it's a slippery slope. Scopes on muzzleloaders leads to adding smokeless powder, and people in the Midwest are shooting 500 yards with muzzleloaders, and it's just not a good thing. I'm running out of time here. That's mainly what I wanted to speak to. There are other proposals that I oppose and support, but these are the ones I found the most important. So I appreciate the board again for your time, and I'll take any questions.
Questions from board members? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mike. That was a good presentation. Having dogs to retrieve fur bears, and I understand probably in Anchorage or even further south, there might not be snow, but it seems like there's a lot of adequate snow during the trapping season to, like you had a picture of that coyote in Montana. Was there a reason that the hunter couldn't track that coyote?
The hunter would never have caught it. The dog ended up pinning it down and keeping it there until the hunter could get there.
Oh, okay.
And I've had many of those situations happen before I had dogs, and I've tracked a coyote one time over a mile and was never able to recover it. The dog can keep up with them and stop them.
Oh, that's good. Your comment on rangefinders, again, not letting technology seems you're pointing out that it's unethical. Is an electronic rangefinder more accurate than somebody judging personal distance by sight?
So I'm not saying that the technology itself is unethical. I'm saying that we shouldn't use the technology as an excuse to replace ethics. So some of these proposers are saying, oh, well, it will increase, it will help us to make more ethical shots by having this technology. But I would argue that making a more ethical shot would involve not taking a shot if you're not sure and getting closer to your quarry and waiting for the right shot, and instead of saying, well, it's a little bit too far, I'm not sure, but if I had a scope, then I'd be able to make that shot, or a range-finding sight. I have no problem with using a rangefinder if someone wants to use a rangefinder, but putting one on the equipment, I just don't agree with. Archery seasons were designed originally to add more hunting opportunity without taking very many animals and without impacting the resource. I don't believe that archery seasons I don't believe the reason of archery seasons is to get away from rifle hunters. I think it's a way for more people to be able to hunt longer without being super efficient. And the more technology we put on archery equipment, that defeats the purpose. And I don't agree with it. And I think range-finding sights is just adding to it. And then the next thing is crossbows. And I get it. Everyone loves efficiency, but it doesn't belong in archery or muzzleloader seasons. If you want to be that efficient, you can always use a rifle during a rifle season.
Thank you. I've heard many of the same arguments when the compound bow became affordable and people could buy them.
I agree with that.
Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate your testimony, Mike. Question though, what do you think the chance that if the board were to adopt the proposal 232 there, what do you think the chances would be that people out calling and using their dogs to retrieve fur bearers or potentially retrieve wounded fur bearers would infringe on actual lawful trapping that's taking place? I mean, you send your dog after a wounded fur bearer, and all of a sudden he ends up in another trapper's set or a snare or something. What do you think the potential for that is?
I think it's pretty low, especially since most of us that I know that do this I hunt ptarmigan all the time in the wintertime too, and I really, with this whole pets and traps thing, I don't necessarily agree with, it's the dog owner's responsibility to know where they're at and to be able to recognize these things, and I already don't see that big of an impact on, there's very few dogs caught, and I think most of it's avoidable, but I don't see an issue here with this, especially it's not like there's going to be a ton of wounded animals and a ton of areas being pursued by dogs. It's going to be the occasional lynx or coyote that gets shot and gets away, and you put your dog on it.
Go ahead.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mike, good presentation. I have a question for you. Whenever you're training one of these retrieval dogs, like how does that training differ from like training a bird dog? I mean, do you make like specific steps so not to create that dog, maybe chasing fur bearers, only retrieving wounded animals?
So my dogs are actually, they do everything. They point birds, they retrieve waterfowl, and they track big game, wounded big game, and they retrieve fur bearers. So the training, all the training that leads up to that is, well, a big thing is steadiness. So I expect, like, if my dog is pointing a ptarmigan and I flush that ptarmigan and shoot it, I expect that dog to be steady throughout the entire process until I send him. The same goes for in fact, when I'm hunting moose or caribou, I have a dog with me all the time so that I can use it for recovery after a shot. I shot a muskox last year, and the muskox ran within 10 feet of where I had placed my dog down, and he didn't move. He just watched it run right past him. So it's a training thing, but it's no different than keeping your dog from chasing a bird before you've shot it. The steadiness training is all the same. You just gotta do the training.
Thanks, Mike.
Any additional board member questions? If not, thank you for your testimony, and we'll go on
Thank you.
to Ben Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is this working? And members of the board, Christy and team, thank you very kindly. My name is Ben Stevens. I am Koyukon from Stevens Village. Stevens Village is north of here on the Yukon River, adjacent to the Hall Road, the Dalton Highway. And that, sir, is why I'm here. We have a proposal, I believe it's 173, that is addressing that and removing some restrictions. And all of the reasons that I think you heard at the last meeting with that tidal wave of folks opposing this hasn't changed. I think that the time that we have spent between then and now, I don't think we have addressed the concerns. The reason I think that I am so concerned is because I experienced firsthand the access provided by the Dalton Highway. Growing up in Stevens Village, I saw it every time we went down to the Dahl River. I saw the dead mother bears with the cubs trying to suckle. I saw the dead moose. I saw beaches littered with pike. I'm afraid that that type of thing will happen again. And as of right now, I still don't see that issue being adequately addressed. And I say that, sir, with all due respect to our hardworking folks in enforcement and emergency response. There's just not enough of them or the resource to adequately cover that. The resources, everybody knows, is going to get pillaged. We can have all kinds of laws and regulations, all kinds of great policy. But without any type of enforcement going on there, it's going to get pillaged. And humans are going to be put at risk. That is a fact that no one is going to be able to dance around. And so I would encourage you, I would ask, I'll even beg, let's make sure that we don't mess this up anymore, with all due respect. Thank you.
Thank you. Any board member questions? Go ahead, Al.
Good morning, Ben. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Do you continually see what you described with dead cubs and piles of pike on the sandbar and dead moose? You continually see that today?
No. No one goes back to the Dahl. It's dead. I say that with all due respect, sir.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you.
Any additional board member questions? I believe you were here 2 years ago in this same room testifying on the same issue.
Yeah, yeah.
So-
I recall that big display that was right there that I thought was really useful. And I was kind of thinking that it'd be nice to see that again.
Okay, so has anything changed since then in your,
No. Well, I thought I saw a little bit of an adjustment in some of the comments that have been added to this discussion, but I don't see that as a positive, so.
okay, Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Stevens, for being here again on this topic as well. I'm just curious, and I've asked several people that have testified on the Dalton proposals 172 and 173. Have you heard from DOT, DNR, BLM, any of the other agencies that have, statutory authority along the Hall Road?
I have not been contacted by any of the departments. I have been almost motivated to initiate contact with them, but there's really not a lot that they can do. And looking over the history, I think that there's a lot of tendency to sidestep the issue and not grab on, not state the facts. I was looking back, I saw Ralph Seekins when he was a senator. He was pushing this concept, and the questions just kept on coming. And they're the same questions that are in existence today. Enforcement, with all due respect to the public safety person back then, just blatantly refused to answer the question. And so you're asking me, have they contacted me? No. And I don't think I would be contacting them either,
Thank you, sir.
respectfully.
Sure.
Any additional questions, board? If not, thank you for your testimony. I think we all heard it.
And thanks for all that you do. Sunday morning, goodness, Basi, for your service.
Thank you. Next up is Odin Miller.
All right. Good morning, Chair Burnett and members of the Alaska Board of Game. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm a lifelong Alaskan, and I work as an anthropologist at Otna Intertribal Resource Commission based in Glen Ellen. I'm here to testify today on Proposal 244, which would eliminate all community subsistence hunts throughout the state.
Excuse me.
I'm adamantly opposed to this proposal.
Excuse me, Odin, could you put your name on the record?
Oh, yes, my name is Odin Miller. I outlined many of the reasons for my opposition in my public comments on Proposals 210 and 211, which I gave at the Central Southwest meeting in Wasilla. And I'd like to thank the Board of Game for indefinitely deferring Proposals 210 and 211 and for correctly recognizing that no viable alternatives have been proposed to the Copper Basin Community Subsistence Hunt. First, I'll briefly recap a few of the points I made last time. As I noted in my earlier testimony, the board has adopted two patterns of use, individual and community, in Units 13 and 25D. In none of these areas has the board presented any new data to suggest that these community patterns have changed in any fundamental way since they were adopted. I'd also like to remind the board that the vast majority of groups participating in the Copper Basin Community Subsistence Hunt comply with 6 or more out of the 8 criteria defining the community pattern of use based on data presented by ADF&G's Subsistence Division. That's RC4, tab 5.4 from the Central and Southwest meeting. In regard to Proposal 244, the proposer states, quote, "The community subsistence hunts have gone away from their original intent of subsistence living and have instead become a free-for-all for any groups of 25 people to gain extra days to hunt before the general season, giving them an unfair advantage to harvest game that should be available to all residents," end quote. While this is a blatantly unfair characterization of the Copper Basin Community Subsistence Hunt, I would support the board reviewing the definition of community to ensure that participating groups comply with it. But I'd also like to remind the board that although the Copper Basin community subsistence hunt has gotten the most attention, and this is obviously what the proposer has in mind here with this proposal, it's by no means the only community subsistence hunt in the state, as members of the board know. There's also the Yukon Flats Community Black Bear Hunt and the Chalkitsik Community Moose Hunt. These hunts are located in remote areas of Alaska that are not accessible by road. Although I don't have personal experience in this part of Alaska, I'm confident that the overwhelming majority of participants in these hunts come from nearby communities. Adopting this proposal with no alternative in place would disenfranchise hunters from villages who rely on these hunts to put meat in their freezers. And it would also disenfranchise many hunters from relatively remote communities in the Copper Basin area. The community hunt structure plays a valuable role in recognizing and regulation the basic ways in which Alaska Native peoples and other rural Alaskans have actually hunted and distributed meat. This so-called community pattern of use is thousands of years old. Since I have a little bit of extra time, I'd also like to personally state that I oppose Proposal 173 to repeal the Dalton Highway Corridor Management Area. I think Ben Stevens covered it pretty well in his comments just now. You know, I believe that the Dalton Highway Corridor Management Area is important to people in nearby communities that do not have road access, and also for urban Alaskans like myself who do not have snow machines or four-wheelers. This is one of the best opportunities to hunt in an area where you don't have to compete with motorized vehicles. Granted, you have to go out 5 miles, but during the wintertime, it's still a great opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Odin. Questions from board members? Go ahead, Orville.
Thank you, Odin, for your testimony. I really appreciate it. I guess I have a lot of issues with 244. It's very difficult with the laws we have in place, and that's what we deal with. We don't go outside those laws. We deal with the laws we have in place and try to make it work. I've yet to see a proposal to make things better. You know, constantly fighting does very little for us as people. When we work together, then actually we could go forward. As far as hunting, there's so much sharing involved in our culture, and not just our culture, but a lot of other cultures. You know, I don't talk about it a lot, but a lot of the sport hunting community shares their catch with you know, those people that are struggling to get by. In fact, some of the department issues, they don't always get their way, and there's a lot of unused food left on the table because we as a board struggle to make it easy enough for people to get those cows or whatever in winter. It's difficult for the board and for the Department of Fish and Game. Anyway, I just wanted to thank you, and I've been dwelling on it. And I think when this community hunt first came in place, I had some solutions back when they developed it, but no one listened to me then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional questions from board members? If not, thank you for your testimony, Odin.
Thank you.
And next is Alan Mortensen, Middle Nenana River Advisory Committee.
Hello, there it is. All right, yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the board, I'd like to thank you for having me here to speak on the behalf of the Middle Nenana Advisory Committee. I have a number of proposals here that our committee spoke more heavily on that I'd like to talk about for a minute. And then towards the end, I'll have my own personal testimony as well. So the first proposal I'd like to bring up, our committee had discussed, was Proposal 247. It has to do with predator control and essentially removing wolves from the list of species that could be taken under predator control. And really, if you look at it, it's really based around creating another buffer zone around Denali National Park, and that's really what it's about. In our committee, we look at these every year. They're always there, and of course, for our community in the Healy area, we take special interest in these because we live there and it affects us the most. Some of the comments in there were, biological concerns and whatnot, but Pat Owen is a biologist at Denali National Park, and she spoke with us about counts of different species that the park had taken. And although this proposal talks about, concerns over numbers, just as many of these proposals in the past have, Pat brought to our attention that wolf numbers were actually on the increase in the park. They counted 121 wolves during their last count. They said the numbers are continuing to rise, and they said some of the packs are actually grouping up so big that they have packs that have over 15 wolves in a pack, which is pretty high from my personal observations anyway. So we wanted to bring that proposal to your attention. 247. It was a unanimous opposition of that proposal by our committee. The next one I wanted to bring up was Proposal 261. So this is the proposal to get rid of the tag requirements, the tag fee requirements for bears. This is one that's reoccurring every year as well, and our committee has talked about this for a number of years actually. And we haven't actually voted on it in this way, but if you see our comments on it, what we asked to do is to go ahead and keep that in place, but we also felt that Alaskans can help do their part by giving some financial backing to the department for animal studies, surveys, what it may be for conservation efforts. So we asked that we go ahead and put this through, but we also asked that we have this amended so that when a person brings the bear in to be sealed, they either pay for the tag then or they have some sort of sealing fee in its place. It's $25. It's not much. We don't think it'll discourage harvesting bears. If you look at $25 in this day and age, that's not even a box of shells. So we think that could go a long ways towards helping study bears specifically. So we'd like to bring that to your attention as well, that we supported to exclude the tag exemption fee, but we wanted to amend that to add some sort of sealing requirement or sealing fee when the bear was brought in. We also like to bring your attention Proposal 230, which was essentially to change the legal ram's age to 7 years old instead of 8. We unanimously oppose this one as well. I think it's the department's position right now that the way it currently is put in place for a ram to be 8 years old kind of ensures that that the numbers will stay high. Those older rams do the breeding. And one thing that was brought up at our meeting too, along the lines of this, was from a book that Lou Bradley had published. Some of you may be familiar with it. I thought it was very well done myself. It summarized a lot of research from over the years by different sheep biologists, and it indicated that rams that were 3/4 curls that had done the breeding made a decrease in sorry, I'm trying to read my notes here. A decrease in lambs and an unusual high mortality in young rams. So we thought that was pretty interesting. And so based upon those statements, we unanimously opposed Proposal 230. Another group of proposals, we actually grouped them together that our committee unanimously opposed, was Proposal 135, 136, and 137, which all are the restrictions on spotting sheep during season from aircraft. Personally, I felt that 137 did the best job kind of explaining a lot of the conditions around that, as far as the safety aspects of it, how it's essentially non-enforceable. And one thing that was also brought up by our committee is that this doesn't just pertain to pilots themselves. It can pertain to anybody that's flying in an aircraft. So the example that was given at our meeting was if you happen to hire a flight service or you were flying out with a guide and you happen to be right in the back seat of the plane, you're still in that aircraft. And if you happen to look out the window and just happen to see sheep as you're flying along, legally you cannot hunt those sheep at that point. And it may be the only sheep in the whole valley. Maybe you've saved up your whole life as a non-resident to come up here to Alaska to do this once-in-a-lifetime hunt, and you were riding on your way into camp and you looked at the window. Now you've seen sheep, and technically you can't hunt those. So that was kind of a different angle that we took on it, and I think it goes all around between pilots and non-pilots, anybody that uses aircraft, besides the safety aspects of it. So our board voted to support proposals 135, 136, and 137. Lastly, I wanted to bring something to the board's attention. This doesn't necessarily have to do with a proposal per se, but it's something that's been brought up in our community, and it's been something that's been brought up at our board meetings as well. So I put together a quick statement for our committee's behalf that I'd like to read to you now. So over the course of this past year, our committee has had numerous complaints from local hunters and guides returning from the field of low-flying helicopters in the Healy area. It is our understanding that ADF&G biologists have also received numerous complaints of the same matter. Complaints have ranged from safety concerns, animal disturbance, and hunter disruption. Quick research discovered that these aircraft were being used for transportation by an Australian-based mineral exploration company, White Rock Minerals, with a permit issued by DNR. What is most disturbing to our committee is that a statement from DNR geologists stated that ADF&G Habitat Fairbanks was distributed the original and all subsequent amendments and has issued fish habitat permits associated with this APMA. We did not receive any comments on wildlife resources. However, it is our understanding, in speaking with our local area biologist, that he was never actually even consulted with DNR when issuing these permits. Being that this is a heavy aerial and drilling activity is taking place in the heart of historic prime sheep habitat, we find this utterly disturbing. So, in a nutshell, talking with our biologists, they were never consulted in issuing any of these permits. And we wanted to bring that to your attention because we feel strongly that our local area biologists, especially our wildlife biologists, need to be consulted when issuing these permits in these areas before letting activities like this take place. So we wanted to bring that to your attention and hope that you can help us address the issue. And that's all I have for our committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have questions from board members or the department? James, go ahead.
Hey, thank you. Thank you for your testimony today, by the way. One question I had was regarding Proposal 261. One, really appreciate the committee's thoughtfulness in regards to the $25 ceiling fee to help the department remain funded. It's pretty awesome that you all thought about that. During your discussions, though, did the committee have any concerns about folks not bringing in the grizzly bears or the bears for sealing, perhaps being deterred by the $25 ceiling fee?
I figured you were going to ask me that question, but no, we didn't. We didn't think that it would deter anybody from bringing them in. I think it'd be, I don't think that would be an issue.
Oh, thank you.
Any addition? Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Alan. I was surprised I didn't see in your minutes here that the AC discussed 131 and 132 using bird wings and bird backs for bait. Seems like you have a high proportion of trappers on your AC.
We do I don't have time to, I guess, go through every proposal that we discussed. I'd have to look back through my meeting minute notes on those, but I can't voice any sort of opinion, I guess, for our committee as a whole on that right now.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from board members? If not, before you go on to your testimony, we have a little thing we have to do because you were nominated for this Excellence in Service Award. And Christy has it here, nicely framed. And so I want to congratulate you, and I recognize that.
Hey, well, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, go ahead.
We'll present that to you over the break, but just a few words about that. For those of you who are not familiar with the Excellence in Service Award, it's something that Board Support does every year. We solicit nominations from department staff or advisory committee members for AC members who demonstrate exemplary service in contributing to the management of Alaska's fish and game resources. And I'll just read a few of the comments from your nomination, who came from a fellow advisory committee member. You have served on the AC for 10 years, and with the last 6 years as chair, you've kept apprised of the fish and wildlife issues and keep the members informed. You help make sure all the diverse views on the AC and from the public are heard. And it points out that the AC is spread very far along the Parks Highway, McKinley Village, and Cleared Anderson. And you are known for having your AC members prepared before arriving, conducting a succinct and effective meeting, which is needed as members, I understand, have a long drive home after the meeting, so.
That they do.
So thank you very much.
Hey, thank you. I really
And
appreciate that.
congratulations.
So, yeah.
And thank you on behalf of the board and everyone else.
Very unexpected.
And now you can go on with your personal testimony.
Okay, thank you. So, to be honest with you, I thought today that I was going to come up here with a solution to the elephant in the room, I guess, a little bit, and that's about our sheep populations here in Alaska. I'm a very passionate sheep hunter. I like to think I surround myself with other passionate sheep hunters that I highly respect. And I put a lot of time and effort into it. I also love studying the biology behind it and looking at statistics. And yeah, I thought I would be able to come up here and give some sort of answer to the dilemma that we're facing ahead of us. But the reality is, speaking with a lot of my friends and colleagues that are also sheep hunters, I quickly realized that there's a very diverse amount of opinions out there. And they're coming from people that I personally highly respect. Some of them are even in this room right now. So I realize, I don't have all the solutions for it, but we know that there's an issue. There's something that we can't necessarily control because of weather phenomenons, but we do have the ability to do our part to control some of it. So I guess what I would like to recommend is that the board put together a special working group for sheep as they did previously to address this issue. And I also ask that they hold it here in Fairbanks instead of Anchorage this time, and really include the public in that. There's a lot of resident sheep hunters here that spend a lot of their time as well as me being passionate about it. They fly around the state, and I think that their opinion is very valuable. And I think that bringing a lot of the passionate sheep hunters together, although they might not agree on everything, we can get some sort of consensus of something that we can do to maybe help improve our sheep population. I know it's the department's stance right now to essentially do nothing. They think the 8-year-old limit will at some point rebound the populations. In fact, the stats I seen from Brad Wendling were 15 to 20 years before our sheep populations potentially come back to their numbers. I just fear that if we don't address the issue, that there's a possibility, if we have a number of harsh winters ahead of us and the sheep populations continue to decline, I would really hate to see, especially here in the interior, the Alaska Range, go to a drawing system. I don't think anybody wants to have their sheep hunting taken away from them. I know I don't. I think whether you're a resident or non-resident, you don't want to see your opportunities taken away. But at the same time, I think that something should be done to address the issue. And I think maybe the best thing would be to hold a special committee as we've done in the past to address this issue.
Thank you for your testimony, board members, or first, and then Ryan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Mortensen, for your testimony. Congratulations, and thanks for everything on the AC. So I mentioned on our opening day here that we'd hoped to actually have something to present, a little more robust information to the board. And when we started getting people together, we ran into exactly what you just described. There's a lot of different approaches and a lot of different thoughts. So we're going to do that. It's just taking longer than we thought to get ready for this board meeting anyway. So my question is, if that does come to fruition and there is a working group or a task force, whatever you want to call it, would it be beneficial to wait till after we get our sheep managers and researchers in one room and come out with a concise statement or harvest data and other research that Brad is doing and Tom is doing? I'm just curious, what's your thoughts on that?
I don't necessarily disagree that would be a bad idea. I do think that it'd be important, especially to get some real good, firm data from this spring, especially after the rain and, the snow loads we've had here in the interior this year, and get kind of the most up-to-date data that we can go off of. But I don't think I would wait till after this coming season. I think I would start addressing it as soon as you possibly can.
Questions from board members? Orville, go ahead.
I don't have a question. I just wanted to comment that I'd be in support of that sheep working group. I think it's a great idea. And I think we all know a lot of times the greatest conservationists out there are the hunters themselves, so I gotta agree with you. Thanks.
Thank you. There's no other board members. I think we're all taking that into consideration. And I think you're not even the first person I've heard that idea from. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next to testify is Jeff Lucas.
Good morning. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, members. Just one thing I wanted to say before I start. If there's any more presentations, it's kind of hard to see from the chandelier, but I didn't know if we could get this screen on, if anybody has any more or not. Just a little bit. My name is Jeff Lucas. I'm with the Fairbanks AC, and I want you to know that we had 3 meetings. We've got probably more than 12 hours on these proposals, so we didn't just go through them, and, I mean, we tried our best to do our best. And some of them we got pretty lengthy in, so I'm just gonna highlight most of them, and any that you have for questions, I can go a little more in depth. Proposal 101, we opposed for the definition of crossbow. 102, establish the definition for primitive weapons to include crossbows, longbows, shotguns, and muzzleloaders. We supported this. It was brought up in our meeting that although a crossbow isn't a bow, if you're allowing rifle or muzzleloaders and shotguns, why not a crossbow? So that was kind of proposal 125. We opposed, depending on 102, because allow the use of crossbows in big game restriction hunts. So it kind of depends on the hunt. If you're going to allow muzzleloaders and shotguns, we don't see a problem with crossbows. 109 was a full support. Modify the microchip requirements for the live raptors. We thought this was a good idea. It seems to be a good way to help law enforcement to recover birds if need be. 117 was a full AC, 12 opposed, 3 abstained. They require hunters to possess a proof of completion of education. We had a trooper call in. He talked to us. He didn't seem to think it was a problem when he comes across a hunter, if he's already got his name and his license, you know, if he don't have the required card for that hunt, then he probably isn't gonna complete or finish hunting. He's probably gonna go home or take his ticket then. He'll get it later if he don't. 121, the use of dogs in hunting big game. We oppose that. 122, lower the limit draw weights for bow on big game. We opposed. We talked about that. Persons that have disabilities can also use a crossbow. There's some stipulations in there, so we didn't think lowering it 5 pounds was gonna make much of a difference for most of the people. 125, I grouped with 102. 127, allow air rifles for big game. We TNA'd that, but we did have quite a discussion. I'm in favor of these air guns. I don't know, a lot of people didn't have the knowledge of them. Some of them are pushing muzzle velocities of regular rifles, but the proposal itself didn't talk about how much air caliber size, so without that, I know you really, you know, there's a lot of work to coming up with something there, so. 128, prohibit the use of mechanical powered bodysuits. We supported that. 129, require a use of expanding soft bullets. We opposed it. We talked about it quite a bit. One of the things that come up this year was the limited amount of ammo that's out there. Some people may not be able to get bullets for their gun, let alone what kind of bullet they are. We also said that I think placement of bullet means more than the bullet itself, so. 135, repeal the restrictions, use of aircraft for locating Dall sheep. We supported that. It was a 9-4 vote. Lots of discussion. We talked about how this had come up before when it was on, and you've all heard the pros, cons, and 138, restrict aircraft. That was the youth hunt, so we TNA'd that. I was just looking. So we think it should apply to all open seasons for sheep hunts, depending on 135. We didn't feel that youth hunts should be taught something they can't do once they become an adult and hunt, so. 155, require all hunters to apply for permit hunts and pay the fee. We supported that 11-2. We felt everyone should pay the fee and should go through the process of the draw. 161, change the salvage requirement for sheep, goat, deer, and meat on the outside of the ribs. We TNA'd that. We had quite a different opinion between people. Some people talked about it's real easy to roll the ribs. Some people take the meat off the ribs, strip between them, so we couldn't come to a support or oppose that between us. So we kind of think it should be left up to the hunter's choice, but no wanton waste. 163, 164, count wounded big game toward the hunter. We oppose that. It's kind of impossible to enforce, and we've all heard, you know, that you don't always know, so. 169, prohibit harvest of white animals. We TNA'd that. We thought it was kind of overly broad. I think we talked about the purpose may have been for albino, but, you know, sheep and goats are white too, and I kind of like hunting those. 170, I'm sorry, 169, 173. Repeal the Dalton Highway corridor management. We supported this. I know there's quite an issue there. If you look at our notes, we have quite a bit we talked about. We had 12 support and 1 abstention. We asked why not. I talked about, I used to work on the Alaska pipeline. We can hunt all the way up to the Yukon River. All these problems everybody's talking about isn't happening before you get to the river. After the river, I can't see it. While I was working up there, I mean, in the summertime, we had to deal with people on bicycles, motorcycles, tourists stopping in the middle of the road. I mean, all that stuff's happening, and so far, thank goodness, the truckers are all professionals and don't kill anybody. I could see an increase in that with hunting, but I think there's quite a bit of opportunity there. One member mentioned that the caribou up there, if they end up like the Steese and may need to be brought down in numbers, that's kind of hard to do with this corridor management. It'd be a lot more effective if people could just shoot off the road or from closer to the road. 196, utilize targeted hunts for RC 830 and 867. We TNA'd that. We thought it needed more clarification. Also, it was brought up that some of the people in Minto know the caribou are coming over and they don't want the younger kids there shooting them, so they're kind of glad the caribou are coming back. 232, allow the use of dogs to recover wounded fur bearers. We opposed it. At the time, we felt it could be used illegally. Not that it would, but there's the possibility. 236, requiring for notification of bear bait registrants. We were kind of mixed on that, so we had 6 support, 6 opposed, 1 abstention. Thought it was too broad. Some bait stations may be across the river, which would be closer, but hunting 2 different areas, so. 241, we had support 9-2, 2 abstentions. That was the removal of allocations between guided and non-gated, non-resident hunters. Some of the reasons, it would be treating all non-residents equally. It may be a negative impact on guides. It was brought up, it was mentioned that all non-residents should be on the same pool of tags. Our notes have a little more in-depth on that. There was a lot of back and forth, so that's why I think we ended up with 2 opposing and 2 abstentions. Again, though, we did support it. 242, allow hunting permits to be issued for military personnel. That was brought up in our meeting. We supported that with an amendment to, one of our members just recently got out of the military. I was in the military, and we thought that when you're in the military, you can actually go TDY to a school or deploy to a school or temporary leave. Sorry about that. I was trying not to give my acronyms. We think it should be for humanitarian efforts. I mean, if somebody's don't have a choice and they're meant to go somewhere, we think it should be. So we just didn't want it written broadly so that just because I have a chance to go hunting or go to a school, I'll take the school because I can go hunting later. So that was where we were at on that. 244, eliminate all community subsistence harvest hunts. Even though we're not really supportive of those, we oppose this 8-5. We don't think that all the hunts should be done away with. 248, allow non-resident use to harvest big game on behalf of an adult permit holder. We were in support 8-5. A lot of discussion on that. We talked about the, breaking of a family. Maybe your child lives in the state, you live here, them coming up to hunt. Just checking my notes here. The adult needed to be a resident. I think the trooper chimed in on that and said that the adult had to be a resident, so we supported it. 267, limit and restrict all non-resident sheep hunting in 19C. It was supported 12-1. Lots of discussion on that one. Again, I refer to my notes or our minutes from our meeting. Elimination. So elimination of the, sorry, just checking my notes. I'm not the best writer in the world here. Terrible. Elimination of the subsistence hunt was the declining factor for our support. 271, defining position. Troopers did not support that. We talked to the trooper. He believes that the distance is hard for this proposal and that most troopers probably wouldn't cite someone on this. 199, there was a lot of discussion on it. Again, somebody had brought up that not every bad idea needs to be banned. While setting traps near a recreational trail may be rude, it should not necessarily be a crime. It was brought up that there's a leash law, and I'm not going to kick that one down the road over and over. We've all heard the pros and cons and both sides, so. That concludes. If you have any questions for me.
Question, go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jeff, really appreciate your testimony there. So on 271, you guys were opposed to the definition that was come up with, or have you seen any I believe we have another RC that's got some different language, don't we?
Just checking my notes here. Yes, we were opposed. Could you repeat the question?
Well, so you were opposed to, as it's written in the deal, have you seen the revised language on the new RC? I guess I should have come up
I
with
guess from when we discussed it, that's what we come up with at the time. So I'm going to have to speak to that as what we did in the AC committee only.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and just to add to that, we didn't have a lot of comments when we were taking these up, and just as it's important for you to, hear what the ACs have to say, I say we really look toward seeing some of the comments from the departments and stuff, and it gives us a lot more information to make a decision.
Any additional questions? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you for stepping up, and your second time testifying, you're getting better at it.
Well,
Really appreciate it. Proposal 120 was dealing with moose proxies. Did the AC discuss if they approved that, and maybe if they would, it would also coincide with caribou proxying?
My notes here on 120, we supported it, and that would have been in the subcommittee meeting. Said C comments on 119, so no reason not to allow proxy hunt and musk oxen under the Tier 2 permit. Would like to see proxy hunting of other species and other units revised. So,
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions from board members? Not, thank you for your testimony.
thank you.
Eddie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Lucas? Yes. Just a quick question on the air rifle thing. Both the commissioner and I went to a demonstration on it this last summer, and we were really impressed with the technology and the ability to put some foot-pounds of pressure out there. So I know at least 22 other states have already passed regulations allowing for air rifles. And most of those have caliber restrictions on which animals you can kill at what caliber. So if we had something like that, do you think that would be a good thing or a bad thing for the air rifles?
I believe it's good. One of the first things that was said when that proposal was brought up at our meeting was people don't know enough about it. And so I had actually researched it a little more, and I gotta say, I love them. They're not cheap. Entry-level guns are 11, 1,500. You can get clear into $5,000 in some of these, and they are pretty powerful, and I think they would more than do what a rifle does. Some of them are pushing, like I say, muzzle velocities over what a conventional rifle will do.
Right.
So we would be in support. We just thought it was too broad just to say air rifles. I mean,
Well, I think that's what happened in the other states, is they ended up coming up with caliber restrictions.
yes.
But like I say, the commissioner and I were really impressed with the demonstration. What really impressed me was you can roll an arrow into it with a barrel and fire it.
Yes, yes. And the other thing I'd bring up is, so if that does get there someday, the spears will be next, right?
Right.
So,
So the other thing is, I know the guy that's the nationwide government affairs for the air rifle industry, and they're working right now, as far as I know, to have these rifles included under Pittman-Robertson. So
oh, yeah,
there would be an additional amount of money coming to our state as well as other states for wildlife conservation.
yes. I would probably purchase one myself some way or somehow.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Jeff. Before I ask for the next presenter, I wanted to recognize that former board member Karen Linnell is in the audience. So, hi, Karen. And then the next testifier would be Mark Richards.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, department staff. For the record, my name is Mark Richards, and this is my personal testimony, just a little bit of background about myself. My wife Lori and I arrived in Alaska by canoe in the summer of 1980, and the next summer we used that canoe to move into the remote bush of the eastern interior, 50 miles north of the Yukon and 60 Raven miles from the nearest faraway village. We raised 3 wonderful children out in the bush, living a subsistence lifestyle. Trapping was our main source of income, and all the trapping I ever did was by snowshoe and dog sled. We moved into Fairbanks in 2015, and that's where we currently live. I wanted to comment on Proposal 151. There seems to be some misunderstanding about it. I wanted to show, I just put this together to show these couple slides. Now, this is a social media post about a non-resident hunter who has hunted on Kodiak 5 times. He wanted to get a 10-foot bear, and he eventually did. And I wanted to explain to both the audience, and this board is already aware of it, how things work on refuge lands where we have draw permit systems. So on refuge lands, federal lands where we have draw permits, those draw permits aren't allocated to the hunter. They're actually allocated to the guide with the concession area. Now, if you look at many of you have seen the permit hunt supplements, and if you ever look at them sometimes, you'll look and you'll see there's a lot of zeros, 0 applications received, 0 permits awarded. Well, it turns out that those are all pretty much hunted. And what's happening and what this proposal seeks to do is to just require all the non-residents to have their guide submit their application with their guide-client agreement during the application period and pay the application fee. Now, what's happening, like on this slide, that's perfectly legal. Say that and I took out all the names in here, and I want to stress that this is not at all personal. But on this slide here, what can happen legally is this guy calls a guide, probably the same guide, and he says, look, I want to come back again. And the guide says, okay, that's great. Sign the agreement, show up in Kodiak, we'll go pick up an over-the-counter permit from the department. You don't have to put in for the application. And in our proposal, we mentioned this. There's ads like this. Exclusive, no drawing Kodiak brown bear hunt. Giants of Kodiak Island, Alaska. Skip the permit process and hunt the world's largest brown bears. Now, I don't know if it was the intent of this board when they created this regulation. It also applies to some moose permits, draw permits on federal lands. But I've heard some arguments from guides here, and some of them are in the room, that this proposal will have detrimental effect on guides, unnecessary hardship. It's allocative in nature. Allocation needs to remain as is. It's punitive to guides. It strips consumer protections. I certainly don't see how it does any of that. There's nothing to do about allocation in this proposal at all. We don't want to ding guides or harm guides. All we want is for non-residents to have parity with residents. We have to apply during the November 5th to December 15th draw hunt application period. We have to pay a fee. Our names are public record. Now, when we brought this up at the region, when RAC brought this up at the Region 2 meeting, some guides testified and said, well, we don't always utilize the permits that are awarded to us. And there might be some good reasons to do that. But many guides agreed that this is what is happening. Somebody calls, says, look, I want to hunt. They make a deal, a certain amount of money, they sign the guide-client agreement, and the guide says, just show up in Kodiak for the hunt. We'll get you an over-the-counter permit. One doctor testified last time, he written comments, and he says, I do that because I don't want my name in the public record because it might affect how my patients perceive me. They don't like hunters in general. It shouldn't be this way. Now, this slide is this was auctioned off this winter at the sheep show. Now, this is not a governor's tag. This is a Kodiak non-resident must-be guided bear hunt where the application period was the winter that was in, that November, December 15th prior to the new year. Yet this is being auctioned off, and kudos to the guide for donating it. That's great, that's wonderful, but
How is it that we are allowing this to happen? Is it we're allowing non-residents to completely skip the permit process? That's all this proposal is asking. So when somebody calls a guide, and the guide, you'll see on some of the permits, you'll see 0, 0. And some of them you'll see there's 4 permits, there was 33 applications. All that went into to fund the department. That went into the application fee, and their names are on the record. So all we're asking, all this proposal is asking for is just have the guide submit that client's name in the draw application process and make him pay the permit fee and have it so he's on the public record. That's really all this proposal is seeking to do. And with that, I want to thank you for your service.
Thank you, Mark. Any comments, questions from board members for Mark? Go ahead, Orville.
Thank you for your testimony, Mark. I really appreciate it. It's always good to hear the other side of the story. You might not be too popular, but it's good that you voiced your opinion on this proposal. And I never really hunted much those kind of animals, so you're just worried about the process then, it seems. You just want people to actually sign up and have their name just like yours?
Yes, through the chair, Member Huntington. Yes, we just want parity between residents and non-residents. You know, there's a lot of talk about how the department loses funds when we restrict non-residents. Well, here we're allowing non-residents to completely skip the permit process and pay the application fee. It just doesn't seem right.
Okay, thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Christie, board support staff.
And next, we have Sam Rohrer.
Good morning, Chairman Burnett and Board of Game members. For the record, my name is Sam Rohrer. I'm a hunting guide, and I live and work on Kodiak Island. Thank you for your willingness to serve our state, and thank you for hearing my testimony this morning. I appreciate it. I would ask that you would oppose Proposal 151. This proposal would prohibit the department from making undersubscribed permits available over the counter. Reissuing of undersubscribed permits is not a loophole, as a proponent of the proposal suggests, but rather it's a process that's clearly authorized in at least 2 different places in regulation. 5 AAC 92.052 lists 26 different discretionary permit conditions the department may utilize. Reissuing of permits is number 23 in that list. The department doesn't do it everywhere, but where they have decided to do it, it's to address specific concerns. Where it's used on Kodiak, it serves to offer important consumer protections and help safeguard economic opportunities for small businesses. Passage of 151 would do nothing to benefit resident hunters. However, it would hurt non-resident hunters, small businesses, and conservation funding. This proposal would bring a net loss to Alaska. I ask that you reject this proposal. And further, I will add that the slide you saw just recently here from the donated hunt, that's a hunt that I personally donated. My father and I have made the same hunt donation for the last 20 years. Because of this permitting process in place, it's allowed us to raise hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars that go right back into wildlife conservation. So it's providing a lot of benefit, and we can do it thanks to this. So I want to thank the board and the department for allowing us that opportunity. Moving on to Proposal 241, I would ask that you would oppose that proposal. This proposal would remove any allocation difference between non-resident and second degree of kindred 2DK hunters. This proposal serves no conservation benefit and would harm resident hunters and small businesses. Passage of this proposal would bring substantial harm to Unit 8 hunters and the Kodiak economy. Currently, 2DK hunters harvest sows and small boars at a substantially higher rate than guided non-resident hunters. However, because of the number of permits that are allocated to 2DK is small, it doesn't really raise that much of a biological impact. If, however, the limit on 2DK hunters was removed, Kodiak would see a substantial increase in that participation, and this would result in increased sow harvest and subsequent reduction in available permits to all hunters. Further, I would add that resident hunters can currently apply for Kodiak bear permits using a party application for their 2D relative. This is an important benefit for resident hunters. It's certainly important to our community in Kodiak. And if this proposal passed, this opportunity would no longer be available. So again, for these reasons, I ask that you reject this proposal. Proposals 152 and then modified by 239, I would ask that you would oppose those as well. This proposal seeks to tie the hands of the department and the board in the issuing of registration permits. While generally all registration permits are available for online applications, there are limited times when the department or the board chooses to issue those in a different manner. In a state as large as Alaska, it's rare that a one-size-fits-all solution works. There's legitimate reasons why the department and the board might choose not to offer registrations online. For this reason, I would ask that you would reject this proposal. And finally, Proposal 163 and 164, I ask that you support those proposals. These proposals would require a hunter to validate their harvest ticket or permit upon wounding an animal. Fair chase ethics require that a hunter abides by this already. A version of this proposal has been in place in regulation for bear and elk hunters in Unit 8 for many years. Some argue that this is unenforceable, and I would say that misses the point. Doesn't matter if the proposal is enforceable or not. What matters is the state of Alaska and this board are clearly showing how an ethical hunter should conduct themselves. So for these reasons, I would ask that you would support those two proposals. Thank you for listening to my comments. I really appreciate all the time and effort you all put into this process, and I'm happy to try and answer any questions.
Questions from board members? Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Sam, on the last one you were just discussing there, what's your answer to the argument that you wound a moose, bear, whatever, something that has a harvest ticket, that you wound it, it goes towards your bag limit, so technically at that point you're required to notch your tag, and then yet you get checked by an enforcement officer and you've got a notch tag but no animal. How would you deal with that?
I would just explain the situation to him. He's going to ask, how's your hunt going? And you say, you know what, we are having a great time. Unfortunately, we wounded this animal. We validated our harvest ticket. In my case, it would be probably on a guided deal with the bear hunter, and I would say, here, we locked our locking tag. His hunt's over. We wounded an animal. We spent a couple days looking for it. We can't find it. So I think you just explain it. I don't see where, it certainly has never been an issue on Kodiak where we've had it in place for years on bear and probably 6 years or so for elk. There's never been, that I've heard of, there's never been an issue in the field with it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, Sam, I have a question for you. We'll go back to Proposal 151.
Sure.
And the request that people ask for a drawing and pay. So, non-resident, there's a small number of permits in an area. There's one guide that can hunt in that area, and a person has to have a guide to be signed up with the guide beforehand. So why, you can explain to us, why that guide doesn't get someone signed up and apply for the permit through the regular drawing process, same as anybody else. We wouldn't expect that guide to contract with multiple people and have them compete with each other. But the request is to have them simply sign the guide contract and apply for the hunt months in advance instead of right at the time of the hunt. So explain.
Sure, thank you for that question. So I would say that is how most guys do it. That's certainly how I generally do it. That's the way most everyone does. They're going to put their clients into the draw. Where this really comes into play, and the advantage of it is so a hunter, if I'm gonna put a hunter into the draw, they're gonna pay a deposit, and then I put them into the draw. If they draw the tag and for some reason can't come on the hunt and have to cancel the hunt, it hurts me because obviously I'm not gonna receive full payment for that hunt. I don't have a hunter to take. It hurts the department because he's not gonna buy a bear license. So that's $1,000, which becomes $4,000. So it hurts the department. They lose out on that money. But then it hurts the hunter himself who loses his deposit. I can't return his deposit, and whatever caused him to cancel the hunt is, it's probably something tragic. It's something tough. And to add insult on injury, I can't return his deposit because I've already made commitments to folks. Under this system, you're then able to rebook that hunt. It allows you to give the money back to the hunter who, for whatever tragic reason, can't come. Gives another hunter an opportunity. He's going to buy a tag. That money is going to go back to the department. I get to fulfill my obligations to my guides and whatnot. So that's where, when I say the consumer protection part, that's where the consumer protection part comes in. Nobody is hurt in this situation. It works well. It works well for everyone. But again, I come back to the question of why would we change it? It works well. Nobody's hurt.
Okay.
I hope that answered.
I think you pretty much answered the question, except that you do clearly reserve at least one hunt to give to a special interest group that.
Correct. Yep.
And so there's some other things here. So it's not quite as simple, but it's pretty much what you said. Thanks. Any other questions? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Sam. Thank you for showing up. Yeah, along those same lines, so it seems like you've pretty much complied with what other people have been asking about hunters putting their name in and Fish and Game receiving some PR money for those fees. And you've been on Kodiak long enough, second generation. Is that basically how most of the other operators on federal concessions are conducting business?
Yeah, most of them are, and the ones that aren't, we've been encouraging them to do it that way. So most of them do, but definitely they don't all, because if they were all doing it, then we probably wouldn't be here having this conversation. So no, they don't all. I wish they all would, but some certainly don't. And I guess I just would add, if the issue is remuneration from the state, an easy fix to that is, of course, there's $1,000 bear tag that's being purchased, so that's a lot of remuneration. So what's really at issue is the $5 for the application fee. Remember, non-residents can only apply for one bear tag on Kodiak, so they only, by regulation, just one, so it's $5 we're talking about, which becomes $20. If they receive an undersubscribed tag, charge them the $5. Well, I'd say, or charge them $100 for the administrative, but I guess that's legislation. So, but anyways, we should charge them the $5. That's a great idea.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for your testimony.
Thank
And
you.
at this time, we're going to take a break. We had our coffee this morning, so thanks. Annie, you ready? Okay. I'll call the Board of Game meeting back to order. And we'll go on with public testimony. I thought I saw another board member here, previous board member, Pete Bust, is in the back someplace. Yeah, I recognize Karen already, so. Anyway, next person to testify would be Coke Wallace on our list. Well, Eddie gets recognized all the time. I did actually recognize him as a former board member on day one. So, anyway, looking for Coke Wallace. And he's just outside, so he'll be back in here in a second. There you are. You're all ready? Yeah, we missed you as you. Okay. Go ahead with your testimony. Yeah, it is now.
Hey, there we go. For those of y'all who don't know me, my name's Coke Wallace, and I live down in Healy, Alaska. I've been a participating member of my local AC for 28 of the 30 years I've been down there. And I've been a conservation-minded utilizer of our resources, and I'm concerned about our resources' future. First of all, I think this scandemic we've been through has put us way behind the power curve, and the Mother Nature hasn't been nice. Down where I live and roam primarily in the central Alaska range, in that area, we've had two bad phenomenons of 6-foot snows in April when the animals need a break and they didn't get it. And our sheep resource has just been crushed. And then this December, global warming didn't make it to Alaska. The climate czars from the Bronx and the Delaware were way off base. And I've already gone through a whole winter's worth of firewood by December. I'm into my third pallet of pellets for my pellet stove. I normally burn a pallet and a half between October and April. So I got froze out of my Kodiak hunt that I normally do every year. The Sunday after Thanksgiving, the bay was frozen. So again, man, Mother Nature's been cruel. And the wildlife needs help. And we don't got time to have sheep working groups about it. We need to get aggressive. And you know, we can't control the weather. And we can control the other animals that share the resource with us, and we should. And in years past, in the good old days, we did take care of the problem. People like us went out and took care of the problem. And back when the government trusted the private individual, and myself, having grown up in the guiding industry and been, I used to run up and down this river with my brothers. As a matter of fact, where this hotel is, we used to run through here with shotguns and fishing rods and retrievers, utilizing the resource up and down the river here, and there was lots of it. And the times back then when the government trusted the private individual to take care of the problem, we by and large did. I think our bureaucrats and our representatives are off the rail and out of control, and they need to be brought to heel. You know, that's the human is the main thing in the equation. And in my mind's eye, Dominion shouldn't be a shitty machine that steals your republic. It's something that we need to use over the animals as we're granted. And to me, Dominion is manage the animals for sustainable yield. The white-tailed deer, the wild turkey, they're a wonderful success story of the abilities that we have, and it's nothing to be ashamed of. You know, besides my parents and my aunts and uncles and my grandparents, the most prolific mentors in my life have been hunting guys. I've been very fortunate to know Bill Wagaman, John Swiss, and Urban Rahoy very well, and spend a lot of time talking to them about things that should be done and can be done and need to be done. It's pretty heartbreaking to watch what's going on when I know that we can solve it with a little common sense and reality. That's the one thing that I took away from most of my time in the company of all those old guys is they talked about common sense and reality a lot, and we've been off the Common Sense and Reality program for a long time. We need to get back on it. It's pretty simple. We can control the predators. We can't control the weather. And there's nothing to be ashamed of about it. We need to get aggressive about it. The sheep are in my area have been crushed in the last few years. And most nights I could sit out on the airstrip and count between 6 and 20 some different groups of sheep. This fall I sat out there, some nights counted none. On a good night I might see 5 or 6. So we need to get busy, and don't worry about whose feelings we hurt. I don't think that the people that utilize and want to use the resource have a problem with bolstering the resource. It's the way to do it. And real quick, the agencies not communicating with one another. For 3 years, the sheep hunters down in our area and around the state have complained to the government powers that be about the DNR not including our area biologists, and Cowan catering to a foreign mining company over Alaskans who utilize the resource. And there's a lot of people who have been complaining and are pissed off about it. And it's not acceptable, and the government agencies need to get together and do the right thing for a change. You know, it's, to us, it's just mind-numbing. You know, 3 years in a row, we've pissed up the ladder about it, and we've gotten nothing in return. It needs to be addressed, and the sheep need help. Everything needs help. The moose are dying right now down where we're trying to trap. The snow line at one of my cabins, I've never seen it. My snowmobile skis about 10 inches below the roof. It's hard to snare wolves when there's fresh ones laying all over the place. They're just tipping over in the snow. So.
Okay, you want to wrap up, or you have?
Say again?
I said, are you ready to wrap up, or?
Yeah, I'm good. I know I
Okay.
ran out of time.
Okay, so questions from board members? Question, you were talking about predators and sheep, so what do you think the major predation problem is with sheep?
Golden eagles are a huge problem, obviously, but you know, the coyotes and the wolves both. I know you're not going to do nothing about the golden eagles, but you asked me what the predators are. They're a primary one. But the coyotes and the sheep are just dying. The snow's too deep for them. You know, we had 4 feet of snow in December, followed by 6 inches of rain, followed by 4 feet of snow where I live, and then it went to 35 below. Their food source is iced up, and if you're a cloven-hoofed animal on a slope like this trying to carve out a meal, about half the time you're probably going to tumble down the hill and injure yourself and just be that much easier to kill by any kind of predator.
Okay, thank you, Coke. And additional, go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Coke, so short-term solution for the sheep, what's your thoughts?
What's my thought for a solution for sheep?
For short-term, I mean, since we know that time will put more sheep on the hills, as long as we get the correct weather, short-term wise, what are your thoughts?
Beat up on the predators. I mean, do intensive management, what you guys call airborne hunting. You know, you're a trapper. Wolf's a smart, crafty creature. They're not easy to trap, and especially with the conditions are like they are. You might have put your trap in the 9-inch circle he was going to walk on, but when it's under 1.5 or 2 foot of snow or your snares, I've been raising snares all winter. I can't hardly keep up. I haven't. The young guys have. I've trained the next generation, so they're out doing it right now, as a matter of fact. So. I mean, we got to beat up on the predators. The reason Urban Rajoy had the best sheep population in the state forever is he was hard on the predators the whole time he had the place. And even with some methods that weren't approved of later, but, you know, back again to the bureaucracy and the protectionism, you know, Urban said that the first superintendent of the park came to the people like him and the Klauses in the area and sought their counsel and listened to what they had to say and planned stuff accordingly. But as the years have gone on, the relationships have become more toxic and more adversarial. And, you know, it's frustrating for those of us who care about the resource. And those of us who care about the resource show up. And, you know, I just want to see the bureaucrats and the politicians come to heel and do what we the people tell them. That's what this is all about. It's a grassroots thing, and we all care about the resource. We wouldn't be here.
Stosh?
Yeah, thank you, Coke. Appreciate your passion for sheep, and clearly that's what you came here to convey to us. Do you have any stand on any of the other proposals, like maybe the full metal jacket and that, you know, are you aware of that one for the?
Well, there's a few of the proposals. Again, I participated in my AC, so Alan pretty much covered. I didn't agree with everything that our AC came up with, but the full metal jacket thing, I'm not one way or the other on it. You know, the canceling the sheep season for non-residents, I think, is a mistake. We're all in this together, man. I've said 100 times, friends of animals and PETA don't argue over, I'd rather go naked than wear fur, but sometimes the different hunting groups we're fighting over, we look like jackals on the last scrap of impala. We can manage these resources so everyone has something to hunt. We have that ability. It was done back, I mean, it's proven. I can show you the science from the 60s and 70s. It was done. We can do it, and we should do it. Anyone that comes to Alaska, anyone from Fairbanks or Phoenix or Finland that wants to shoot a sheep or a caribou or a moose or whatever should have the opportunity. We can provide it if we want to. Quit playing politics and quit playing patty cake and just go manage the resource for sustainable yield. Our abundance would be even better. We have the ability. Again, look at the wild turkey and the white-tailed deer. The North American wildlife model of game management works. And we need to get busy. Like I said, we lost a couple of years to the Wuhan flu scamdemic, so we need to get busy. And I appreciate your guys putting in your time and effort. I know it's a long week for you, and appreciate your time and efforts on it.
Okay, well, thank you, Coke, and we appreciate your testimony.
Okay.
Okay, Timothy Sell.
Thank you, Chairman Burnett and the board. I'm happy to be here, and I appreciate the opportunity. I'm a falconer. I've been a falconer since 1973, and I've been an Alaskan falconer since 1982. And so I'm here to comment on proposals that involve falconry. The first proposal I'd like to comment on is Proposal 108. And 108 is a proposal to allow non-residents to come up and take 5 ISG falcons. ISs are babies. 5 IS goshawks and 5 IS Peel's peregrine falcons. I fully support this proposal. It won't have any effect on Alaskan residents, and it's supported by the Alaska Falconers Association, and Alaska Fish and Game is neutral on it. Proposal 109 is the microchip proposal, and in my opinion, the microchip is redundant, and we should get rid of it altogether. Falcons, when they're trapped in Alaska, whether by a resident or a non-resident, are banded with a band, a leg band, and it's a permanent marker. And there's no reason to put a chip inside of the bird as well. It's an invasive, terrible procedure. I've helped a couple of non-residents get birds, and they just had nightmare stories about this chip being installed. 110 is the passage. It's a proposal that's put, 110 and 114 are proposals that were put forth by the Alaska Falconers Association and the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and it changes the passage take date for non-residents. Right now, the date, I believe, is September 15th, and some of the non-residents have been going up and targeting young birds that are still being fed by their parents. This is a passage bird take, and the description of a passage bird is a bird that's in migration and feeding itself on its own. And so, by definition, this date should be changed from August 15th to September 15th. so that the non-residents that are trapping are actually trapping passage birds and not branchers or eyas birds. That's all I have to say on that one. 111 is a proposal by Alaska, or by the Alaska Falcon Association, to change the non-resident take, that if you actually get a ticket and take a bird, you have to wait for 3 or 4 years to get another one. And I'm kind of neutral on that. There's been one couple, Joel and Simone, that have come up and gotten four tickets in 5 or 6 years. And they're lovely people, and they've gotten, I think, 3 gyrfalcons and 1 goshawk. And they make a trip out of it. They come up and spend a month in Nome and trap. And it doesn't bother me if they come up every year if they're lucky enough to get the ticket. And number 112 is the Alaska Falconry Conservancy's trying to get a non-resident take that's equal to resident take. I do not support it. I really don't have an issue with it except for gyrfalcons, eyas gyrfalcons. I think that species and that especially the white gyrfalcons are too sensitive, and they should not be allowed, non-residents shouldn't be allowed to take eyas gyrfalcons. Non-residents have, if we pass 108, along with the existing 5 non-resident passage bird takes, they have access to goshawks, they have access to gyrfalcons, and they have access to Peale's peregrine falcons, which are the most desirable of the 3 subspecies of peregrines. And so there's really nothing more that we need to give them. And I feel good about what we've given them. 113 is the Colorado Hawking Club's similar proposal for non-resident take. It's a little more conservative, but I do not support it either. I think we're giving them all we should and all we need to. And that's all I have to say. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions from board members? Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Tim, for coming up from Anchorage. Appreciate it. You were mentioning, some of the more valued birds, passage birds coming through, and I kind of just recently learned that Alaska has, you have some opportunity to get a Russian goshawk as a passage bird. Is that something you're familiar with, or?
In Alaska?
Yeah.
As a passage bird? I've heard that there are occasional passage Russian goshawks in Alaska, but I think that would be a pretty tough target.
Okay.
Tom Doolittle was a biologist that lived in Bethel, and he said that he saw white goshawks on occasion. Okay. I had a Russian goshawk that I just sent back to the breeder that gave her to me, and she was almost 10 years old, and she'd been laying eggs the last few seasons, so I gave her back to the breeder to make babies.
Thank you.
So.
Any other board questions? Go ahead, Orville.
Where was that they do that with breeding of those goshawks?
This guy is in Iowa. Probably 20 or 30 years ago, a person that has passed away now brought in several pairs of Russian goshawks. And the Russian goshawks are bigger and stronger than ours, which makes them a little more desirable. They're not quite as nice as ours. They're more aggressive. European goshawks, like Finnish goshawks and Swedish goshawks, are almost as big as Russians, and they're more manageable. But Russian goshawks are big and white, and they're pretty and strong, and they kill geese. So there's an upside to them.
One question for you. You're opposing a couple of the proposals that would increase non-resident take.
Yes, sir.
If those passed, would it affect the ability of residents to have a reasonable opportunity to take
No,
birds?
not really. I think the scary thing about that passing is that gyrfalcons nest on traditional cliffs where they've nested for thousands of years. There's a particular river in Alaska that has has a concentration of white gyrfalcons, which are sought after color phase. No different, they're just white. And there's only 2 or 3 pairs on this river, sometimes not even that. And if it was open, if non-resident take was opened up to eyas take, that river would be targeted every year. And it would be a lot of pressure on that one river. We have a rule that we have to leave at least 1 eyas in the nest. for the parents to raise, which was a moral rule before it was a physical rule. And I think everyone would follow that, but I'd hate to see that much pressure on that one place. And Alaskans don't pressure that river at all. And so it's just scary. It's scary to think how much pressure it would take.
Orville?
Yeah, so when they take those little ones out of the nest, do they look for the strongest one or the one that might not make it?
Well, in this particular case, you'd probably be looking for the whitest one. In one nest, the parents there might be a white bird and a gray bird, and the youngsters might graduate from white to dark gray. And so if you were in search of a white bird, you look for you actually open up their mouth when they're downies. You can't tell how light they are, but they have a forked tongue, and in the back of the forks you can see if there's no color, they're a white bird. But again, there's no difference between a white and a black or a gray jay. They're just color difference. The same bird. And it's just that white are more popular, and blacks would be too, but they're very rare in Alaska. I've been looking at jays in Alaska for almost 40 years, and I've only seen one. And that when I left him in his nest and watched him grow up. So.
Any other questions? Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Self. It's nice to see you. I signed a lot of permits for you.
Thank you, Ryan. I appreciate your work.
Yeah. Just out of curiosity, is there much of an illegal trade in these birds?
I don't think there is. You know, there was a big operation in the 80s, mid-80s called Operation Falcon, and they had gotten wind that there was a huge black market. And when all the dust settled, there were press releases saying, you know, there was multi-million-dollar trades. When all the dust settled, it turned out that there was very, very little going on. Okay. Just about all of the illegal stuff that was going on was the feds coming up to Alaska, getting birds, and through a falconer down in Montana, giving them away to unsuspecting falconers who knew that the transaction was illegal, but couldn't resist the temptation. So no, I think there's actually very, very little illegal stuff going on.
Great. Yeah. Thank you.
Al?
Yeah, I just thought of one more question. I didn't know if the Alaska Falconers Association addressed the proposal on taking of white animals.
White animals?
Because, you know, if something like that were to pass, it would certainly affect.
Yeah, I hadn't heard about that. Probably call it silver then, not white.
Yeah. Proposal 169.
Oh, yeah, I hadn't seen it.
Okay, and there's no more questions. Thank you for your testimony.
I appreciate your time.
Very informative.
Thank you.
And next is Randall Compton.
Good morning. My name is Randall Compton. I've been a falconer for about, I think 60 years. Been a resident of Alaska for a long, long time. I love Alaska. I'm an Alaskan artist. And so anyway, I know you've heard these proposals, and I feel for you sitting here for days listening to us talk about stuff. And if I start quivering and getting a little nervous, why somebody tell a joke and I'll calm down. You guys are pretty intimidating. So the most I ever see usually is just the only other thing that intimidates me is a white canvas. So anyway, on proposal number 108, I agree with that proposal. And I'm following Tim, and he's pretty much covered everything much better than I could. On proposal 109, I think that's redundant. I think the bans are enough. If you knew about training a falcon and some of the stuff you have to do, especially when you first trap them, you don't want to freak them out too much, or it'll increase your training by weeks, if not months, and some of them never forget. And to hold a falcon down and inject a chip into it is traumatic for them and can really mess up their psychic. And so I think the ban is enough on that one. And see, I'm shaking. Proposal 110, I agree with that one. And proposal 111, I'm not really neutral on that. You have somebody that are excellent falconers that keep getting this, they keep having their name pulled out of the hat. And I never want to punish or hold back winners, you know, that just seem to win like that. So, I mean, what the hell? I mean, they're winners and they're excellent falconers, so I'm against that one. Proposal 112, no, I'm against that one. It's getting awful quiet. And proposal 113, that one's okay. I'll agree with that one. And okay. Now, where the hell did it go? All my falconer friends are here. I'm on the hot plate. Well, that final proposal, well, I better find it. Oh, thanks, Tim.
Well, you know, you could really just
I was
tell
about
us.
ready to have a panic attack there. Okay, 112, we're against that. And 113, CHC, yeah, disregard. Okay, so that's about it. Yeah, there's a lot. I'm okay. Any questions?
Yeah, you guys have a bunch of questions for him, right, Sash?
Yeah, actually, I do. Thank you for that. But just a real quick clarification. You indicated you support 110 and oppose 112? Is that correct?
Oh, yes. Support 112.
No. My note says.
No, I don't support 112.
And 110?
And 110. Yes, I support 110.
Yep, thank you.
James?
Hey, Randall, thanks a lot for coming up here, and you did fine, by the way. And just so you know, it's a privilege to sit up here and listen to everybody, so this is not a burden by any
Good.
means.
Well,
but thanks.
I appreciate your, yeah, this is awesome.
Regarding Prop 109, that was the insertion of the microchip. Would you care to go into any detail or your experience, either personal or even just that you've seen or heard from other falconers on how the insertion of the microchip creating a traumatic event for the falcon makes it more difficult to train the falcon?
Yeah, well, sure. I think a lot of you saw the gyrfalcon, the great gyrfalcon that Benna brought here the other day and showed you. When you trap a raptor, and first of all, if you do it, there's different ways to do it, but they're in shock. I mean, some big, fat, ugly monsters grabbed you, and you've never eaten one of those, and they're freaked out. And raptors, when you trap them, if you've ever trapped them, they're just like, they go into kind of like a shock. And so the falconer, when he traps it, especially if he's come up to get a bird, got a non-resident permit, and he's got this bird of his lifetime. I mean, these gyrfalcons are the holy grail for falconers outside. And so you've trapped this bird and stuff, and then you have to go to the vet. And then the vet, I've heard this, I haven't seen it, I would freak out. And they grab it by the head, eject it with his shit. And that's from my heart. So when you trap these birds, it's a real personal thing. You know, you love them. So the vet, and you know, this is supposed to be non-invasive. I heard stories about where they grab the bird by the head, hold it down, and inject this thing into its body. Now, you can do some pretty heavy shit with a bird when you trap it, but if you hurt it and it feels pain, that's not going to go away. You're going to have a bird that's always going to be apprehensive. It's always going to be looking at you funny. So you have to be careful with that stuff when you trap it. And bands are you put those on there, and there they are. So I don't think that putting microchips in birds is just not, I mean, they can put a microchip in me. I mean, that'd be great with all the identity problems you have, but not in my bird. They put one in my dog when he was a puppy, but hell, he didn't care. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Al, did you have another question?
Thanks, Al.
Oh,
I'm sweating bullets here.
okay, you do it. You're
Doesn't
you're
anybody
just
want to talk
fine.
about my artwork?
You're just fine, but thanks a lot for coming up, because, you know, the harder it is to come up, the more important it is probably.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So next on the list is Tom Lamal, if he's here. I saw him here. So Tom, you don't have to be real nervous because you're kind of among friends, but maybe that should make you nervous. So.
Well, maybe that'll change when it's all over with. The nervousness or the friendship? Okay. Am I on?
Yep.
I have to take the mask down so I can, my glasses don't fog. Well, thank you, board members and staff, for your efforts. It's a lot of work, and I'm well aware of that. My name is Tom Lamal, and I am just representing myself as an Alaska resident. I have been attending Board of Game meetings for 20 years. Besides being an informative forum on game issues, it has always been a fun social event. COVID has kept me away for a couple years, but on Thursday and Friday, I asked some of my friends who had always attended with me, we'd go to lunch and stuff, and if they would like to come this weekend. I got the same response from all 5. Why? And these folks have zero interest anymore. A close friend who's a guide for 60 years, pilot, et cetera, very well respected, has no interest in this process anymore. Who can fix this situation? Only the Board of Game and the Department of Fish and Game. This declining trust has been developing for a few years. Some people will tell you everything is great, but I know this is a real issue. I strongly support Proposal 267, which limits non-resident sheep hunters in 19C. It is hard for me to believe that there is a debate after looking at the numbers. As long as someone makes a buck, shooting the last sheep or buffalo is okay, I guess. A couple years ago, the Board of Game addressed Proposal 146, which had the intent of limiting non-resident caribou hunters in 20A to 10%. The hunt number is DC 827. Before this proposal was discussed, the representative for the Alaska Professional Hunters Association gave a spiel requesting a possible non-resident allocation of up to 25%, and that is what the board passed. I voted against this amendment. The amendment the board accepted, I thought, was unconscionable. This is just wrong to take someone's hard work and ideas and twist it 180 degrees.
Is this how the board wants to show good faith and gain the respect of residents? And trust, I should say. I got a call from a good friend who lives in Craig, Alaska. I lived there in 1971. He is livid with the Board of Game and the department findings on wolf numbers versus deer population. My wife and I hunted in Red Bay with another couple for a week last November. 0 deer. I saw 1 doe. Adding more species like black bear to the must be guided is just a money grab as far as I'm concerned. My friend who lives in Craig wants to bring up his nephew to hunt black bears, but that requires a 2-year wait and drawing. If he wants to pay a guide $5,000, he can go right away. Coming up with accurate wolf numbers in the interior is a challenge. Coming up with accurate numbers in a rainforest is more than difficult and probably not too accurate. Alaska Board of Game generated proposals is another trust issue with the public. It has always been my impression that the Board of Game duties were to weigh in on proposals submitted by the public and not try to control public opinion. The board didn't have to submit Proposal 207. A member of the public could have submitted this, and the Board of Game could have voted on its merits. Proposal 207 got a lot of pushback from the public, but politics prevailed and it passed. It was cherry-picked from Todd Brinkman's sheep survey, and there were other issues which the public thought were more important, but this was picked by the board. 207 is unenforceable and not supported by the Alaska State Troopers. I always voted against it. My first proposal passed in 2004. I was very excited. I got a call from Pat Valkenburg, and he said, I can't believe it. The first time you put your proposal in, it passed. And then what my proposal was to start sheep hunting for residents on August 8th, and then everybody else would start on August 10th. So anyway, I must admit that I was very naive about the workings of the board. The board met on the last day just before adjournment. My proposal came up for reconsideration and voted down. I was floored. This backdoor approach has always made me suspect. The guides don't want a crack in the dam. They don't want to give an inch to residents. The large outside money groups, a couple could be like SCI, Wild Sheep, to name a few, have held residents at bay. This attitude cannot sustain itself and will eventually implode with residents becoming totally fed up with the situation.
Are you finished with your testimony? Or-
No, but I think you should cut everybody off when the buzzer goes off.
Well, I kind of agree with you, but if you have something to
No, the only thing I'd like to say is people with boots on the ground, like the group that came in from Minto, that 23 people came in and testified, and nothing came of that. And then I just hope you'll take time to weigh on my concerns. The biggest thing I learned while I was on the board is how much I don't know. And that it was mind-boggling to me. I thought I had some ideas or had a good handle on things, but I certainly did not. And Cheryl, our attorney, always kept me from going down the wrong trail, and I appreciate that. So that's it.
Questions from board members? You know, it's okay to ask Tom questions, but I'm not going to ask any questions. I think you made your testimony very, very eloquent and clear. But Christie here brought something for you to the meeting, and so I might have a couple of words to say because I enjoyed serving with you, and I think other members here like Stosh and Orville and Al also enjoyed serving with you, even if we didn't agree with you on everything. And even if we don't agree with you on your testimony this morning. So we have a little plaque, and I'll let Christie give it to you for your service on the board, because COVID prevented us from doing this previously. So the last time you were on the board was here in Fairbanks, sitting in that corner over here. And I think that concludes public testimony for this morning. We have a number of people signed up this afternoon. If you would like to testify this morning, and we can go ahead and do that. Go ahead. And if you're signed up for this afternoon, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Yep, I was the next one after Tom. My name is Jim Simon, and for the purpose of this meeting, I work as a consultant for the Ahtna Intertribal Resource Commission and the Tanana Chiefs Conference. However, today I'm providing my personal testimony representing only myself. I fully support Proposal 267 and agree with all the points outlined by Mark Richards on behalf of the resident hunters of Alaska yesterday. The all-or-nothing approach to maintain non-resident revenue streams to fund ADF&G compromises the subsistence statute and the appropriate steps that should be taken to ensure reasonable opportunities for subsistence and the conservation of wildlife and fishery resources that are owned by the people of Alaska. The representation of ADF&G subsistence as a research-only program ignores the statutory duties assigned to the state subsistence section laid out by the Alaska legislature in Alaska Statute 1605-094. The subsistence statute in Alaska Statute 1605-330C lays out how to maintain a subsistence priority and ensure conservation-minded, sustainable management. As the resident hunters of Alaska has outlined, the subsistence statute clearly lays out how the subsistence priority is supposed to inform sustainable management and the board's allocation decisions as reflected in amounts reasonably necessary for subsistence findings. The fact that now nobody can hunt the Mulchatna herd is a case in point. More than a decade ago, the harvestable surplus was lower than the ANS, but ADF&G and the board chose not to follow the statutory directives and the allocation decisions made to ensure reasonable opportunities for customary and traditional uses. Will Unit 19C sheep be the next example? Minimally, the board should limit non-resident take of sheep in Unit 19C by converting the non-resident hunt to a limited drawing permit hunt. The increasing the increasing trend in the commodification of the fish and wildlife resources of Alaska to fund government services is concerning. According to ADF&G, the total subsistence harvest of fish and wildlife in the year 2000 represented only 2% of the total take of fish and wildlife in Alaska. By 2017, the proportion of total Alaskan harvest of fish and wildlife for subsistence was only 0.9%. What does this say regarding the existing regime and implementation of the state Alaska subsistence priority? Is it really a wonder that rural communities of Alaska are turning to the federal subsistence management program for relief? Is that the next step for the local tribal community most dependent on Unit 19C sheep for subsistence uses? I also support Proposal 120 regarding clarifying that proxy hunting of any antlered bull be allowed. Almost 20 years ago, when I began working as the ADF&G Regional Supervisor for Regions 3 and 5 for the then Division of Subsistence, I learned that proxy hunting was originally intended to provide for rural community use patterns where super harvesting households harvest the majority of the wild foods consumed by the community. ADF&G research has demonstrated an enduring pattern throughout rural Alaska where on average 30% of the community's households harvest 70% of the fish, wildlife, and other wild food resources used by that community. Unfortunately, proxy hunting was then abused by urban hunters who would frequent pioneer homes, for example, like my great Aunt Mary here at the Fairbanks Pioneer Home, to get elders proxy in order to double their personal bag limit. This led to the restrictions on proxy hunting that Proposal 120 is clarifying. Ironically, these restrictions on proxy hunting impacted subsistence opportunities the most. Passage of Proposal 120 is a good thing to do, since this current list of no proxies predated the emergence of an antlered bull bag limit. Also, because of the pattern of abuse of the proxy regulations, the importance of the Alaska legislature's provisions for community subsistence hunts becomes more clear, relevant, and necessary to ensure that community patterns of use are provided as documented by the ADF&G's 3070 rule to ensure reasonable opportunities for customary and traditional uses. As a result, I'm opposed to Proposal 244. I'd also like to reference my previous comments at the recent Wasilla Board meeting regarding Proposals 210 and 211. I'm opposed to Proposal 173 to repeal the Dalton Highway Corridor Management Area. It's a matter of public record that this proposal is the first step in efforts to repeal the statutory protections and open the corridor to ORVs and firearms for hunting. These efforts will extend the roadside hunter congestion, flock shooting, habitat destruction that often characterizes the Taylor and Steese Highway caribou hunts. Such problems along the Taylor Highway first started negatively affecting access to caribou by tribes of the Upper Tanana in the 1950s. I just have like one more sentence.
Go ahead.
These same problems were experienced by my family in the Nelchina area in the early 1970s. Being from Nelchina in Unit 13, I know firsthand what happens after the loss of rural subsistence priority to both local access to moose and caribou and habitat impacts. And unfortunately, I can't speak to my opposition of Proposal 247. That would eliminate wolf predator control. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from board members? Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jim. Proposal 120, the proxy, moose proxy, antlered moose proxy. Would you agree that you would add, or if you could, add caribou to that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on what the current perspective is on what the proxy hunt regulations are supposed to accomplish. They ended up not really accomplishing what they were originally designed to, which was to provide for those community patterns of use. But I think that as long as there is, there have been efforts through the years to mitigate the abuse patterns that have happened in the past, and as long as enforcement has the capacity to actually effectively enforce the proxy regulations and restrictions, I think adding caribou would be a good idea.
Got one more.
Go ahead, Al.
I enjoyed your testimony on 19C and using the codified subsistence law, which everything you stated was true. How does the department who was managing that during the season when the Board of Games not there, and they discover, after the general hunting season is over, that, a subsistence opportunity may be reduced or eliminated, you can't go back and, start where the statute tells you to start eliminating, by users.
Yeah, that's a very good point, and why I think providing, versus a harvest ticket option for non-residents is why having a limited drawing permit hunt is the more appropriate and conservation-minded approach in order to ensure that there is remaining harvestable surplus for that winter hunt. You have to understand, while there may be suggestions that you're providing your reasonable opportunities for subsistence through the fall hunt, that fall hunt really requires airplane access. And, I don't know how many households in the tribal community of Nikolai have airplanes, to be able to get up there. And so that's in recognizing, and if I recall correctly, Caroline Brown wrote that customary and traditional use determination, so she may be able to provide you more information during deliberations. But, that's why when the board recognized that there is this customary and traditional use pattern and wintertime access to Unit 19C sheep by the residents of Nikolai, that it's again, it's up to you to implement the subsistence statute and to provide the directions to the department in order to ensure those opportunities are provided. Just like 2 years ago, you provided the direction that you have to, that the department needs to reserve antlerless moose in order to provide for the religious uses of moose in the Minto Flats management area. rather than allow those to be taken in a regular hunt and then shut down those constitutionally protected religious uses later in the winter.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. I'm still struggling with it a little bit. I can go with both sides, so I really appreciate your input. Thank you.
Thank you.
Additional questions from the board members? Go ahead, Stash.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. Thank you for your testimony. My question is regarding your stand on the Dalton Highway corridor. And do you think that this first step, if we remove this as proposed, the others would release their layers of regulation as well? Does ours start the process? I mean, can they not do anything unless that is removed first? Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding from, thank you for the question, through the chair, Member Hoffman. My understanding from just discussions at the Fairbanks Fish and Game Advisory Committee meeting that, as Ben Stevens mentioned, there have been previous efforts by multiple legislators to repeal the statutory restrictions on off-road vehicle use and firearm use for hunting in the Dalton Highway Corridor Management Area. And that it's my understanding, again, from the Fairbanks Fish and Game Advisory Committee discussions that the legislature has not repealed that because you have a regulation on the books establishing the Dalton Highway Corridor Management Area. And, it was stated right at the advisory committee meeting that this is the first step in order to accomplish the repeal of the statutory provisions.
Well, if I could follow up on that question, was it a member of the legislature or someone with authority to make that determination that said that? Or was it just someone speaking at the advisory committee?
It was a former legislative staffer for Senator Seekins.
So in other words, just someone speaking their own opinion. Thank you. Go ahead, Doug.
Yeah. So Jim, I was intrigued by your, or confused a little bit by your discussion of section 1605.094 regarding the section of subsistence. And I am confused as to whether you think that the subsistence section is not meeting its statutory obligations. Because at every meeting that I've attended, I know that the section of subsistence division is always, the section of subsistence is always providing the necessary information to inform the board on A&S amounts and impacts of subsistence uses. So I was just confused by your statements.
Yeah, through the chair, thank you, Commissioner Vincent Lang. Yeah, if you actually go through those, I believe there's 7 duties outlined in that statute, and it's helping you make recommendations to the boards. It is, lays out that if corrective actions are needed in regulations in order to provide customary and traditional uses and a priority, that's part of the subsistence division's job. And when a couple days ago was 5 years since I left working for the division. And, now it's my understanding they don't have subsistence resource specialists anymore. They have subsistence research specialists, but much of what the subsistence staff do isn't really research. It's harvest monitoring and enumerating harvests for communities and mapping use patterns, et cetera. It's really not hypothesis-driven research. So, it's just semantics perhaps, but the role of the subsistence division has continued to be diminished in my opinion and experience. In the past, in the early 90s, for example, the subsistence division operated a hunter check station, on a tributary of the Kuskokwim River, et cetera. In the past, the subsistence section or division, whatever you want to call it, has been much more integrated into the sustainable management and the ratcheting down of non-subsistence uses in order to preserve those priority customary and traditional uses. And just looking at your department's own data moving in 17 years from 2% of the total harvest being under subsistence regulations to now the most recent, as far as I'm aware, Caroline can correct me if I'm wrong, but the most recent statewide assessment is from 2017, and now it's less than 1% of the total harvest of fish and wildlife in Alaska that is under subsistence regulations. So you guys make of that what you must in order to evaluate and assess yourselves as to how well you're doing in implementing an all Alaskans are subsistence users policy that we've had not through legislation, but legislation from the bench. And, you know, how well are you doing when you open up subsistence to all Alaskan uses, and yet now it's less than 1% of the total harvest?
Yeah, so I would argue that a lot of things has happened in those 17 years. For instance, you have non-subsistence zones now, you have personal use hunting and fishing opportunities that take a lot of that pressure off of subsistence uses in rural Alaska and in the subsistence zones. So, but thank you for your perspective. I can just tell you, when we make management decisions affecting subsistence use in fish and game, the subsistence section is involved in those discussions.
Thank you, and if I may, Mr. Chair, you know, again, we don't really have any metrics to evaluate this current administration's, you know, because the data point is 2017, the last data point that we have. And I know how dedicated your team is to making sure that Alaskans are being able to feed their families with hunting and fishing resources. So thank you, and thank you all for your service.
Al has one more question for you.
Just one more question on, you know, using that, and I'm sure it was that pie chart that I've seen where Alaskan subsistence are taking 1 or 2% of fish and wildlife. You know, when you're looking at that pie chart, you got to take it into account that commercial fishing takes 98% of all, you know, and that's what skews the chart. And I don't have the one where it just talks about game, which is a little bit better than, you know, Alaskans getting 1 or 2% for subsistence, because commercial fish does skew that a lot.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair, Member Brett. I think as you may recall, since when I worked at the department, you and I interacted pretty much on a weekly basis for many years. You know, I worked hard in order to get the Division of Subsistence to provide that breakdown between fish and hunting, and I think the 2017 statewide assessment does break out wildlife harvest in order to show how that pattern plays out, because of course it is all swamped when 96 or 97% of the total harvest are commercial fisheries in marine waters.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. You're the last thing keeping us from lunch, but.
Well, at least we sped up this afternoon by getting
Yeah, we
me
did
out
speed
of the
up the
way.
afternoon, but even with speeding up the afternoon, we are going to take a shorter than usual lunch today. We started late, but we're going to come back from lunch at 1 unless there's some member of the board that has a problem with that. So we're going to take a 1 hour lunch break instead of an hour and a half today, and come back at 1 o'clock and start over.
Brian, are you here the whole time? Are you gonna
Okay, I'm going to call the Board of Game meeting back to order. It's approximately 1:08 PM, and we're going to go on with public testimony, and I believe the first person here is David Loring. So, David, if you're ready for your testimony.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman Burnett and Alaska Board of Game members. My name is David Loring. I live here in Fairbanks, Alaska, and I am the president of Alaska Falconers Association. And a quick background, Alaska Falconers Association was formed in 1978 in order to improve, aid, and encourage the competency in the art and practices of falconry. We have had a long-standing working relationship with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and we continue to work with the department in promoting scientific research projects and supporting and maintaining a high level of competency within the Alaska falconry community. As of this month, we have 51 licensed falconers in the state who are licensed through the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. Alaska falconry regulations are promulgated by the Alaska Board of Game and are found in 5 AAC 92037. And our falconry standards are published in the Alaska Falconry Manual number 10. Alaska Falconers Association supports proposals 108, 109, 110, 111, and 114. And we oppose proposals 112 and 113. Proposals 108 and 111 were submitted as a direct result of requests from non-resident falconers. The Alaska Falconers Association is requesting the Board of Game under Proposal 108 to allow additional opportunity for non-resident falconers to take IS northern goshawks statewide and IS Peel's peregrine falcons from units 1 through 4. If I may, I'd like to give you 3 definitions that you'll hear through testimony and also in deliberations. First is an IS. An IS is a bird that has been hatched from the egg, but has not yet left the natal area and is, feeding on its own. So it's a downy chick that's in the nest as it grows up and as it learns to fly, but is still under the parent's direct supervision. And then once it leaves the natal area and then is able to fend for itself, it's coined the name Passage, which is a bird that's in migration. That bird is in a passage bird for about 1 year. And then it goes through a molt, which is changing all its feathers out. They do this yearly. And the plumage changes in color and variation and such things like that, and it becomes an adult bird. And then the last definition you'll hear is the term eyrie, which is basically a nest that's on the ground or on a cliff or in rocks versus a stick nest in a tree, which you're mostly familiar with. So most falcons generally live in eyries. They nest in eyries, and then also some other buteos and other northern birds do also. So right now, the annual season for acquiring an IS northern goshawk statewide or an IS, anyway, the proposal requests that the annual non-resident season for acquiring an IS northern goshawk statewide or an IS Peel's peregrine falcon from unit 1 through 4 is from May 1st through the 20th. And we're requesting that the board issue up to 5 IS permits for each one of these species, in addition to the 5 current passage permits that are available under the current regulations. And this is year 7 now for the non-resident take in the current regulations. And those current regulations for passage birds allow any species that's legal in Alaska to take. So a non-resident can come up and take anything that's available here in Alaska, and there's a big list, about 25 species on that list. Most of those birds that the non-residents are targeting are gyr falcons. So from May 1st through July 20th would be the season for the IS take for Peel's peregrines and for northern goshawks. And Peel's peregrines will only be allowed to be taken in game management units 1 through 4. And that's because that is an area that does not have gyrfalcon nesting that we know about. There could be, but there's probably not. And we're trying to eliminate the mistakenly take of a gyrfalcon IS by a falconer that isn't really sure of what he has. Most importantly, days-old weeks or weeks-old gyrfalcon chicks are difficult to tell apart from a like-age peregrine falcon chick, except by the most experienced biologists and falconers. Also, we're requesting that there's one wildlife refuge down in Sitka Sound. And if you just give me a moment, I'll finish this last sentence. That is considered by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that would not be available for take of any birds, and they wouldn't issue a permit to allow that to happen. And that's St. Lazare Island located in Sitka Sound. And at that point, I'm finished with my testimony, and I'll be more than happy to answer some questions.
Questions from board members? Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dave. Do you have an idea of how many residents, take raptors on an annual basis, either be IS passage or fledgling?
Mr. Brett, through the board chair, we don't have a whole lot of residents to take. I would say I don't have that number. I do have the number of gyrfalcons taken by residents each year. And in the last 3 years, there's been one bird taken in each of those 3 years. So a total of 3 birds in 3 years by residents. There are some other birds taken. I know there's some red tails taken, some goshawks taken, and the merlin or falcon or 2 taken. But generally, it's anywhere from maybe 6, 7, 8 birds total by residents.
Thank you.
Other additional questions? I have a question. Go ahead, Commissioner.
So as these birds become adults, and are they under veterinarian care quite a bit? Do they, do you have to get them annually checked, or they get antibiotics ever, or do they get shots or anything else?
Now, that's a very good question, Mr. Commissioner. That's through the chair. The only time that's a required vet check is if the bird is getting a permit to travel outside. It's required, just like your dog would be. You'd have to go see a vet for that, and non-resident falcons that are trapped have to go through that same health certificate check. When a bird does get sick or something happens, an injury or something like that, then the falconer would do due diligence and take it to the vet and have it checked. But generally, if a bird's kept healthy and fed a good diet and maintained well, vet checks are pretty rare. In my experience, 40 years of falconry. I've been to the vet a few times, but not very often.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board questions? I have a question for you. There's a very small take of these birds, both by residents and non-residents. There's a fair number of these birds. Why do we have to restrict the take for non-residents more than we do for residents?
That's a very good question, Mr. Chairman. Most of our raptor populations are healthy, and they would be able to support a non-resident take without any type of restrictions. There are one species for sure that we're very concerned about, and that of course, our gyrfalcon population. We have 300 to 500 nesting pairs, and there's been 2 studies. Both of them, Mr. Booms was a co-author, and he'll be testifying for Fish and Game on these proposals, and we'll be able to get into that. They're concerned because they're an Arctic falcon, and they're concerned about global warming and climate change, habitat change, diseases. There's quite a few things that they're concerned about. And also, gyrfalcons do nest in the same nest spot every single time, year after year, sometimes for centuries. And that's been documented just by digging down through with like a tree auger type thing and pulling debris out from 10 or 15 or 20 inches down and then aging that data. So that particular subspecies, or that species of falcon, there's a concern because if non-residents have unlimited access to that, and that's what they're going after, is that particular bird, because they can't really get a nesting, a bird in the lower 48 very easily, a gyrfalcon. Then we're concerned that they keep going back to that same nest time after time after time and interrupt that nesting cycle and the fidelity of that nest. And so we're trying to limit that from happening. And also, every single one of the species on the Alaska's list are available in the lower 48. So for most of those birds that are available, there's no reason to come up here to get one.
Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Along that line of questioning, are we allowed to take birds from like, Canada, and what's their policies?
They have a lot stricter policy, and I'm not sure exactly what it is. I know some of the provinces just recently allowed the take of falcons. They haven't for years by their own Canadian residents. But we are not allowed to, as an Alaska resident, I know about to go into Canada to take a falcon. I don't know of anybody that has done that or tried. I know in Greenland and some places like that, in the Baffin Island country, there's lots of white gyrfalcons, and I'm sure that they'd be love to go up there and do it if they could, but I don't think that happens.
Okay, Al.
Yeah, just one follow-up. So the association is really concerned about non-residents taking IS birds than passage birds.
We're really concerned about, Mr. Barrett, taking IS gyrfalcons. That's the one thing that we want to really protect. We did propose in this proposal to take IS Peel's peregrines, which are highly valuable birds, are the largest of the subspecies. They occur on the coastal areas all the way from Dutch Harbor down through, probably all the way down through Oregon. But they're common in units 1 through 4. And we're not concerned about IS goshawks. Non-residents usually apply. There's been an average of 20 applicants each year for the non-resident take permits. And if the board does approve 108, that would still give us the 5 passage birds that we have now, which would make gyrfalcons available. And then 5 additional IS Peel's peregrine falcons and 5 additional IS goshawks. So one would almost be guaranteed to get a permit every year if that was, or somebody would get a permit from those people that applied.
Yeah, thank you. Just one follow-up. Has the association thought about sitting down with the department and making 1 or 2 or 3 zones where there's known iris, white gyr iris or gyrfalcon iris, and, allowing a non-resident take every 1 or 3rd year, so that one zone or one area doesn't get continually used and, potentially harm that iris?
Are you, Mr. Brett, are you talking about for opening up gyrfalcon IS take?
Yeah, for your gyrfalcon iris take.
We have talked about that, and if that would happen, then it would interfere, because there's 3 basic areas that residents go to get their birds, and most of them are the road accessible areas because it's a little bit cheaper to get to. One would be the Dalton Highway, the other one would be the Alaska Highway, or the Richardson, and the third one would be the Nome road system. And we just feel that there'd be conflict interactions between non-residents and residents, so we have talked about that in both our association and with the department, and those talks have pretty much not gone anyplace because of the user group conflicts.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And with that, thank you for your testimony. We're learning a lot more about falcons than we thought we would.
And I will talk about a couple of other proposals when I give my personal testimony. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Paul Chervenak with the Kodiak AC.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, department staff, my name is Paul Chervenak. I'm chairman of and here testifying for the Kodiak AC. Proposal 117, requiring hunters to possess proof of required education certifications. We had a fair amount of discussion on this, and in the end found it a little ambiguous and confusing. There might be some unforeseen circumstances, so unfortunately, we're not helping you, but we took no action to let you guys work it out. Proposal number 129, using soft points in big game hunting. It makes sense for smaller calibers, but would create issues for hard cast bullets. At the current time, ammunition's hard to come by, and solids are popular for a lot of large, dangerous game, so we opposed 1 to 11. Proposal number 130, using deer urine, we were voted to support to safeguard wildlife, unanimous 12-0. Proposal 146, limiting the big game permits to 1 per species per year. We didn't think it was a good statewide proposal. It would negatively impact our ability to harvest goats on Kodiak. And since registration permits are basically unlimited, we opposed 013. Proposal 147, allow the sale of prepared game trophies. We figured that brought back trophy hunting or market hunting, and we opposed 013. Proposal 148 was the same comments and opposed 013. Proposal 150, increasing the number of times you might put in the draw for a single species. While it would bring in a little bit more money for the department, we think it actually makes it more cost prohibitive for the users and wouldn't really increase your odds of drawing because most people max out the number of possibilities. So we oppose 013. Proposal 151, requiring all hunters to apply for permits and pay the application fee. This does not happen very often in the state, but it can be a useful tool. Going after a few permits on Kodiak, in some areas on federal land, which have become exclusive by the way that they select guides and control use, would hurt the guides, Kodiak, and state's economy. The application fee lost $5 versus the non-resident, since non-residents can only apply once, is minor in comparison to the non-resident license and tag fee of $1,160, matched 3 times by PR funds, plus a major loss of business to the state and local economies. By letting bear tags sit vacant if the tags aren't drawn, the maximum monetary benefit isn't reached. The state constitution mandates maximum benefit to the people. In regard to bears, maximum benefit to the people is monetary, not edible meat. The system was put into place regarding a guide-client agreement to keep out anti-hunters overloading the draw and taking all the permits, and also people applying on a hope and then not booking, letting permits go to waste. The guided harvest on Kodiak is very important to bear management. The process was put into place to accomplish this. Bear management on Kodiak is very successful and has been fine-tuned over 40 years. It's very complex. This is one part of it. And you cannot pick apart one piece or the whole management puzzle might collapse. We are adamantly opposed 013. Proposal 152 actually switched to 239, requiring all resident registration permits be available online. We figure this is an important tool for the department to allow a small part of harvest or control a harvest. In Kodiak, it's an important requirement to have every registration bear permit picked up at Fish and Game in person so they can explain the rules, and every bear needs to be sealed. And in Kodiak, where there are drawing permits for goats and where there's a small number of leftover goats available for the harvest, the department might just close areas rather than having unlimited registration permits, make it more difficult to harvest the optimum number of goats and actually decreasing opportunity for resident hunters. It's worth noting that in areas on Kodiak where there is significant harvest opportunities, RG 480, online makes sense, and they are currently available online. We think you should leave this tool for the department and the Board of Game to use when appropriate. We opposed 013. Proposal 153, dealing with bonus point system for bison and muskox. We're opposed to the bonus point system as it often works against new or young hunters. We opposed 013. Proposal 154, direct AAD, Alaska Department of Fish and Game to issue an additional permit when a party application is drawn. We had concerns over this one on potential extra bear harvest. Even though it's where there's a minimum of 10 permits, it wouldn't happen everywhere on Kodiak, but we opposed 1 to 12. Proposal 241, removing the allocation between guided and non-guided, non-resident hunters. We feel it's a privilege for residents to take 2DK relatives hunting and should be limited and come out of the resident pool. Not to be mean, but many residents are not qualified to be out there hunting, let alone be guiding or responsible for someone else. There's numerous incidents of wanton waste, rescue, or needing assistance, not only on guide required species, endangering themselves and those who come to help them. This proposal could have biological ramifications, as residents and 2DK hunters have a higher rate of sow harvest. During the last 10 years, over 50% of 2DK harvests were sows, and over 80% of the 2DK harvests were sows or subadult males. This could have a negative effect, reducing overall permits with a higher sow harvest, thus lowering permits available to residents, not increasing. As mentioned earlier, the guided adult boar harvest is very important to bear management on Kodiak. It's a major economic loss to state, communities, and small businesses. The different uses of 2DK harvest within the state shows it's a useful tool for the department and the Board of Game. These only apply to species where a non-resident is required to be a guide, and there's no good reason to bypass guide requirements. We oppose 013. Proposal 163, counting wounded big game animals toward the hunter's bag limit. We operate under the premise that a wounded animal is your animal. This is a tool that promotes ethical and responsible hunting. With the increase in long-distance shooting making proposals like this plausible, it places responsibility on the hunter in taking these long shots. Everyone should know and stick to their limitations. It's good to have transparency and positive public perception in hunting and in the non-hunting world. Some arguments against are if you notch a tag and didn't have any meat to show for it, you would be charged with wanton waste. But we think it's probably a simple fix to get around this with an extra notch on the tag in some manner to dictate that it was wounded. It brings up a question of enforceability, but if there are regulations that make, like most regulations, 85% of us hunters take it to heart, then you only be dealing with the 15% that probably don't take anything to heart. We supported 13 to nothing. Proposal 164, counting wounded big game animals toward the non-residents bag limits for all units. We supported 13 to 0. Proposal 168, adopting a new regulation that specifies the Board of Game will require guides for non-resident hunting. We oppose, as this takes away a valuable tool for the department and the Board of Game. It may be needed to use that sometime in some areas to combat wanton waste or something of the effect. We opposed 013. Proposal 165, applying auction permit holder bag limit to the year the animal is taken. We ended up taking no action. Proposal 169, prohibiting the harvest of white animals. We're concerned about language specific to goats and sheep. So we amended it to replace the word white with albino. Part of the committee was quite open to honoring someone else's belief. Others thought this regulation would impose someone else's belief on the general public. We were concerned if there would be a biological issue, as if a dominant trait in an albino, the department rep didn't think it would be. It's a recessive trait. We ended up supporting it 8-5 as amended. Proposal 242, deployed personnel permit transfer. We strongly support our military, but there was fear it might be quite a large number in the state. And there was concerns of deployment versus reassignment, that definition. how big this number might be. There were even some ex-military present that stated they signed up for it and knew the parameters of the job. When they did, we ended up opposing it 2-11. Proposal 243, a permit may be transferred to a qualified substitute in the event of death. We thought this was sort of housekeeping. We supported 10-3. And finally, proposal number 248, allowing non-resident youth to harvest big game. We had, again, a fair amount of discussion on this. It does not take away any resident harvest opportunity. And assuming there's no extra permits, there's really no extra take of animals. We weren't sure what other states did. The committee was worried not to set a precedent. So again, we didn't help you out much and we took no action. And then finally, I'd just like to say that the Kodiak AC would like to thank you all for allowing remote testimony, and also all of you for your time serving the state of Alaska.
Okay, so questions from board members? Go ahead, Al.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Paul, for coming up here. I imagine you don't have a whole bunch of trappers on your AC, because I was wondering with your amendment, which was great, you guys offered an amendment to albinos. You know, as a trapper, I don't get to distinguish what steps in my trap or not. So I potentially could be taking an unlawful animal if it was passed as an albino.
We did not have any, I would say, serious trappers at our meeting, and we did not talk about the trapping aspect of it. Did not consider that.
Thank you.
Additional questions, Paul? Well, then I guess you can go ahead with your personal testimony. And again, thank you for your service on the AC.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, for the record, my name is Paul Shervanack. I, like a lot of others, actually came up here, flown up here to testify in person as an opportunity to meet and hopefully get to know the new board members that I haven't. Also that you might get a chance to meet myself. I am Alaska Master Guide number 160. I am a 42-year resident of Kodiak. And like for a lot of people in this room, for the past 35 years, I've been very active in contributing to the management and conservation of the Kodiaks, the state of Alaska's resources, working with the federal, state, and native entities. In Kodiak, we always try to ask first what is best for the resource, animals or habitat. Then we look at what's best for the user. So when you look at some of these proposals that would affect bear management, we look at what's best for the bears and then ultimately the user. So as I submitted in my written comments, in general, I'm leery of statewide regulations just because it would be convenient, but the sheer size of the state and the difference in uses and management requirements, seasons, et cetera, I urge you to be cautious when using a statewide regulation. And then back to bears, as some of you might know, the Kodiak Bear Management System for the last 40+ years has been a huge success. It is a somewhat complex, intricate system developed over time that must be carefully changed. For this reason, I am opposed to statewide proposals 151 and 241. Proposal 151 requiring all hunters to apply for a permit. This can be a key component in some areas, and Kodiak bear management is an example. Only some of the drawing permits on Kodiak are available due to the alternate list. Due to the nuances of the federal land use policy, these permits referred to as not applied for are utilized but not drawn. The guided component of Kodiak management system is key in the ability to have a consistent harvest comprised of adult boars and a low harvest of sows. This provision was put in place so that the non-resident bear tags would be filled, and the Kodiak system allows guides to fill hunts with over-the-counter tags. The current non-resident tag policy promotes easily managed biological sustainability and economic stimulus for Kodiak and the state. Like I mentioned in the AC's comments, the state constitution mandates that wildlife will be used for the maximum benefits of its people. Being the bear is a non-meat animal, this is not, not managed to maximize it as a food source. Therefore, priority management is for economic and intrinsic value. It should thus involve a high percentage of non-resident guided hunters, which clearly maximizes the economic value. Any management change can and will have a trickle effect with multiple and potentially lasting biological consequences. This is a very important tool for the Board of Game and the department. Please leave it. Regarding proposal 241, removing the allocation between guided and non-guided non-resident hunters, the proposer points out the different ways 2DK permits are allocated around the state. So obviously it's a very valuable tool for the Board of Game and the department. The 2DK permits coming out of the resident pool Kodiak for brown bears is important. Changing the brown bear allocation will have biological and economic consequences. A change in allocation will result in an increase in sow harvest and a decrease in adult boar harvest, both leading to lower cub production and lower sow and cub survivability. Targeted harvest of adult boars has helped increase the bear population and needs to continue. As mentioned earlier, the consistent adult boar harvest is an essential factor for management decisions and the sustainability of the population. The biological ramifications of taking 2DK permits out of the non-resident pool and increasing sow harvest will potentially cause a loss of resident opportunity with a need to decrease permits. I also believe that 2DK permits are a privilege to the residents and should come out of the resident pool. I'd also like to speak briefly on proposal 239 requiring all resident registrations to be available online. This is a very important tool for the department. If not controlled, the department may just not open areas to avoid overharvest and thus actually decreasing opportunity. In Kodiak, there are draw areas where there's a small number of leftover goats available for harvest and they give out a limited registration harvest. I spent many years on the Mountain Goat Committee chaired it, and then developing this new plan which implemented. It basically saves sport hunting on Kodiak, where we could have the permits real quick picked up in a village to control it, and it kept it from becoming federally designated subsistence, which would have shut out all sport hunting on Kodiak. So with that, I also would just personally like to thank you all for saving for your time.
Questions? Go ahead, Orville.
Can you finish up that last part of your testimony? I couldn't quite understand it.
Regarding the Mountain Goat Subcommittee, there was a request years back to designate mountain goats on Kodiak as federally subsistence animal, which would have opened it up to anybody that lives in Unit 8 or 9,000 residents. And so they would have shut down sport hunting, per se, because of the potential take by all the subsistence hunters. So part of the way we compromised was to come up with the leftover available goats after the drawing hunts were done, that the permits would be picked up in the villages closest to the area, giving those residents first chance at those goats. And they went along with that and were happy with that. They wanted an opportunity for those goat permits. If it would have been wide open online registration like they're talking to now, or even available at any Department of Fish and Game office or something, they thought there would be too much competition. So it was used as a tool. The department was able to do it and use it as a tool where they had the registration to control the number of people that signed up so that the villagers would have priority.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, I seem to remember some discussions probably 8, 9 years ago where the Fish and Wildlife Service was thinking about designating deer and goats as invasive species to the Kodiak National Wildlife Refuge. Is that still an issue? And I find it somewhat amazing that they want to eradicate them, but yet they want to put a federal subsistence priority on them.
Through the chair, it is not, for deer and goats, it is not quite as big as this year today. They are still not, they are not happy with the current goat population being over harvested. They would like to see more harvest. The deer, they have been there long enough, they deal with. They are still adamant on invasive species. They are very concerned always about the Roosevelt elk moving down from a fognack. And there was some bison herds that got off, or a bison herd that got off a rancher's lease. And they were willing to set up basically sharpshooters to stop them from coming on the refuge. But they are much more, they would like to, as far as goats and deer, much more workable with it now. They still watch the caribou herd on the southwest corner of the island. They don't want that to get any bigger, but they're okay with it as it is.
Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Commissioner took part of my question there, and I was curious myself on the federal side threatening or suggesting that they were going to make a non-indigenous invasive species a subsistence animal. And I didn't understand how, the public thought that was even feasible.
I'm not sure I totally understand your question, although I would say it was two separate federal agencies and they don't always get along.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. I think that's all their questions for you. Thank you. Dan Montgomery is next. I see the Dan's here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was wondering, before I get started, my written comments weren't put in the book. They were duplicated from the previous meeting, so they weren't in anybody's public view. Yep.
I believe that's been rectified. Every member of the committee now has the correct ones, and I'm not sure if they've been online and they're posted online.
I was wondering if I could have an extra 5 minutes to read them into the record.
No.
Beside my type sign. I cannot.
No, you can't.
Okay. Thank you. I support Proposal 139. I submitted this proposal, and it would replace the language, the 207 language. RC 30 is the new language I would like to put in. I'm modifying that change from my original proposal to read, in any area where there is an open sheep season, an aircraft may not be used to make multiple consecutive approaches near any sheep or group of sheep. This change reflects the language in Proposal 138. I think aircraft restrictions should apply to all seasons, not just the severe 207 restrictions. This puts in plain language what you can do and not do with an aircraft flying in sheep country during the sheep season. This clarifies it much better than it reads in page 18 of the current handy dandy, which is, you may not take any game by driving, hurting, harassing, or molesting game with a motor vehicle. Harass is the only one that has a definition, and its definition is to repeatedly approach an animal in a manner which results in the animal altering its behavior. Please note that it is perfectly legal to go out, look at sheep all day in an airplane from August 10th to September 20th, even now, as long as you don't intend to hunt them or tell somebody that intends to hunt them. 207 only reflects hunting, not sightseeing. As a guide, under ethics laws, we are required by law that reads, quote, to advise a client, excuse me, to advise a client before hunt of the game population in an area. Any guide that doesn't survey their area before a hunt and to have an idea of the sheep population is breaking our ethics law. Many do break it. A guide should be well aware of a sheep die-off in his area before the hunt starts and cancel some hunts if necessary before the hunt starts. Okay. Where's my deal? Proposals 135, 136, 137. These three proposals ask you to rescind the language in brackets in 207. There was 3 meetings. This proposal was first created in Southeast. It was taken up in the Region 4 meeting in Wasilla and deferred to the Region 2 meeting in Anchorage. At that meeting, it was deferred again, or tabled, I should say, and brought back up for the last hour and a half of that meeting. The public, in all their comments prior to this, were against the proposal 2-1, the 207. There was 3 different items on this proposal. Proposal number 1 is the one that was eventually adopted. It was the least popular of all of them. When 207 was brought back up to ask some members to reconsider, excuse me, I'm off here. The public were 2-1 to oppose any of this. By far the most recommended, what people wanted restrictions were number 2 or number 24, 24-hour wait period. The choices, the board broke its own rules when it made and took up this proposal. The public can't submit any proposals that have multiple things, multiple things, choices, because they are addressing that proposal nobody knows in part what you're referring to, 1 or all 3. The public can't make a statewide proposal out of cycle unless it is in dire biological concern of a game population. When 207 was brought back up and voted on at the end of the meeting, the board adjourned shortly after, and few of us that were still at the meeting had a chance to ask the board to reconsider their votes. I think it was a planned strategy. At 2 subsequent meetings on April 24th and May 28th, the board reconsidered proposal 207. There was 224 public comments. 184 were for rescinding it, and 27 were keeping it on the books. These were the first meetings that were considering the current language in 207. Despite this overwhelming public outcry to rescind, the board still voted 5-2 to keep it in place. Proposal 149 that would create a separate draw for second-degree kindred hunters that would guarantee them a permit in most non-resident allocated sheep draws. This proposal works great for both guides and second-degree hunters because it gives them certainty for permits, and it is in line with the percentages of guide and second-degree hunters statewide. I propose that one. I support proposal 150 also. It gives us, it goes from 6 opportunities in the draws to 10. It's kind of our poor man's bonus point system, and it doesn't cost you anything. You don't have to participate, but it does give you a little bit of chance of drawing. I strongly oppose proposal 267. This was an ACR, and the board should never have accepted it because it was purely allocative, and the board's policies clearly state that they will reject an ACR that isn't allocative. I'll just finish real quick. The department hasn't even done a sheep survey in this area in 2 years, and any decline in population is temporary and was caused by weather, not hunting. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from board members? So I have a question on your proposal, I believe it's 139. Making multiple approaches. I would almost read that to be mirroring harassment laws right now, so it should be illegal all year.
The harassment law says to take.
Right.
Yeah, and it says harassment, but that's the definition of harassment. Where people read that, they say, "Well, you can't harass me." What's that mean? What we don't have a definition for molesting.
Yeah. So my question is, why wouldn't this be illegal all year rather than just during the season?
It absolutely could be.
Okay.
But during the sheep hunting season, if you're doing it for hunting purposes, this is what this is addressing. Otherwise, you can do it for other purposes.
Well, but you wouldn't make multiple approaches if it caused a behavioral change. So anyway, that's my concern on that one. It seems like it's limiting it. It's almost allows harassment during the rest of the year, or could be read that way. Anyway, any other questions, Al?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dan, I see your one of the few supporters of 129, which is the expanding bullet versus solid bullet. Could you address that a little bit?
I lived up in Kotzebue for years. They've shot a lot of caribou in the water up there. It's perfectly legal and stuff. That use of an expanding bullet, a full metal jacket, it's pretty legitimate there, but I've seen a lot of instances where they just go right through an animal and don't cause enough damage. They'd run a long ways. I've never seen one just killed outright. Excuse me. And I'm just for expanding. I don't think it's a big deal to have expanding bullets,
Have you seen expanding bullets badly placed shot and animals run off?
I've seen expanding bullets expand completely on the outside of an animal before they even penetrated. They were so volatile. That's not a good bullet either. I had a guy way back when had a .308, and he said, I shot a deer with it, and it just blew up on the outside. I got rid of that gun. He never considered it's the bullets, not the cartridge. Why would a .30-06 shoot better than a .308? Yeah.
Just one more question on proposal 147 dealing with taxidermy. I'm sure you got an idea of what taxidermy costs these days are.
Yep.
And I'm trying to connect the dots of people saying this is going to potentially have a market hunting aspect to it. I don't get the dots here yet where people are spending thousands of dollars to get a potential trophy mounted and then sometime in the future sell it, how that correlates or connects with market hunting.
It can be abused in certain ways. For one thing, you can take somebody out. You're going sheep hunting with your friend. You take your friend out. Well, your friend ends up shooting the sheep. You go get it taxidermy, you sell him the sheep, and now he's got a sheep, that he didn't have legally acquired. And that's one of my concerns. And also, there's value in some things. Sheep don't have near the value as people had thought they did in the past. It is still legal to sell a cape. They're pretty expensive these days. But a big set of moose horns will go for $3,000 on the skull, And if you're going out, you might just go, well, I'm going to go out and make $3,000. I'll just go out and get a great big bull, take the skull and clean it up and sell it,
I must be hunting in the wrong spot.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But those things are my concerning.
Thank you, Dan.
Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dan. Just a little bit of follow-up on what Member Al was talking about as far as the full metal jacket or soft point. Since I know you're a bow hunter, would you compare a bow to more like a full metal jacket or a soft point as far as the way it impacts the animal?
Could you run that by me one more time? I didn't quite catch it all, Stosh.
As an archer, and we're talking about this full metal jacket and soft point issue, I'm just thinking, would you compare bow hunting as an arrow impacts the animal? Would it be more like a full metal jacket bullet or a soft point, or is it even a comparison?
I've seen an arrow kill a big brown bear in 20 seconds. It's just amazing how fast they will kill things. Very effective. It cuts a lot of tissue and meat going through it and stuff, more so than a bullet. Good expanding bullet doing the exact same shot. That bear, especially a big one, stay on his feet longer than an arrow in my observation. It was pretty amazing. But when it comes to accuracy, that's the bow hunter's downfall. When they're shooting at a target at 50 yards, they do pretty good, but when they're shooting at a live animal, at times they don't. But as far as full metal jacket, I think a full metal jacket is much less effective than an arrow by far, not even close.
Okay, no additional questions. Thank you, Dan.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And Kurt Schmidt. I see Kurt. Is Kurt Schmidt here? Not, then Lyle Becker.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Lyle Becker. I live in Anchorage. I'm a registered guide. I work in the Eastern Brooks Range and on the Alaska Peninsula. I'd like to throw my support behind Propositions 163 and 164 dealing with wounded animals drawing blood and that counting against your bag limit. If you've been fairly plugged into the hunting culture in the United States in the last 20 years, we've all seen that a big emphasis is going towards higher tech equipment, longer shooting. Everyone thinks they're a sniper, or everyone likes to think since they bought the equipment they can shoot like a sniper. And I've seen both with my friends and with clients that temptation to stretch that shot out farther, farther, farther beyond its limits. And I think by putting something kind of on paper that says, look, if you draw blood on that, that was your animal. I hear the argument saying that would be hard to enforce. Lots of laws are hard to enforce and are still gotten around. But I think that that's in the spirit of fair chase ethics, and I think it would make a statement that says we're all going to be a lot more careful about what we shoot, and when you draw blood, that was your animal. On 147, sale of trophies, I would oppose this one as well. Picture for just a moment a new reality TV show. We'll call it something like Trophy Hunters. Trophy hunting, it means what we all think it means in one sense, but now add a mechanism and a machine behind it where you can really make money off of it, and it won't be long before someone has that reality TV show, starts to stockpile big game animals that they've killed over time, and waits for the client to walk in and say, could I have that one on that mannequin growling and looking just like this? Why, sure you can. Okay, here's your bottom line dollar figure. I think that would reflect kind of poorly on the hunting culture in Alaska. So I'd oppose that one. On Proposition 234, and forgive me, I may misunderstand this a little bit, but the way I read the proposal concerning wireless game cameras or cameras that can project wireless feature to your phone, if I read it right, the author has said either within 100 yards of a bear bait station or after 3 a.m. of the next day. So it's kind of an either or. If you went forward, I'm uncomfortable with the whole thing. But if you were to proceed with it, I'd ask you to consider going on the latter option, which is after 3 o'clock the next day, you could pursue that animal. And here again, we're all watching the technology advance. Elon Musk has promised Ukraine that he's going to drop wireless internet everywhere. It won't be long until we'll have it all in the bush in places and be able to transmit a picture that's so clear that it will boggle our minds. And again, work out the implications in your mind. It wouldn't take, a creative person could stash a lot of trail cameras and just sit back and watch and say, stay in the cabin and say, it's time to go over there because there's a moose walking through the woods that direction and I can cut him off over here. So after 3 a.m. of the next day, something similar to the same-day airborne rule would potentially break that up and make it, I think, more in the spirit of fair chase. And then I do oppose 267, Unit 19C. I've got 20 acres of property at the confluence of the Hartman and the South Fork of the Kuskokwim there in 19C. I know it's an area that gets a lot of pressure, but currently our full curl regulation is intended to have this workaround that says if there's a biological concern, that's the fail-safe right there. And so instead of allocating between resident and non-resident, I would say fall back on the full curl regulation that's in place. I think it will bear out over time, and I think the sheep will recover. But to make a resident, non-resident allocation, I think is inappropriate. And then very briefly, if I've got a moment, 132 and 133, bird wings for trapping, I'd like to see that approved. Or some kind of clarification. This is if you strip the meat out of your bird wings, you can still use them for, I know specifically several trappers that put up a lot of geese on the Yukon Flats and are using bird wings quite extensively in their lynx and marten sets. So I'd like to see that clarified at least. And then on 199, that whole thing concerns me. The closures of these trails in the Matsu. I understand what the situation is as far as just the public want to take their dogs for a walk. I completely understand, and they want to let them off the leash. That's completely understandable. But there is a leash law in place that they're not abiding by, and we're getting penalized for it. I'm sorry, sir.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from board members? Go ahead, Jake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Lyle. Whenever we're talking about these proposals about wounded animal, perhaps counting toward your bag limit, we've had some discussion about people being confused. Do I clip my tag? Don't I clip my tag? Would you be okay with maybe an extra triangle being added to that harvest ticket if we would adopt a proposal like this with like a W in it, so someone could be clear, to the troopers, this is why I don't have this animal?
Through the chair, Mr. Fletcher, thank you. I would certainly be comfortable with something like that. It'd probably be worth, if it's going to be a new regulation that if impacts everyone and there's always some confusion up front, to clarify one point of it in your paperwork would be really useful. So some type of tearaway that says wounded but unrecovered, so that if you're ever stopped, that can be made clear would be a good idea. I don't think that would be a make or break issue. There again, on Kodiak, they've been working in this system for a few years now. I don't know that it's been an issue there. So I don't think that would have to be the ground zero for whether it passes or not, but something simple like that I think would be a great idea.
Thanks, Lyle.
Yeah.
Any additional questions from board members? Nope. So I think you're off the hook. Thank you for your testimony. Now we'll go to Sterling Spilnick.
Mr. Chairman, member of the boards, my name is Sterling Spilnick. I'm the wildlife biologist for Otna Intertribal Resource Commission, or ATRIC. I oppose proposal 140 to increase bear baiting stations from 10 to 20 per guide use. The definition for temporary was not defined and is ambiguous when you are asking to double the allowable bait stations. Through my research on bears within the Copper River Basin, I know how time-consuming it is to travel the landscape. As we have the same setbacks as bait stations, it takes me multiple days to visit 9 sites. We use off-road vehicles, boats, and foot traffic to visit these sites every 2 weeks. Lastly, the proposer stated that the increase is needed to help mitigate loss due to COVID. I do not believe that exploiting the resource more due to past monetary constraints is a precedent the board should set by approving proposal 140. I am in opposition of proposal 234, allowing the use of stationary game cameras that transmit photos wirelessly. The sharing of game locations via two-way radios is already illegal, so I asked the board, how does this differ? Even with the setback proposed, an individual can track trends all at the comfort of their house and use that information to harvest an animal with little to no effort. The rapidly increasing technological advances are a reoccurring issue at this board game meeting. I ask that the board consider this dilemma and consider the definition of fair chase. I support proposal 237, clarifying that ADF&G will not issue permits near prohibited areas. As it is impossible to know of all possible infrastructures within the area, I believe that if this proposal applied to well-known development areas, such as known roads, trails, and campgrounds, it would alleviate potential citations and human-wildlife conflicts. I also support proposal 158, which is game as animal food or bait with modification PC003, such that this proposal would only pertain to roadkill savage and that it would be allowable for any dog owners, not just mushers. This proposal would clarify that it is allowable to use inedible meat as dog food. We have seen multiple moose on the side of the roads near homes that could potentially draw predators and endanger those residents. As the regulation currently stands, it is illegal to use that inedible meat for dog food, and this amendment would help alleviate that issue. Lastly, proposal 271, establishing the definition of position. I recommend that the board defer action until Fish and Game Advisory Committees have the opportunity to weigh on it. If approved, I recommend the amendment set forth by Nushagik AC, and it only applies to that area as each GMU is unique and has various needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, board members? Okay, Al first, then the
Thank you.
commissioner.
Yeah, on roadkill moose and allowing dog musher or dog owners to use that for food, and you were just specifically using the unedible portion of it. Trapping it, and I trap off the road system, but it's somewhat remotely, and there's not always people that are able or willing or have the need to take a moose, but there's always seems to be a dog mush or two in the area where that would be, and even the trappers quit using moose meat after a while, so I don't know if, would you feel belated if, you were allowed to use edible meat that no humans wanted to use anymore and use it for your dog team if it was permitted to you?
I don't think that's a concern. All the roadkill salvage moose, at least in our area, is readily taken up by the residents. The only issue is that each roadkill varies by how much is edible by what hits it.
Yeah, exactly.
And that could be a large amount of meat.
Yeah.
And by law, we're supposed to salvage it, and then we can't give it away to anything else. So that would just be kind of more of a housekeeping thing.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner.
Yeah, I might have missed it early on. Are you speaking your personal opinion here, or are you speaking the position of the Audna Intertribal Resource Commission?
Yes, for Audna Intertribal Resource
Okay,
Commission.
so they're the tribal commission's viewpoints, not your personal ones.
Actually, no, this is for mine. I think Karen Linnell will be speaking to Audna Intertribal Resource Commission.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional board member questions? If not, thank you for your testimony. And we'll move on to Mr. Nathan Turner, otherwise known as Nate.
I've been called worse things. Well, Mr. Chairman, board members, I'm always surprised to find myself nervous sitting in front of this table. I was nervous on the other end of the table as well. But I think there's only three things that have caused my knees to shake: being chased by a brown bear, running out a runway, and testifying in front of this board. As you've noted, my name is Nate Turner. I'm from the Nowitna River country. I'd like to address proposals 151 and 241. Both of these proposals address Kodiak brown bear and several western interior moose hunts. I'm going to primarily address the moose portion of these permits related to the Nowitna River, yet many of the points I make also apply to the brown bear drawing permits as well. I think it's better that you hear from others on the specific ways that these proposals adversely affects their areas, but some of the points I make carry over to their hunts as well. You'll hear somewhat differing viewpoints for each of these areas due to the differing ways the permits are issued and somewhat differing reasons for the creation and the administration of these different drawing permits and the value in providing access to underutilized permits. I'm going to get into the weeds a little bit on the area I operate in to give you a better understanding on how things are actually are at the ground level for the Nowitna moose permits and what value they bring to hunters who desire to go to the area, the department management goals, as well as uses and values that the board has attempted to maintain in this remote area. The first point, guides are not directly issued permits for hunters in this state that I'm aware of. Unless somehow I missed something 9 years sitting there. I've heard this testified a couple times and it's not accurate. Non-residents are certainly required to be contracted with a guide for some hunts, and in some cases, guides are allowed to submit applications for hunters. But the statement the guides are issued permits because they have federal guiding concessions is not accurate. A guide does not, the second point, a guide does not have a greater chance of getting any of the permits discussed in this proposal through the underutilized permit offerings. The guided hunt-related allocation is both fixed and capped at a predetermined level for each hunt area discussed in the proposal. I'm currently the only operator in the DM 811 area, but have had other guides utilize as much as half of these permits over the years on nearby state lands, which I obviously have shared with them, or between us. The normal draw process is preferred, but not always possible due to the variables of hunter interest from year to year. The third point, the limited draw moose permit offerings discussed in the proposal are strictly trophy hunting related. Non-trophy related resident hunting opportunity is readily available in each of these moose hunting areas through access to unlimited registration permit opportunities for any bull or any antlered bull seasons, and often include additional winter hunt opportunities as well. The fourth point, in DM 811, DM 810, and I suspect other moose permit areas, few resident hunters utilize the resident permit allocation in the area that I hunt, once issued, unless actively recruited to do so by a commercial service provider. In DM 811, 810, 809 permit area, where I live and provide guided hunts, it's unusual to have any other hunters join us in the watershed during the entire moose season, whether within or outside of the draw permit areas. This is a long-established historical use pattern of the area and is directly related to low to medium density moose populations, the great expense of air taxi operations to and from the area, the difficulty of traveling within the watershed, and a canyon that divides the upper Nowitna from the lower Nowitna, where there is as much as 3 times higher moose density, good boat access, and a much higher level of permit utilization. The fifth point, it's been shown repeatedly through previous board processes that resident and non-resident draw permit application numbers do not accurately reflect true hunter interest in going to these remote areas. In my case specifically, in the DM 811 draw, the area was initially offered as a single draw with no allocative elements. And despite the applications doubling for several years in a row, the actual hunter participation was remarkably low. From 0 to 3 of the 20 permits were actually utilized in the initial offerings. When this was brought to the board's attention, it was identified that most hunters were drawn to the area by the reputation of the region due to the lower river's greater moose abundance, or simply because hunters believed it must be a preferred opportunity because it was offered in the draw system, not understanding that draw status may not actually mean that an area provide better hunting opportunity, but rather that the board and department were attempting to address other issues in the region. The board expressed frustration when learning that a draw hunt was in place that was not being utilized as expected, yet the department maintained that the permit structure was necessary to prevent well-identified abuses in the area that had also resulted in the creation of the Koyukuk River Moose Management Plan. The board recognized there were very few other users. No, the board okay, sorry.
You want to complete a sentence there?
Yeah, and I never did get to the main heart of it because, as usual, I'm long-winded, Nate.
Okay.
But if you don't mind, I'll pull out the main points from what I was going to say, very briefly. The permits were designed to capture the historical use areas. In the last interior meeting that was held here in Fairbanks, the biologist showed the board how well that actually happened. The permit allocation structure as it's set up was actually somewhat uniquely fine-tuned to actually capture a long-term historical use pattern in the area. And to the point of whether guides are abusing the underutilized permit process, which is alleged in the proposal, I think an important point for the board to understand is that most guide operations don't book their hunts 2 years in advance. Many, if not all, small operators, guides that are operating in remote areas or lesser known areas, you're working the whole year to gather your hunters for the fall hunting season. Yet the drawing permit application period is November through December. The hunting shows happen in January and February. So you're always behind the curve. It's built into the system that way.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Nate? He's nervous. He's up there. We should ask him something. But I've been to a number of these hunting shows over the years, and I do recognize that, they're February, March, et cetera. And so, yeah, you do this a little bit after the permit application time. Go ahead, Stash.
Yeah, thank you, Nate. Appreciate your testimony. I would like, do you have any comments about the old 207 proposal that's up at this meeting?
Yes, I could share a couple thoughts on that. I think it would be a mistake, in my personal opinion, to reauthorize that. I think it would potentially recreate the high-stress hunting environment that this board heard numerous testimony about for a number of years. We had a lot of testimony about this, that the feeling of hunters that the fields were just crowded. So everything's different. It's not as enjoyable as it used to be. And I know the board was criticized for it, but we put a lot of work and effort into to try to identify where these feelings were coming from. We had it laid before the board that it was simply overcrowding. There was too many non-residents. There was too many guides. When we had all the numbers in front of us, that didn't bear out. 20% of the hunters in the fields were non-residents. But still, the public felt that way, and I think they were right in feeling that way. It was more stressful. The Brinkman survey pointed out many factors that were already in public perception, and high among the list of negative factors was aircraft looking for sheep overhead of foot-based hunters during the active season. I think you'll see a return of complaint and proposals to address crowded hunting conditions in the field that will only benefit a few hunters if it is repealed. And as others have noted, sheep populations are stressed at this time. And we know that hopefully we're currently in what later proves to be only a period of decline. But anything that adds stress or increases the harvest rate to sheep at this point, I think would be a little bit irresponsible.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate your response. And since we have you up there, and since I know you know a little bit about sheep and you, 19C is kind of in your area, do you have any comments about that proposal for 19C?
I've never hunted in that part of the state. It's like you said, it's close, but it's funny how a little mountain creates a big range between two different hunting locations. But I would be hesitant to change any major hunt structures based on what we believe are weather-related drives. I think the board has a policy on how to deal with these things, and it talks about that. If it's identified as a weather-driven problem, there's an approach that the board should take. If it's clearly identified as a hunter-driven problem, then the board should do what it needs to do. That's my simple thoughts on it.
Thank you, Nate.
Yep.
Any additional questions from board members? Okay, thank you, Nate.
Yep, my pleasure, and thank you guys. Thank you guys and Christie and everyone else.
Okay, Jeffrey Callison.
Good afternoon, members of the board, chairman. For the record, my name is Jeffrey Collison. I'm speaking on behalf of myself today. If you will reference RC 28, it was a late submittal. It's not exactly what I'm talking about. It just gives an opinion overview on some proposals. My main testimony is on the DHCMA, proposal 173 and 172. I think that it should be repealed, taken away. I know there's a lot of testimony against it. I've been hunting the Haul Road since 1989. I spend 180 days of the year up there. I've driven it, I've paved it, I've worked in Prudhoe Bay. I outfit both on the South Fork of the Koyukuk and the Ivashak and the Echuca Rivers. I go up there in the wintertime. And the board's ability to repeal it doesn't really affect anything. It's still in statute. And yes, it does have an outcome. The statute, I think, should be repealed as well. And in the end, a new proposal being written to allow the Board of Game to take over official management of the region. As it sits now, there are a lot of constrictions with the ability to manage a lot of the animals that are up there. The Central Arctic herd, since its inception in '94, has had its ups and downs. And at its highest point, somewhere around 70,000 animals, to include Kaktovik, which is normally the porcupine herd, I think 1,400 animals were taken that year. And that does not come close to the 4% harvest that most biologists are looking for. In its entire history, it's never met its harvest. The lower portion from Toolik Lake down to the Yukon Bridge, a lot of it is still BLM. The ORV argument isn't met there. BLM's still not gonna allow you to take an off-road vehicle across their surface rights. Once you get north of Toolik, a lot of it is classified as wetland. The Department of Natural Resources isn't gonna let you take an ORV across a wetland. This is done with a commercial business side having to go through permits with it. I can't see how getting rid of what isn't working and submitting a new idea and allowing this board to manage the natural resources appropriately is detrimental to it in any way. You do see influx of hunters on high population years, especially with the Central Arctic herd caribou. Not really moose, not really sheep. The harvest success rate for bow hunters is 5%. There aren't too many people that want to walk 5 miles off into the tundra to shoot a caribou to bring it back. There's only technically one accessible point to be used for boat, and the rest have to fly out. That's how you get outside the 5-mile corridor. You walk it, you fly it, or you boat it. I don't think it'd be detrimental. I don't think you're gonna see a large influx of people, even from Fairbanks, that are gonna drive 420 miles to go shoot a caribou when they can drive 100 miles up the Steese. Not a lot of people want that dedication. It's expensive, it's time consuming, and up there it is truly hit or miss. I could tell you there's caribou Wednesday morning, and by Wednesday at noon, there's none. They move through there as fast as any caribou move. Over the course of 8 weeks, from August 1st to about the end of September, is their major movement through the region in which they're hunted predominantly. It's only been in the past 3 or 4 years that they have come south of the pass for better virgin, just on the other side of Adigan there. But you don't see a lot of people still driving up, even with a bow, where they're highly accessible at that point. I've sat there for a week before and watched them and not seen one other hunter come up to hunt them. So it's my personal opinion that it be repealed, a process is started, legislators are worked on, and that a new Board of Game proposal is implemented to allow you as a board to manage that region better than it is now. If you guys have any questions.
Questions from board members? Al?
Thanks, Jeff. Currently where everybody's docking their river boats and airboats and rafts at, is that in compliance with the current regulations?
Yes and no. So the way it works is the Department of Natural Resources had set aside specific locations for a boat launch. But because it is north of here, the same rules and regulations didn't apply as they would say in the interior, here around Fairbanks. To be within 1/4 mile is not possible on a lot of the haul road for 2 reasons. You have the Alaska pipeline lease in which you're not allowed to cross underneath the pipeline, so that took away at least 50% of the area, and the distance that the rivers are from the accessible road base doesn't allow it. So there's one spot. It's the 366.5 mile. It's designated as a DOT pit, which is how we got around the 1/4 mile regulation under DNR, and it's still a leased agreement, except to the public, but for all commercial operations. It's kind of a mess right now. I've been working on it for the better part of 5 years. Last year, I had the ability to work with Quality Asphalt and Paving and make it an actual sustainable boat launch so it doesn't disappear every year with overflow and flooding. The only other places I know of to launch a boat within the corridor legally are the South Fork of the Koyukuk, right there at the bridge. Other than that, you can't launch a boat anywhere. You'd have to fly out or walk. Unless you came all the way from Fairbanks up the Koyukuk. But the accessibility is probably the most limited in the state when it comes to its ability to be hunted, even though it's accessible. The sheep season that was extended in there up until October 1st, I think people had this dream that because it was accessible, there would be all these sheep hunters in there, and the reality is they're just not. The sheep don't come down that early in that region. They won't be there till November. It takes snow to push them out of that upper realm. So extending it to October didn't really do anything, and neither did it's all bow hunting. I mean, I don't know what the success rate is on bow hunting sheep, but it can't be high. So it didn't really have an effect, and to put and compound the regulations that are there now, you know, talking with some of the Department of Fish and Game and the research biologists there, to be able to manage the Central Arctic herd, especially when it starts to hit its peak, gets harder and harder and harder. And essentially it's a resource that could be managed that then just goes to waste. You have these guys that want to go caribou hunting, but they can't due to accessibility. So then we just watch them die off in the spring. Why can't that change? Why can't it go back to where we are now? 2 boat launches in 420 miles. And if you talk to the Department of Natural Resources, because of where it's at and because of the statute that it's in, it can't fit the PERS of a standard state boat launch. That's a problem. It can be just a free-for-all. And it's really hard to, under law, manage. We have 1 trooper for that entire region, and occasionally we don't have any. It's a bid post. I think we went 2 years without one. We had one for half a year. I think the longest one that's been there was Dan Dahl, and I think he was there for 10. And so every time we get a new trooper, sometimes the rules change. They're new to the region. They don't know what's going on. It's hard to manage. Caribou season falls right in there with sheep season, which is his main focus. And so how do you do that? And I think a lot of it is to get rid of this, what had good intentions, but like everything, it has to evolve. We're still stuck in something that was done, I think, in 1982 is when this was enacted. Everything else here that we talked about has been gone over, changed, and redone, and this one hasn't. And it needs to be reworked. Mm-hmm.
Okay, any additional questions? No, thank you very, very much for your testimonies. Well, very well done.
All right, thank you, guys.
Next is Virgil Uppenauer. So is this your first time testifying?
Thank you. Good afternoon, board members and staff. My name is Virgil Uppenauer. I live in North Pole. I'm a master guide. I've been on the Fairbanks AC 18 years, chaired it for 8 years, served 3 terms on the Board of Fish. I'm still on the Yukon River Panel, which is a salmon treaty between Canada and the U.S. Been on it since 1988. Okay, proposals 151, 168, and 241, which I am dead opposed to, were all made by something like this. I'll read the front of it. One of your board members was one of the people involved in this. Koyukuk River Moose Management Plan. In cooperation with the Koyukuk River Moose Hunters Working Group, Alaska Department of Fish and Game, Division of Wildlife Conservation. those proposals all address regulations that come about from working groups that were made up of all various user groups of the public, the Department of Fish and Game, even the Federal Subsistence Board, RACs, were involved in some of them, like this one. And what they did is had these groups of people work together with the Board of Game to come up with management plans where there were various problems that were actually pretty complicated. And so they had all the user groups, the departments, everyone worked together to solve these issues. And that is what RAC wants to throw in the garbage can with those three proposals. Okay, Proposal 267, their ACR, to stop or to kick out the non-residents, make them drawing permit or whatever, for sheep. And Unit 19C, I'm deadly opposed to that too, for a number of reasons. But one of the main reasons is it's caused by the weather. I was guiding sheep in the early 90s in the Alaska Range when we had the same situation that happened, what has happened 2 years ago, that we have right now in the whole damn mainly almost all of the Alaska Range. And that is a sheep population crash, just like the current moose population is crashing right now, right around Fairbanks, where we have moose just falling over dead. There was a bull moose chased my son in our yard 2 days ago because they don't want to get in that deep snow with a big thick layer of ice in the middle of it. But anyway, that is, doing that is not going to solve the problem. You've already heard from maybe the most world-renowned Dall sheep biologist in the state yesterday. And I want to add something else to this. These, and two testifiers before me, Nate, he's one of the people that those three proposals would affect besides me as well. But anyway, what we've done, a lot of us guides, is in the villages, there's not many jobs. And I brought this up at the AC meeting when we addressed these issues, and I told them, I says, look, there are people that live in the villages that are guides now, work as guides in Unalakleet, Caltag, Nulato, Galena, Huslia, and Tanana that all started out their guiding careers with me. And so what that does is that does a number of things. It provides work in the village for people doing something naturally that is natural to them to do. Take people hunting, teach them how to hunt. It also provides meat to the elderly people in the villages and the disabled people that otherwise wouldn't get any subsistence meat. Anyway, the response was from the person that submitted these proposals was that that doesn't have anything to do with this. Well, I disagree with that. That has to do what is in the best interest of the people of the state as outlined in the Constitution. I'm about to run out of time, so I got to hurry. Okay, Proposal 135 through 137, when the board, after the department spent $250,000, the university did a big giant study, the board looked at all the results of the study, come up with 3 or 4, I think 3 different solutions. They called a special meeting. I was chair of the Fairbanks AC. I called a special meeting to go before that one happened. We had about 80 people show up. 70% of them voted in favor of what's referred to as Proposal 207, the restrictions on flying and spotting sheep. I'm deadly against changing that. The wolf positioning, I can talk about that because I'm an expert on shooting at things at long ranges.
Okay, does that conclude your testimony?
Okay, that Proposal 271, I support the Nushagak Advisory Committee's comments on that. I don't know how many of you know this, but I used to be a competitive high-power rifle shooter, did that in the military. I was in charge of sniper school, rifle and pistol team, 18th Airborne Corps, 82nd Airborne Division, and I commanded a sniper unit in Vietnam. When you're shooting at a target at 300 meters, and this proposal says 300 yards, 300 meters is 328 yards, If the target's moving 4 miles an hour and you are shooting a sniper rifle, which was a .308 with a 173 grain Spitzer boat tail bullet in it, you have to lead that target 30 inches in order to hit it.
Right.
I know from positioning wolves, guiding grizzly bears, and you run across wolves by accident in April in the Nulato Hills, that a wolf can run in the neighborhood of 35 to 40 miles an hour. And you are going to play hell trying to catch that wolf on a snow machine over rough terrain. But to say you can only go 15 miles an hour and you have to be no closer than 300 yards is absurd. Thank you.
Okay, I think you made that very clear. Any questions from board members? Okay. With that, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
And next is Ryan Bandy.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the board. My name's Ryan Bandy for the record, and I'm here to talk to you today about Proposal 172 and 173, either the revision of the Dalton Highway Corridor Management Area or the repeal. And my experience is, I've been up there hunting for about a decade now. Like to go up there and bow hunt caribou and grizzly, et cetera. But also as a trapper, more new to that area as a trapper. So as I try to navigate these complex layers between the different agencies, I'll try to stick to a few main topics, and one will be access, two will be enforcement, and the third will be the biological effects, and then probably at the end a little bit of miscellaneous. So for the trap cabin, so myself, I inherited a trap cabin from an old trapper, as well-respected trapper in the trapping community, and his permit, which is now my permit, was issued by the Bureau of Land Management, which gives me access to a place along the Dalton Highway to park my highway vehicle and then access that cabin, which happens to reside just inside the corridor at about 4.8 miles from the Dalton Highway. There's other trappers, including that gentleman and others that I've spoken with out of Bettles last week, that also had personal trap cabins outside the corridor, which required them to travel from the highway by permit to access their private cabin, and also on the refuge. The problem here with these complex layers and my support for the repeal of the Dalton Highway Corridor Management Area, about a decade ago, as I understand it, from talking with these trappers, the classification of parts of game was, for decades not a problem. The trapper that trapped the cabin that I currently own had been up there since, I think it was the late 80s, early 90s. And so around 2010 or so, the parts of game became a problem in transporting fur bears. So what that does when you drive up from Fairbanks and you have your permit to park along the Dalton Highway and then navigate to your cabin, whether it's inside the corridor or on the other side of the corridor, of course, it's pretty basic trapping. You're going to have bait, you're going to have caribou scraps, moose, hide, et cetera. And then when you do trap your fur bears, you have to bring those back to your highway vehicle. So now you're transporting parts of your fur bears, carcasses, and game inside the corridor. And if you go outside, and you have to come back in. And so that complexity, that layer with the way the regulation reads has caused confusion for trappers and hunters, and I'll talk on that in a minute too, because technically you're in violation, and that's also open to interpretation depending on the current enforcement of that area. For decades that wasn't a problem, and then all of a sudden it started to become a problem. For my permit, one of my questions, and I've spoken with BLM and because they manage the land where my cabin is well, how's state enforcement feel about that? And so then I believe they touched base with the troopers in that area and spoke with them. And as I understand it, as long as you have a permit, it does give you access, but it doesn't eliminate the problem, which still remains that when the Dalton Highway corridor, the way it reads with the parts of game, you technically could be in violation and receive a citation. And so that's caused frustration. I know, just speaking with the trooper and the LE for BLM out of the Coldfoot area, because it makes it kind of cumbersome to enforce, because multiple folks, whether you're, a federally qualified user, you're allowed to, use a snow machine to trap on BLM land. But then according to the corridor restrictions, you're not supposed to transport your fur bearers or parts of game. And for myself, who is a non-qualified user, and I obtained that permit to cross the corridor or to go to my cabin, and the majority of my trap line is outside the corridor, and then I have to come back into my cabin, and now I'm coming back in, I'm ending at that cabin even though it's permitted, but I'm also transporting those parts of game and my fur. So that's been a problem for trappers in the past, and I hope that we can kind of, I know that the Dalton Highway corridor is kind of this complex onion that has a lot of layers that I think we could tactfully start to peel back to protect trappers and hunters. We talk about the parts of game, in relation to hunting. I've been hunting up there for 10 years. You go up to the city of Coldfoot, and you hang a left to go to the airport. That airport's outside a quarter mile. And hunters, their game and gear are going outside of that airport and then flying out to their hunting grounds, and then they're landing back and coming back in the corridor. And that's kind of an issue, right? Because that conflicts the parts of game. I guess I'll just finish up here. So I'm in support of the repeal. I don't feel it'll have any biological effects on that area. I think it would be appropriate to allow the land managers of that area to manage the land. And then, allow the department to manage the wildlife. That's all I got.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions, Al?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ryan, for bringing, I think you're about the second only person that I've heard of that got a permit to travel through the corridor on BLM land. Did you have to purchase that permit?
No, we purchased the permit through BLM. You do pay the Bureau, they have their tier system of how much time their staff's going to put into the review. With the NEPA review, they look at the environmental impact, and each person that's going to, how many hours, and then you pay that, and then you also pay a rental fee yearly for that 3-year permit, which is somewhere around, I think, $400 a year, perhaps.
So the other thing I found interesting in your testimony was, the BLM ignored, and I guess they can, the statute on the Hall Road about transporting or leaving the road and going somewhere. But then they choose to use you can't travel with animal parts through the corridor.
Right, and the traveling through as I understand it from the trappers and the enforcement I've talked to, that's more of a state enforcement question because of the current regulation. BLM, it's, their land, they'll allow you to move about and to go to your cabin without fear of enforcement. It's that state, it's the DC MA issue is what's causing the lack of clarity. And so, for folks that live in that area, whether they're, going to a cabin that's outside and coming back in, whether they're federally qualified or not, if you're out trapping, you still got to come back to town at some point if you're not flying. So, fortunately, I think there's a little bit of understanding that's so redundant that enforcement can't actively ticket or cite everybody fairly. So it's not being done in some cases, which is appropriate, but then in other cases where somebody wants to have access to that land and trap legally and be well informed, you potentially put yourself in harm's way.
Exactly. All right, thank you.
Any additional questions? Hearing none, thank you for your testimony. Next on the list is Thor Stacy, and I understand you're going to testify for yourself and for the organizations, so thank you. Which you doing first?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to testify for the Alaska Professional Hunters Association first.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, my name is Thor Stacy, and I'm representing the Alaska Professional Hunters Association. I just want to start off by referencing that guides businesses in Alaska are 85% Alaskan-owned. We are Alaskans. We, guided hunters, represent 3% of the total allocation or the hunt number statewide. We're a tiny percentage of the of the pie overall. Our position on subsistence is the highest and best use for wildlife in Alaska. We support Alaska statutory priorities, and we also understand the need for federal subsistence priorities in times of shortage. I want to reference Proposal 140 that we wish to withdraw that proposal. That proposal was written during COVID times. I apologize to the gentleman that took time to comment on that. Now I'd like to move to three proposals, Proposal 151, Proposal 168, and Proposal 241. All three of these proposals are have the same author. All three of these proposals are based on a perceived controversy or a controversy that's been created. And all three of these proposals go after very specific provisions of management plans for either moose or bears, or in some cases, important conservation compromises or decisions that have been made by this board to deal with non-guide required species. So I'm going to talk about Proposal 151 first. First off, APHA supports proxy hunting. We support hunt reassignment for folks going to combat areas. We support hunt reassignment for residents that have died and they hold a tag. This was in the legislature last year, so I want to be very, very clear that we support hunt reassignment for these other situations. In the case of Kodiak brown bears, the use of an alternate list was a very important compromise that specifically affects the federal land areas. The board and the folks in Kodiak worked hard to develop a plan, recognizing that there was a limited number of applications that non-residents can put in, and some of Kodiak was managed through these guide area systems on U.S. Fish and Wildlife lands. But this proposal, if you pass it, singles out non-residents who are using guides. Very specifically, guides can deal with this on a contract basis. We can make people pay up front. We can figure out ways to secure the money. But what you guys would do if you remove this alternate list is you tell these non-residents that have chosen to contract with a guide and you pick a guided service that if they have a tragedy or some reason why they cannot make the hunt, they're disadvantaged as compared to other residents or other folks that need hunt reassignment opportunities. So I'd ask you to consider that. The proponent is very aware of who this hurts. It hurts guided non-resident clients. In the case of the undersubscribed moose hunts, I think the gentleman from Nowitna did a good job of pointing that out. And I just point out that 151, if passed, will have significant impacts on the Koyukuk moose plan, and it will completely, it'll change how the Kodiak brown bear management strategy is taken care of as well. So Proposal 168, this suggests that you should pass a proposal statewide that removes your ability to allocate hunts based on using guides. It'd be similar to someone coming in front of the Board of Fish saying you can't allocate to set netters, you can't allocate to gill netters, or perhaps we come here and say that you can't allocate to bow hunters. Guiding is a service, but it's also a methods and means. And by methods and means is that we've identified in a lot of different hunt examples that guided hunters have a specific type of harvest pattern and that you can predict what guided use in the field is going to look like. So we ask you not to tie your hands. Past boards haven't tied your hands, and some of the hunts in Alaska that rely on guide allocations have done so to address very specific conservation concerns. Proposal 241, the second degree of kindred proposal, the legislature took a look at this, they rejected it. If you pass Proposal 241, we will immediately go into a situation where we have emergency closures in the Game Management Unit 4 hunts in Southeast Alaska. Non-resident hunting with second degree of kindred harvest a much higher rate of sows. If we achieve those sow rate harvests, which are more than double than the guided rate, we are required to go to emergency closure in Game Management Unit 4. On Kodiak Island, we have similar management parameters where we track sow harvest very carefully, and the data and the harvest patterns is very clear that guided non-resident hunters and their effect on the resource is much different. Not only that,
Okay, you could probably finish that sentence and
The final point, Mr. Chair, is this concept of equality with the 2DK allocation that's forwarded in 241 is inaccurate. Not everyone in this room or at this table enjoys the privileges of 2DK hunts. Not everyone has a relative outside. And on the non-resident side, those wishing to come to Alaska, anyone can hire a guide. But only a very few have an Alaska resident within the second degree of kindred. It's a closed class, and it's an unequal benefit. And the idea of linking these two together, either in statute when the legislature considered it, or in regulation, is very problematic.
Thank you. Questions for Thor on this testimony? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Thor. I really appreciate your testimony. I realize how valuable guides are to the state of Alaska, but I was wondering, on these non-resident hunts, are they just from our nation, or are they from other places?
Through the chair, Member Huntington, that's a great question. I think from the last numbers that I saw, approximately, I think it was right around 80% of the guided non-resident hunters, maybe it was 90%, were U.S. nationals. There's, let's say, 10 to 20%, not having the number on the top of my head, that were what they call non-resident aliens. And in the case of non-resident aliens, they all have to retain a guide for any of the big game species.
Al?
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Thor. If Proposal 151 were to pass, you said it would affect the Koyukuk Management Plan. I didn't quite get there.
Through the chair, Member Barrett, thank you for the question. In the management plan, the person, two people ahead of me in the queue here, he didn't mention that also the federal land managers were involved in that management plan. And the guides with federal concessions are capped. Like, we can't take whatever number of moose hunters we can book. We can only take so many. And so some of those hunt numbers allowed in the prospectuses, as kind of incorporated in that overall prediction of what hunter effort looked like, was capped both by the concession contracts and then through the number of tags issued, in this case through a drawing, so that if you remove that alternate list, which makes sure that the number of hunt opportunities are used, it would just be that portion of the hunt is now out, being underused as according to the management plan. So you wouldn't be achieving the predicted use patterns of the plan. So it wouldn't be conservation based, but as far as the people at the table that crafted that, it would be an undershoot on opportunity.
So there's an alternate list for the Koyukuk Management Plan on the federal concessions?
Through the chair, the alternate list is, and I get them a little bit confused. I think there's an alternate list on the Koyukuk, and I think in the Nowitna example, it's an undersubscribed list.
Okay.
And it may be kind of similar. So when there's an alternate list, but if the alternate list is exhausted, there's a mechanism for the undersubscribed rule to kick in, is my understanding.
Okay.
Yes, Member Barrett.
Okay, so you want to go ahead with your personal testimony?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, my name is Thor Stacy. I'm a lifelong Alaskan. I'm a registered hunting guide, and this testimony is my own. I'm going to talk very specific about Proposal 267 today, and I have to say that the gentleman from the Middle Nenana AC today kind of really captured a lot of my feelings coming up here, that I think I had a real defined thing that I wanted to say to you, but coming up here, I think it's a little bit muddier than what I would have liked. I think the issue in 19C is much larger than 19C. But 19C, I think, is an important point to discuss the sheep decline in Alaska and to use it as an example. I really encourage the department to get as much survey and inventory work as possible done this summer. We need survey and inventory work from 19C all the way to Tok through the Delta. We need survey and inventory work done across the south side of the Brooks Range. We know these areas have taken a lot of the brunt of the weather. I'd like to point out on the conservation side, and a lot of the arguments with my friends and colleagues have been based on a lack of data. I don't think you can act on proposals, or you shouldn't act on Proposal 267 right now without 2 years of survey work in front of you. I would be incredibly frustrated if the board took a drastic step like going to a drawing hunt like this without recent survey and inventory. We know the sheep have declined, but what does that actually look like? Drawing areas, national parks, open areas, they've all declined. There's no correlation to greater declines where there's hunting, where there's no hunting, or where there's a drawing unit. We know that the Tok area is hit just about as hard as anywhere. That's been managed as a draw since I was a kid. Drawing hunts have not helped sheep weather the weather events. That being said, if we choose to, or you decide, or the department recommends that we reduce sheep harvest, what's the desired outcome? Proposal 267 just says reallocate, go to a drawing hunt for non-residents, reallocate it to residents. There may be as much or more effort if you do it that way. That could make it the most attractive area in the state for residents to go to. How is that conservation based? And what's the desired outcome from a conservation perspective of this proposal? Are we trying to save X number of rams? Are we trying to achieve this amount of an age class? So there's a lot of questions. Proposal 267 isn't conservation-based. It's a purely allocation-driven proposal or idea. There are some real problems in 19C. The board, I encourage you to look at the subsistence question very carefully and make sure that you walk through that and make sure you're providing with what you need on subsistence. The second part is this illegal take. Illegal take has gone up with the lack of legal rams being available. We know that you can help with education. It's unacceptable that a lot of this harvest has come from guided non-residents as well as residents. This is a state land area, so those guides can't lose an area. There's no guide concessions there. On federal land, the type of area that I have, if I have illegal take, I might lose my concession the next time I apply. So we don't have that stewardship-based approach from the guides that we do in the federal areas. That being said, I think we can address it through education. The department can do a lot for all of us by getting good survey and inventory work and then publishing those results and bringing out to the public an advisory that, look, you know, sheep populations are down, there's less harvestable rams to pursue. Does that hurt my ability to book hunts? Sure. Do I care? No. Because if that's what the survey says, and if that's what's out there and available, I think that the public and folks that are considering spending money here have a right to know. Finally, if it is indeed time to start reducing harvest and there's a conservation-based reason for us to save some of the harvestable surplus, which is full curl rams, I'm confident that I can sit down at a table, and the gentleman before mentioned it before, that people, Alaskans can sit down at the table from a variety of perspectives and figure out a way to achieve conservation outcomes like we have in these other places, work together, and bring this board some recommendations that they can take or not take. And as a guide, I can tell you that I'm willing to share the pain, I'm willing to look at it, but a drawing hunt is the worst case scenario for a small business owner to deal with an opportunity restriction. So as we look at that proposal, similar to some of the other proposals.
Okay, Thor, thank you. Any questions for Thor? I think we knew where you were going with that, you know, so, any questions? I'm not hearing any questions, so your testimony must have been perfectly clear.
Must be.
Thank you. Okay, it's 3 o'clock. We're going to take a very short break here, and I'm serious about this for the members here. We need to be back in about 10 minutes, and then because we have a lot of testimony left, and we've got people in person and remote, so. Yeah, and we're going to be delaying the remote testimony. It was scheduled for 3:30. We're going to start it at 4. So we're going to try to get through everyone here in the room. I'm going to call the meeting back to order. It's approximately 3:15, and we'll go forward with testimony. The next person on the list is Robert Fithian.
Mr. Chairman, Board of Game members, staff, my name is Robert Fithian. My primary place of residence is Lower Tonzina, Alaska. I'm a conservationist, a professional guide, rancher, and miner. Have held or currently hold leadership representation within these Alaskan ways of life. Relative to giving back in this arena, I've spent 11 years representing the Professional Hunters Association, of which I dedicated 50 days each year working directly within this Board of Game process. I've served appointments from several governors to a Subsistence Resource Commission. I've served 2 White House appointments representing America's hunters within a Wildlife and Hunting Heritage Council, and I've presented many presentations throughout North America related to Alaska's wildlife and conservation and hunting programs. My focus then and now has been to be the voice for the heartbeats of the wild things in the wild places, those that have no voice of their own in this often human combative arena, and to help provide for all people who depend upon or enjoy the prudent stewardship of what many of us consider as Alaska's most treasured natural resource. I've traveled here to oppose proposals 267 related to sheep in 19C, proposals 135, 136, 137, and 139 related to use of aircraft, and support proposal 138. Proposal 267 was submitted out of cycle, and just 1 year prior to the regular interior meeting schedule where I believe it should be dealt with and with proper data. I've been guiding hunters in this same area within 19C for 39 years with conservation-based, fair chase, family-run services, which continues with my wife, our sons, and their sons and daughters as our primary staff. I hold this experience dear. I would trade it for no other. And I fully intend to die sharing this way of life or fighting to protect it. Its contributions to Alaska are significant. I've seen and recorded identical cycles to where the sheep population is currently at before. In the 1980s, or late 1980s, early 1990s, the 2 ballot initiatives that stripped our ability to effectively manage our wolf population, add a couple moderate winters, and the sheep numbers in this region plummeted to very similar to numbers where we are at today. At that time, we had no license and control board for the guide industry, and there were nearly 100 new guides being licensed every year, and their only place they could go to was state or BLM lands. Licensed guides for the small GUA I guide within went from 3 to 14. But somehow, the sheep population survived, no user groups lost allocation, and without all the doomsday knee-jerk reaction and allocation fight that Proposal 267 reflects. The primary reason for rebound of the sheep populations at that time had to do with the incredible habitat and just as important initiatives that you helped establish, which were the full curl law that was adopted to help maintain healthy sheep populations by limiting hunter harvest to old age class rams while at the same time protecting reproductivity and genetics. And 19C's uniquely contiguous location to the 19D East Predator Management Program, where wolves from 19C commonly follow the caribou 2 every year. And more recently, your support of limiting aircraft use related to sheep hunting. Has any of this changed? I don't think so. The concept of using these low population cycles as a tool to eliminate user groups is a sad and wrongful tool that unfortunately is attempted and used most often without conservation basis and will not enhance wildlife populations. Passing Proposal 67 will not limit sheep harvest by hunters, and it kicks our historic employ of the full curl law out the window with statewide potential consequences. The guides will try to protect themselves in some way. The air taxis and transporters will try to capitalize on the new opportunity without any level of conservation, and the conflict in the field will tax public safety. The sheep population will use the habitat and year protections that are already in place and their inherent ability to bounce back. Watch for proposals in 2023 to consider predator management initiatives within 19C that can subsequently help prey species and all hunters regardless of class. I believe you have the tools at your disposal that can be used to effectively address situations like this. You have a member who serves in two capacities, one within this board and the other within the Big Game Commercial Services Board, and you have the department at the table with science and inventory data. I encourage you, Mr. Chairman, and board members to consider how you can utilize this intended representation. A letter from this body delivered to the Big Game Commercial Services Board by its representative on your board relating conservation concerns relative to guiding and/or transporting effort and distributed to every guide registered to conduct hunts in situations like this would be a good measure to consider and a valuable use in the intent of having both boards represented within themselves. I thank you for the opportunity to provide my comments. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from board members? Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thanks, Bobby, for that testimony. We've had some talk here about forming a sheep working group or a sheep task force or something like that. What are your general thoughts, if anything, you know, how that would accomplish a goal?
I'm not against pulling people together at a table and seeking consensus. I believe it's been healthy for this board to take that path, and many solutions have come from your subcommittees within this body working on those concepts of solution. And I would encourage to do proper protocol relative to finding the people that sit on the group. I really respect Mike Litson's comments. They're one of your record copy 101s. I think they're very parallel to mine. He did a lot of the sheep surveys, and then tomorrow you have Brett Gibbons giving the Upper Kuskokwim AC report. And I think as far as boots on the ground, between Mike Litson, Brett Gibbons, and myself, those three people, and the guides from Nikolai who are represented within the AC, give you a clear picture of what's really going on in 19C. So I hope that's helpful to you.
Just to kind of echo what the department asked earlier, would you be in favor of maybe the department gathering a little bit more data to present to that working group before it got formed?
Absolutely. I think it needs to be done. Thank you.
Thanks, Bobby.
Thank you, and with no other questions, thanks again for your testimony, and we'll go to Karen Gordon.
Good afternoon to the chair, members of the board, and staff. Thank you for your service. This is a long and tedious process, and I appreciate the opportunity to voice my opinion on the matters of Proposals 230 and 267. Proposal 230 calls for a definition of mature ram changing from 8 years old to 7. It was, I believe, crafted to allow a greater margin of error by hunters who are too lax to pay attention to annuli, and should follow the suggestions in the regulations that suggest that go for full curl. Do not try to count annuli. Your chance of making a mistake are much greater. So I ask the board to reject Proposal 230. Proposal 267 fabricates a crisis that doesn't exist, but merely hopes to achieve restrictions on non-resident hunters in the absence of any stated conservation need by the department. It is the department's position that low 19C sheep numbers are not caused by hunting, but by weather. This biologically, statutorily, and constitutionally unjustifiable proposal would have us believe that sheep in 19C are about to perish from the earth. And to save them, we need to exclude non-resident hunters. The department assures us there is no conservation concern regarding sheep in 19C. Therefore, there is no compelling need to implement measures to penalize non-residents. Sheep are some of the most resilient animals in Alaska. They have been here thousands of years and have experienced and survived untold glaciations and weather events, and they still persevere and have done so without our help for millennia. While sheep numbers may be lower than last year or recently due to weather, there is no shortage of sheep for residents to hunt, contrary to the implications in this proposal. because based on the department's own harvest data at the end of hunting season, on average, statewide, half the known sheep are left on the mountain. This means that no resident is getting cheated out of a ram because the non-resident took it first, since half the known legal harvestable surplus rams remain unharvested in any given year. On average, more residents than non-residents hunt 19C. And you can see that in my spreadsheet up there. And finally, the Alaska Constitution in Article 8 states our wild resources should be available for maximum use and maximum benefit consistent with the public interest. Alaska statutes in Title 16 say that we must manage fish and game resources in the interest of the economy and general well-being of the state. If we consider that having biologists to manage our resources in a professional and scientific manner is critical to meeting the above constitutional and statutory mandates, then we must provide a salary for them to carry out those responsibilities. This money comes from hunting licenses and tax fees and goes right back to pay wildlife managers, without whom would result in real hunting opportunity limitations for everyone. Non-residents contribute 95% of the funds coming from sheep hunters in 19C each year, and that total with PR matches over $367,000. That alone would pay the salary and benefits of about 5 biologists. And this remarkable number is just from 19C non-resident sheep hunters annually. Given that there is no documented conservation concern, given that no resident is getting shorted in terms of availability of hunted rams in 19C, and given that cutting off non-resident sheep hunters in 19C would result in the loss of salary for at least 5 biologists, I urge the board to reject Proposal 267 as it accomplishes nothing in biological favor of Dall sheep or in the public interest or in the state's economic well-being. And one addition, we've already had 3 sheep working groups. It never worked. So
Thank you very much for your testimony, but you know that if you were looking at economic benefit, you left out all the hiring and jobs that are created by the guided sheep hunters.
Correct,
You did not
absolutely.
attempt to put the rest of the numbers in there. So, any questions from board members? I think she put it pretty clearly, but go ahead, Al.
Just a real quick one. I noticed the success rate for resident hunters in this area. How does that compare to the state overall? Or do you happen to know what?
Actually, no, I didn't calculate that.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? If not, thank you very much for your testimony. Now, Dick Rohrer is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, staff. My name is Dick Rohr. I am a 50-year-plus resident of Kodiak, master guide. I know something about the Kodiak brown bear management system and the specific plan that we operate under. I was the sole guide on the brown bear management planning team of 12 or 14 people. That's 20 years ago, but it's still active today. I say that because we're often accused of the guides control things in Kodiak, or this board has been accused of you're controlled by the guides. Not so. Our brown bear management plan, I was the sole guide on that planning team. You know, we learn from history. And I want to point out to this board that Kodiak, as you probably well know, is a success story when it comes to brown bear management. That's why I'm going to ask you to unanimously oppose Proposal 151 and Proposal 241. The current system, basically, that we operate under began in 1976. An example and proof of our success in the area that I operate and most of the island, all of the refuge, The permit numbers for each specific area are the same today, 45 years later. It's been a very successful, we've met through our management plans, objectives to have a diversity of age and sex with adult bears in all ages represented, not only in the population, but in the harvest, which is the case. Another objective has been to limit human mortality of female bears to maintain maximum productivity. I would point out last spring, 2021, of 150 bears, guided non-residents took 4 females, 4.5. Guided non-residents protect the female population. That's one of our concerns. There's a concern by the Fish and Wildlife Service where guides are in the process of competing for the rights to guide for the next 10 years on our refuge areas. And one of their concerns is the guide who is selected must provide participants with reasonable harvest opportunity, less crowding, less competition, fewer conflicts between hunters. I would submit to you that the Kodiak system allows for that to happen specifically in the refuge permit areas. I might add that we have a history in Kodiak of doing things as a community together. Our brown bear permit area boundaries geographically are the same as the state guide use area boundaries, are the same as the federal guide use area boundaries. Makes brown bear management much easier than many other places in the state when we're all working from the same boundaries. I might also add, I heard it said earlier by someone that the guides get the permits. Not so. I know this board understands that, but maybe the public doesn't. Permits are issued to the individuals, certainly not the guides. The concern about over-the-counter permits, some not being utilized, the accurate information is that there are 12 guides on refuge areas where those over-the-counter permits are available. For those who are hunting on state land, mixed land ownership, there's competition among guides, might be 2 or 3, might be 10. Any of those can put clients in. There are no over-the-counter permits. I might add, because of our concern, by our, I mean the 3 Kodiak guides that have spoken to you, including myself this morning, because of our concern for the bear population. There are times when we leave non-resident tags on the table because of our concern about a quality experience for a client required by the Fish and Wildlife Service on those federal lands. No one knows the bear population. No one spends any more time in the Spirited Lake Peninsula than I do. And I know the population, and I know if I can't give my client a good hunt, we don't pull that tag. Consequently, it stays on the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from board members? Here's an opportunity to get wisdom. And okay, go ahead, Orville.
Thank you. Dick, I really appreciate your testimony and the history you shared with us. And are a lot of those big bears, are they way up in the mountains or are they near the coast?
They can be anywhere from the beach to the top of the mountain, and are during the spring season.
Any additional questions? Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thanks, Mr. Chair. Dick, I had a question for you. We have a proposal about limiting bullets, doing away with solids. Do you have any information or your idea about the difference between a bonded bullet and a solid bullet when taking down a big animal?
My experience for 45 years, I've used Remington Corlocks 270 grain, 375 H&H. Gonna stick with them.
Okay, and those are expanding bullets.
They are.
Yeah. Okay, so thank you for your testimony. And next on our list would be Joel Knudsen. I don't believe he's here. And Dave Loring. I don't believe that Dave is here either, but he might be. He's not here. No. So Doug Carney. Are you going to be giving your personal testimony or your AC testimony first? Okay, go ahead.
All right. My name is Doug Carney. I've lived on the Holetna River and in Sleep Butte most of my life. That's 19A. Homesteaded back in 1973, trapped and worked as assistant guide, later became a registered guide, had my own outfit for 15 years. So we didn't have, I'm going to do personal testimony. I'm pretty much going to talk about 271 because it wasn't available to us. We didn't know about it. This definition of positioning. We've heard all the other ACs talk about it. Mostly, I think there's only a couple ACs that supported it. But both the position definition given and this proposal are unacceptable in regard to wolf and wolverine. It's one more case of one size does not fit all. What might make sense for caribou does not for wolf and wolverine. May not be used to contact an animal. Distance, speed, pursuit, it's ridiculous. Did BOG or Defenders of Wildlife write this proposal? I was wondering. The intent is to provide clear direction to hunters, more like prevention. The taking of wolves by snow machine is an effective and efficient form of predator control and in many parts of the state, and it costs the state nothing. And they want to take that away? That's nuts. If this proposal were to be adopted, it would seriously curtail the taking of wolves and wolverine by snow machine. Making a regulation because it aligns with another federal law, which is mentioned, or because it makes it easier for government agents, in this case troopers, to determine if a law has been broken while they're looking over our shoulders every minute is not my idea of what needs to be done. And why would that even be a criterion? As state regulation stands now, federal lands are exempted from any existing state regulations anyway. Feds don't even allow any predator control for wolves. Should the state align with that as well? I mean, is that the plan? What are you looking at here? This is help wildlife protection troopers distinguish between allowable positioning and prohibited driving, hurting, and molesting. This gives the preferred definition of positioning for hunters. Surely troopers can understand this definition as well as hunters are expected to. This proposal will not make regulations any more enforceable, will make the taking of these fur bearers more difficult and more efforts less effective, and those efforts less effective. Hunting of wolf and wolverine should be allowed with no restrictions on pursuit, distance, speed, repeated approaches, or causing the game to run. They'll often run way before closing for 200, 300 yards. Rather than curtailing the effectiveness of this method of predator control, regulation should be left the way it is or liberalized. Any changes should be to liberalize it. And I use liberalize in its original and best meaning there. Requiring a machine to be completely shut off is not practical for both source snow machines. Should be changed. Stopping, slowing, or increasing engine speed changes the sound of a motor and puts wildlife immediately on guard. Everybody knows this, and it's still in there, those kind of regulations. Looking in that direction and then running off when they hear it. I've got some suggested language for the hunting of wolf and wolverine, and I put it in as RC 17. A snow machine may be used to approach, pursue, and kill wolf and wolverine, whether those animals or the snow machine are at rest or running. There are no restrictions in regard to the snow machine's speed, its distance from the game being sought, or the number of approaches it required for success. Let's see. And then I was going to go on proposal 129. Solid jacket, a few things about solid jacketed bullets. A lot of times, well, the Spitzers, a lot of times they'll tumble in flesh. I don't know if anybody mentioned that yet. That was a big thing with 223s. They'll tumble once they hit. And then you're speaking of a fast-moving bullet like a 223, or it's around 3,000 feet per second. And not only that, like 7mm 280s, They're mostly factory cartridges that have thin jackets. And these jackets are, like somebody mentioned earlier, they'll shatter and become shrapnel when they hit a bone or sometimes even on hide. Both ammo and reloading components are slim pickings these last few years for whatever reason given by the last guy you spoke to. The choices that are available on ammo for any particular caliber are limited. And so for that reason alone, to talk about this at a time like this is crazy. You're going to use what you have. Enforcement would be tough unless troopers stop hunters to inspect their ammo, I mean, thereby molesting the hunt that the hunter's on. It's no good for the hunters. And the hunters I know are not targeting just one species. If hunting moose, they'll take a wolf if they can. If they got a 223 out there and they want it, and they're for predator control, or to get one, they will. Use it on whatever they see. Unenforceable. That's about all I got on those two.
Okay, any questions? So I do want to make sure when you're testifying that you make a distinction between predator control and hunting when you're talking about using snow machines or whatever, because it is a different set of regulations, so.
Okay, well, can I ask you something then?
You could, I probably can't answer it, but you can.
Well, what I'm wondering is whether it's being used, whether people are using it for predator control or whether they're using it because they want to blast a wolf. I mean, a lot of them have that follicular dysplasia. I mean, what's that going to be, you know? So they're not going to make any money off it. So the whole point is, why curtail a guy hunting a wolf for whatever reason?
Yeah, I don't have a response for that. I just wanted to point out that there is a difference in our regulations between what's going on for predator control and what's going on for hunting.
All right.
So, okay, so any questions from board members? If not, go ahead with your AC testimony.
Okay. I'm the same guy. I'm chairman of the Stony Halitna Advisory Committee, and I served on that committee since it was formed in 2007. Before that, I served as a member of the Central Kuskokwim quite a few years, and I was chair of that for a short time. I want to thank board support, Christie and region, the Western and Interior Regional members for helping me prepare some of these documents I've used in the last few years, and also for this meeting. So then, I'm mainly going to address the two proposals that are most critical to the moose and to the same people living within 19A. And those are proposals 171 and 239. 171 is a Stony Halitna Advisory Committee proposal to split 19A into two subunits, 19A and 19E. 239 is by resident hunters of Alaska to require all registration hunts be available online. AC 29 is our comments, and there are several documents that I hope you have a chance to read if you haven't already. One is a short history of 19A closure and shack creation I made years ago. This 19A moose hunter success from 77 to 21. I spent some time on that. I gathered tables from different places from the biologists and also from years in the past. And the composition surveys, we've kept up with that from 07 to 21. The map, the two maps are a map showing the existing 19A divided into the two subunits. The borders are the same as the present TM 680 hunt and the RM 682 hunt. And it reflects, it's described right in the handy dandy regs of those two hunts. And then another one is a blown up detail of where the border crosses the Kuskokwim between the two new subunits, which is the same border as the two existing hunt areas. The 19A and E and Western Tier 2 enclosure areas shows the two hunt areas, predator control focus areas for wolves and bears, and most land ownership, although federal BLM land is not shown. And last, there are two maps of the 19A and B boundaries as they existed in 77 and 81. 19B, as it is presently, 19B was set aside mainly for air access hunters, which is mostly non-residents, and 19A was set aside as mostly boat access resident hunters. That's the difference between A and B when it was set up. So you have those to look at, and the 2006 19A closure was something myself and two other Central Kuskokwim members and Ford Village Councils proposed. The Fish and Game also made essentially the same proposal, and that's number 70, and that's the one that was adopted. It divided 19A into a Tier 2 hunt and the closure area. Closure area is the eastern upriver. This is better described in one of the documents that's applied to BOG, the first one. Both the moose closure and formation of shack were efforts to undo some of the disastrous effects of the registration hunt that came out of the Central Kuskokwim Moose Management Plan in '04. That plan was supposed to help moose populations in both A and B that were hurting badly from wolf predation due to changes in the multi-Chattanooga caribou herd migration, and 50 years with no predator control, thanks largely to the Tony Knowles administration. An aerial wolf predator control program came out of it, which was activated. It was for A and B, but it was only activated in 19A, and a registration hunt that provided better hunter reporting, but did not limit the resident hunting pressure in 19A. Both years of, I think it's 04 and 05, showed, and you'll see it, it's reflected in that the Moose Hunter Success for 19A form, document I have there. Both years showed about 1,000 hunters getting permits. You'll see that. Shack and the people it represents certainly do not want the risk of having the 19A moose population subject to another area-wide hunt, like the 2005 and 6 registration hunt. Even though the two moose stocks have been managed separately, one upriver, one downriver, have been managed separately for many years, with the drastic changes in stock health, one large area-wide hunt no longer worked, and the hunt areas were divided to accommodate two separate harvestable surpluses. But this current separation of the hunts is not guaranteed to stay that way. To illustrate how shaky that separation can be, at the Board of Game meeting in 2018, after 12 years of the closure, an individual was influenced to put in an ACR to open a hunt in the area, which BOG accepted, made into a proposal. Later that month, Shack had an early meeting and opposed the ACR, but we also voted to support a limited opening with several hunt conditions included if Board of Game made the ACR into a proposal, which it did. Shack's support for the proposal had a caveat that if the composition count in November was low, Shack would not support it, and that's what happened. It dropped down to 36 bulls per 100 cows that November and 34 calves per 100 cows. The calf was okay, the ratio was okay, the bull not. It went down from the 50s. It was up in the 50s the year before. Well, so at the 2018 Region 3 meeting in Dillingham, I spoke for Shack against a hunting opening due to those ratios. And after much discussion, one of the board members said that maybe the two moose hunts in 19A should be changed into one big hunt to spread out the hunting effort. Well, that certainly got my attention, as well as the area biologists. Visions of the disastrous GMU 19A registration hunt appeared, and so that's what we saw there. Anyway, it was deferred. That proposal was deferred to the 2019 South Central Board of Game meeting. 2019 Board of Game accepted all Shack recommendations for a limited experimental hunt and passed Proposal 127, which had been 165, as amended by Shack. That fall of 19, RM 682 began in 19A East. This is an experimental hunt and a low-density moose stock with a short season, a limited number of permits for a small quota. Proposal 171, as it is written in the proposal books, lists some of the reasons the split will make sense. The separate moose stocks, land ownership, and other issues are not the same in A West, East, and 19A West. Though moose populations and herd health have changed greatly over these 50 years, these two main moose stocks have always been managed separately over this time, and they were recognized as separate. Folks in 19A want to keep these two hunts separate and have them designed around herd health in each area. Central Kuskokwim, the other AC, there's the Central Kuskokwim Shack, or the two in 19A, the two ACs. They both supported, Central Kuskokwim supported this proposal as well. 171 also has the support of Lower Kuskokwim AC, McGrath AC, Gash, and the Central Kuskokwim. Okay, so let's see. That's That's all three ACs in Game Management Unit 19, and 1H from 18 and 21, which incidentally, those two areas, game management come in under our shared jurisdiction of SHAC. In support of Proposal 171, retired GMU 19 area biologist Roger Seavoy sent me an email in November of 2020. He was the area biologist for 10 to 15 years. I think he started in 05 or 2005, something like that. And later on, for a year or two, he was Lake McGrath Advisory Committee Chair. And he had stepped down for health issues. But he said, here's a comment for you if you want to be added to any SHAC meeting you might hold, or whatever you think. This is what he thinks. He said, this is Roger Seavoy's. I support Proposal 171. Each of the bullets in the proposal are salient, even each of the points. In addition, if one were to ask whether the current boundaries would be established today, the answer is no. When the current boundary was established, there was no dual management based on land ownership. There was widespread aerial wolf hunting, and there was no notion of what a Tier 2 hunt might be or will look like. Today, land ownership matters and dual management won't go away. Wolf control programs will not be conducted as broadly as in territorial days aerial wolf hunt, and ANS numbers for the entire unit have the potential to cripple the program on the opposite side of 19A. The best long-term solution is to subdivide this unit. That's what he said. That's the end of his little quote. A split in 19A will best ensure that the two hunts on these two separate moose stocks continue to be designed separately. And that was mainly what I've got on that. And then I'll get 239, the registration hunts in Game Management Unit 18, 19, and 21. You have most of it there and what our comments are. These are a crucial one to moose hunting in our area. This is also the case in other parts of the state. So we talked about that. And there's all these I point out in what I wrote there, the 10 registration hunts in Game Management Unit 19, including 5 for moose. One of those is available online. The 10 registration hunts for different animals in Game Management Unit 18, there are four of those are for moose. One of those is available online. There's 9 registration hunts in Game Management Unit 21, including 6 of them for moose, with 4 of those available online. It says, the last sentence in this proposal, 271, says, quote, it gives priority to locals who live in the area over those who sit ready at the computer keyboard awaiting the permit application start. Well, Stony Halitna certainly doesn't share that view of things. It began in the hunt, RM 682 began in 1980 East. It's an experimental hunt on a low-density moose stock. It's a short distance and a limited number of permits for a small quota. There are people who have flown out 250 miles from Anchorage or traveled the same distance by boat from Bethel to get this permit. The way we view it, having on-lane availability for these permits would give an urban priority to people who can afford to buy a computer and pay for internet service, satellite dish costs, and $90 a minute in the bush. They have unreliable, it gives the people in the city, they have reliable internet service. We do not out there. You have 5G over 2G, literally, on the phones. And those people who are fortunate enough to have the time to sit at a computer waiting to pounce on a permit, they have the priority. And they can apparently afford to pay many hundreds of dollars for round-trip airfare to these remote areas and to ship back meat at a minimum of $1 a pound for their subsistence hunt. It's absurd to think that of any true subsistence hunter traveling a long way, spending a fortune to hunt a species that is also available and plentiful close to his home, or is more accessible in the road system. Fairbanks has been a good example. It could be viewed as an urban priority and would give the person at the keyboard priority over people who actually are there in person, standing in line, waiting their turn to get a permit. People who actually live in the hunt area, people who are the most dependent on these moose, and people who have limited or no access to grocery stores. I realize that isn't a priority, but I mean, here are guys who could, with a limited number of permits, they could be gone immediately. Also giving a chance for antis to jump in there and take permits because they don't want animals killed in the first place. The last sentence in the proposal says to give a de facto priority to local Alaskans over non-local Alaskans regarding the ability to receive a registration permit that is no different really than the federal system that gives a priority to locally federally qualified subsistence users. Well, it really is not. The federal system gives a priority to residents from certain local villages on federal land. The state registration permits spoken of in this proposal and ours provide equal opportunity for all Alaska residents to apply for a permit on state land. I'm staying around for deliberations. If you want to talk about this when you deliberate later on, want any input. That's it for me.
Okay, any questions from board members? Go ahead, Stas.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Doug, for your report. It's good information. I just got one question about your proposal to split 19A to make 19E. I realize right now that Caribou is not open, but did you guys factor that into how that might play out when and if it does open?
I don't think it has to. I mean, as far as it, we'll have to develop a different, when you pass this, we'll have to develop another ANS or different ANSs. We'll have to talk to both lower 19A and also upper. Caribou, I think, I mean, we've seen how we've done these regs that cross the GMU boundaries because they move all the time. I think it's gonna be done more like that, don't you? I mean,
I just was going over all the data, and almost everything points to, this was designed for moose, to maximize moose harvest, and just curious about that, how.
yeah, it's almost all to separate the moose, and we just can't get a meeting of the minds in the two areas. You've got a lot of people living down on the other lower and very few living at the top. And before they didn't want to quit hunting no matter what, and they don't seem to want to. We closed our area for 13 years because it was time. Now we've got it open a little bit, and we hope it takes off. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Doug. And thanks for your service on the AC.
Thanks.
And we have one more in-person, Kurt Schmidt, who was on the list earlier. Thanks.
My name is Kurt Schmidt. I'm from Delta Junction. Been a falconer for 30 years, been in Delta for 20 years, been in Alaska for off and on about 30 years, solid the last 20 years. I fully support Proposal 108 because it increases the opportunity for non-residents to have a raptor take in a sound manner. It exceeds recent non-resident interest, so we're offering more birds than people have applied for. It offers 5 passage birds, 5 IS peregrines, 5 IS goshawks, tripling the current allowable take. IS or nestling gyrfalcons should not be offered for non-resident use. The species needs to reuse precise nest locations in successive years, and most nest sites have been in use for millennia. Non-resident interest has primarily been from raptor breeders. In the wild, Alaska has produced a rare super white and ultra white color genetic in the past, and when captive bred birds of these types are sold, they sell for $70,000 to $125,000 and more. These birds have global attention. Current resident use has not focused much attention on these white birds because nobody in Alaska is permitted to sell these birds to foreign interests. However, the non-residents coming up from down south have permits to sell these wild, taken, soon-to-be bred, captive-bred birds. Anybody can breed, but you have to have a special permit to export, a CITES permit. Nobody in Alaska has one. The people coming up from down south, several of them have these CITES permits. Recently, non-residents, however, non-resident breeders are targeting these specific color birds and are willing to share these nest locations with outside interested parties and other global interests, putting our wildlife at risk. Recently, non-residents have been observed posting and sharing nest site locations, advertising nest site locations all over the internet, and increasing the risk in causing focused, repeated take and disturbance to these sensitive nest sites. One breeder was telling Middle Eastern buyers of a river he found that had these white birds. The collective non-resident lack of stewardship and concern for the long-term welfare of these sensitive sites for both legal and illegal activities is a growing concern. Another outside breeder is known to have shared nest site locations with foreign parties interested in acquiring our wildlife outside the permit process. 2 others have posted videos with directions on how to get to certain nest sites. This collective global interest in some of our birds is creating a serious concern, which Proposal 108 effectively addresses, yet allowing for greater non-resident participation, but eliminating that interest of them needing to get to our gyrfalcon nest sites. I fully support Proposal 109, which requires a microchipping of gyrfalcons being exported from the state on a non-resident permit. The microchip is harmless, as was observed by non-residents bringing their Alaska-caught goshawk back to Alaska for falconry, and self-electing to microtag to individually identify it to avoid any accusations, mix-up, or confusions as to lawful ownership. The microchip offers a more permanent means of tagging a passage bird and will act as a deterrent to reduce the risk of these high-value exported gyrfalcons and peregrine falcons from falling into unlawful commerce situations. Parrots captured from the wild and those bred in captivity are routinely microchipped. Tens of thousands of these birds have been chipped, and it has become a bird industry standard to maintain the identity of cash-valuable birds. I fully support Proposal 110, pushing back the passage season take dates to September 15th to help preclude non-resident interest in getting to these nest sites. The birds fledge in late July and early August. They start flying around the nest site, but people become interested in going to these nest sites to trap birds under the current rule. And it's the same as pulling a nestling out of the nest, but they keep going back to the same location repeatedly, time and time again, trying to pull birds. And it'll affect the rare white genetic is 1% of the population. And if we have people going to nest sites repeatedly, it creates a problem. Allowing the passage take allows random, passage bird is fledged, it's dispersed from the natal nest site, they're wandering all over the landscape, and the odds of encountering a specific bird from a specific nest is very low, and therefore it has a minimal impact on the white genetic. So pushing the trapping dates back to September 15th allows those birds time to disperse. I fully support Proposal 111, which allows people to draw a permit once every 4 years. You might even push it to once every 2 years. Oop, I guess I'm done. If you wanted to know how I know that people are doing some things they shouldn't be doing, I'd be glad to explain.
Okay, thank you. And any questions from board members? I think we've heard from a number of falconers today, but go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Kurt. I'm just curious on, even as a resident, I guess, resident or non-resident, when you're trapping passage birds, when you catch one, you got to keep it, or can you release it and try for something else?
You can be selective if you can catch 30 birds and release them all and target a specific bird if you wanted to.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Hearing no other questions, thank you for your testimony. Now we're going to go to remote testimony. And I believe the first person on the list is Nicole Schmidt.
This is Kyle from Board Support. We're connecting Nicole now. She should be Nicole is now in the meeting.
So Nicole Schmidt, we're ready for your testimony.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, and should I go ahead and start?
Yes, go ahead with your testimony, Nicole.
Okay, thank you so much. Thanks for all the board support making remote testimony possible. I'm sorry I couldn't be there today to testify in person, but appreciate your time. My name is Nicole Schmidt. I'm the director of Alaska Wildlife Alliance, and I'm testifying on behalf of the organization today. My testimony is going to be pretty short and sweet. There are 2 main issues I wanted to talk about. The first is the amended Proposal 199, and just wanted to again thank Mr. Keogh for putting that group together for the negotiated list of trails. And as an organization, we strongly support the amended proposal and think that that process of sitting down at the table with ATA and other organizations was a really good process, and appreciate that opportunity. So as you'll see in the comments, we supported the amendment, and then there were a couple of trails that were put into something of a parking lot. We were running out of time and didn't have, I think, the bandwidth at that point to discuss those trails. And so if the board would be willing to consider 2 trails within the Nancy Lake Recreation Area outlined in our comments, the Red Shirt Trail and then the highway, the parkway, that would be great. They're really highly used trails for multi-use. And there seemed to be majority support for setbacks on those trails during that steering committee meeting. And then the second issue that I wanted to touch on regards to proposals 172 and 173 regarding the Dalton Highway. And we share concerns similar to that of Tanana Chiefs Conference in that rolling back some of these protections on the Dalton Highway could lead to increased hunting use that it's really important to make sure that that corridor maintains safe and accessible for subsistence use. As we look at different development projects, such as the Ambler Road, I think the Dalton Highway is a really clear example of how the state will manage that project, and it's concerning to see a move to reduce the protections in that corridor. So we urge that those proposals not be accepted. And I'm happy to answer any questions, but thank you again for your time. And again, thank you to Mr. Keogh for putting together that working group. That's really helpful.
Questions from committee members? Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thanks so much for that testimony. I had a quick question for you. You know, during that working group, I wonder if anybody, talked about, perhaps including, the Iditarod Trail, the National Historic Trail, as long as the Iditarod Trail. It's a winter trail, but it's commonly used with schedulers, Iditarod runs all the way through, through the state. It's a heavily trapped corridor. I was wondering if you guys had ever considered that.
Yeah, that's a good question, Jake, and thanks for that. It was in the original proposal, I believe. We had a lot to discuss in that working group meeting, so I don't think we, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Keogh, but I don't think we touched base on that specifically. But it would be, I think that would be another one that was a high priority for us to have setbacks on. And there have been a couple of dogs caught in snares on the Iditarod Start Trail in the past 2 years that I'm aware of. So to answer your question most directly, no, that was not something that was discussed in the working group, but it is something that is another trail that we would love to see setbacks on if possible.
Thanks.
Any additional questions? If not, thank you, Nicole, for your testimony, and thank you for working with the other organizations on this proposal. And then next is Robert Borland.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Thanks for letting me speak. My name is Robert Borland, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Compton Traditional Bow Hunters. We're the National Traditional Bow Hunting Organization, and I wanted to speak on a few of the proposals. First off, we would like to oppose proposals 123 and 124, the use of electronic range finding sites during archery seasons. We'd worry this will lead to greater success rates due to the ability to shoot at further ranges. We've seen great loss of opportunity in the lower 48 just in the last few years due to over-harvest and the technology in our archery seasons. In the last few years, we've lost many over-the-counter hunts in Oregon, Arizona, Colorado, and Idaho because of over-harvest. I've been listening to the meeting, and I know there's been some testimony on wound loss, and just like to say there's really no data on that. The only data that you can find is the McAllister study, which was done by Auburn University. It was done back in the 90s, and it was done on a Army ammunition plant that is a traditional archery only hunt. And they studied the wound loss between compound and traditional bows, and there was no justifiable difference. So I know you could also say that the increased range of the range finding sites will lead to longer shots, which could also lead to more wounding loss. So also proposal 101 and 125, we oppose allowing use of crossbows during archery seasons for a lot of the same reasons I just stated. To protect our archery seasons. Proposals 127, we oppose allowing the use of air bows during any weapon seasons. We're fighting some of those in other states. I believe Tennessee, they're trying to push them into the archery seasons, and we're afraid if they get allowed in the any weapon season, we'll be back at this meeting in a few years trying to fight a proposal in the archery season. And we also wanted to throw in some support for proposal 138, which is the no fly rule for all sheep seasons, just for obvious fair chase reasons. We have a lot of members that either live in Alaska and are diehard sheep hunters or travel to Alaska and hunt sheep. And that's one of their biggest complaints is the air scouting. So that's about it. If you guys have any questions, I'd love to answer.
Thank you. Any questions from board members? Not seeing any questions here, so you must have done a great job. So,
thank you guys, and thanks for your time.
okay, thank you. And next is Jack Rekoff, who is going to be doing personal and AC testimony.
Oh, can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm Jack Rekoff. I'm lived in Alaska since I was born in the territory of Alaska, 1957. I've lived in the Brooks Range for 60 years. I've lived in Wiseman for 52 years in Game Management Unit 24A. I trap in the winter every year for wolf, lynx, and wolverine. I live in sheep country year-round. I've been on the Kayak River Advisory Committee for 30 years, and I've been the chair for about 15. The Kayak River, it was hard to get a meeting together of the advisory committee. It's all teleconferencing. So we finally got one meeting on February 3, and I had 6 members, and you'll find those under RC 17. I think it's page 180 of your board book, and it's our first meeting is pages 1 through 7 of RC 17. So basically, it was management reports with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, Glenn Stout, and Beth Leonard were giving biological reports. We had Dina Jallin and Christy Gleason for fisheries. Members expressed their concerns with predation, deep snow, stuff like that, as you can read. And then we got into a discussion with Glenn Stout. I had requested data. I hadn't received any data for on Dall sheep or the moose populations for quite some time, and the data was provided by Glenn Stout, and it was a 22-page document titled Moose Population Harvest and AC/TCA. But at the end, on pages 17 through 19, that has the sheep population surveys that they do in the Central Brooks Range in 24A and 25A, numbered as survey areas 1A and 1B. And so we discussed that. I comment, the Kayak River Advisory had commented extensively on the Dall sheep population, and after much discussion, we decided that it's your motion and adoption to send a letter to you. And I'll discuss that letter, which will be page 5 through 7. But after I go over our second minutes of 2015, or 2022, February 15, which is found on pages 8 and 14 in your AC 17. So we took up various proposals. One was proposal 129, require the use of expanding soft point bullets for taking big game. The committee supported that. there's been, as any hunter knows, full metal jackets basically have passed through with very little shock energy expended into the animal, and especially with light caliber rifles. Moose, if shot in a vital area like the chest, they can go a long ways away before they fall down, and so the wound loss rate increases exponentially without expanding bullets, and so you cannot shoot into the head of a moose with a light caliber. And a lot of AR-15s are being used. I heard a lot of testimony that that's the ammo that's available. Well, the wound loss, we can't afford to lose these animals, and so I feel that shooting full metal jackets, except for wolves and wolverines, is not adequate for harvesting big game, and it's a waste of resource. The advisory committee opposed proposals 135, 136, and 137 because we supported the proposal I think it was 207 or 206 to preclude aircraft spotting. Unit 24A is a heavily hunted area. We have the Dalton Highway access. We have the harvest data shows that there were 50 hunters that hunted in Unit 24A this year, and all legal rams were taken. And aircraft is used heavily here and off of Coldfoot, Wiseman, and other places where there's access for relatively cheap fuel. So we have a heavily hunted population of Dall sheep, and we feel that restricting at a time when the Dall sheep population is in dire straits, and I will be discussing that issue here shortly, we feel that additional opportunities to spot sheep, and there's end reaches are used, they're paired to their phones, they're texting their assistant guides, and they're texting each other routinely for whether they use them legally or illegally. They still have basically satellite technology in combination with air support, which increases the success rate astronomically as reflected in the 100% harvest rate of the available rams. So we supported proposal 138 to restrict aircraft use for locating Dall sheep for hunting for all seasons. And so we supported that because we have now the youth hunt that's been implemented here. And now we have the Dalton Highway Corridor Management Area had a 15-day extension of the Dall sheep season through October 5. So all seasons should fall under that sheep spotting restriction with the aircraft. We also supported proposal 139 that makes it illegal to make multiple passes at Dall sheep. That's harassment. But when you watch aircraft in the fall searching for Dall sheep, they make multiple passes to get an assessment of all of the rams in that group, and they drive them kind of nuts. If you got several people doing that, the sheep get really wild of aircraft. They hear aircraft, they get really spooky, and they don't need the additional stress. We've had some very hard winters here, and these sheep that I'm observing are really thin. They're yet to recover from some bad winters that we've had, and we have 105 inches of snow that's fallen this year. I take weather for the National Weather Service. So we supported proposal 139. 162s require salvage of meat and hide of snowshoe hares. We support that. If you kill a snowshoe hare, you should salvage it for some kind of human use, including trap bait. 163, count wounded game animals towards the hunter's bag limit for all units and require additional actions in the field from the hunters that attempt to take game. We supported that. Our committee feels that if an animal is wounded, it's incumbent upon the hunter to pursue and try to finish that animal off using every due diligence. Currently, there's hunters that shoot into an animal, it takes off into the brush. It's like, I don't know if they hit it or not, so they just walk off and leave it. And that's a common thing. That's not so as unusual as you would suspect. And so we feel that it'll bring hunters to the realization if they shoot into the animal and somebody's watching them shoot into it and they wound it and they don't pursue it and they don't do due diligence, they're going to lose their opportunity. They have to punch their tag. So they will go closer. They'll try to make a more ethical shot. And so we feel that that's supports ethics, hunter ethics, and we have dwindling game populations, and we don't need to lose animals through wound loss. Proposal 164 counts against wounded animals again for non-residents. So we support that proposal also. And so we also proposal 172 to clarify the legal use of highway vehicles, snow machines in the Dalton Highway Corridor. We oppose it as written, but we make the motion to make recommendations, and I'll read that into the record. One is to clarify the use of snow machines in the Dalton Highway Corridor for both access to trap lines and to transport legally defined big game bait. License trapping is a very important management tool to harvest fur bears under trapping regulations. Travel to and from homes within and outside the Dalton Highway Corridor for management by licensed trappers should not be impeded. Farms to take free-ranging fur bears has always been allowed in the Dalton Highway Corridor management area under trapping licenses and should continue. Restricting trappers' ability to take predators would be detrimental to big game populations and could cause reduction of opportunity for subsistence and other users. The Dalton Highway Corridor, I'll clarify here, and I heard some misinformation in comments. The Dalton Highway Corridor use of all-terrain vehicles and firearms under statutory restrictions revolves around big game. It does not revolve around trapping and small game. So the board should have that clear in their deliberation. Two, clarify to allow residents north of the Yukon River to travel to their homes from the Dalton Highway. Residents of Wiseman, Coldfoot, Stevens Village, Unactivic Pass, Alacaca, Alatna, Hughes, Alatna, Evansville, Bettles, and Noxut should be permitted to travel from the Dalton Highway to their homes with legally taken game. Access by residents using licensed highway vehicles should be allowed year-round on winter roads to these in winter roads to these villages in order to transport game parts and hunters' gear, etc., as defined in regulation. Specifically for residents that should have access to oil field roads to Noxut and winter roads to Stevens Village, Unactivic Pass, Bettles, Evansville, Alacaca, Hughes, Hooslia, Alatna, and year-round roads to property and businesses in Wiseman. 3, clarification to allow licensed highway vehicles to transport hunters' game parts or gear within 1 mile of the highway. You heard a lot of discussion about the quarter-mile restriction. Well, I recognized that a long time ago, and it should be within 1 mile. The current half-mile restriction does not allow subsistence and other hunters to access boat launches, sites, into the Kayakuk and Saguenay drainages that have side road access outside the quarter-mile limit. Some hunters are currently accessing legal boat launches up to 18 river miles from logical accesses. This clarification allows licensed highway vehicles should be changed to state that licensed highway vehicles, except for the side-by-sides, including ATVs, may be to transport game parts, hunters' gear within 1 mile of the highway, the Dalton Highway. So there are more than 2 launch sites on the road, and there was a discussion earlier of various launch sites. There's multiple. There's launch sites at the Dietrich River Bridge, Kayakuk 1 Bridge at Wiseman. There's multiple launch sites that people are using, but those aren't. You can't get out of Coldfoot, which is closer to where people want to be. So the 1 mile movement of the line back will allow boaters to access, and they can access that right off the side of the Coldfoot runway. There's an access road over there, and the state DOT plows that out. In fact, they trap over there and keep that road really nice and tidy. 173, we oppose that stringently. Live in the Dalton Highway Corridor. Before the road was built, the area was closed to all hunting until 1982. When the Board of Game opened it to bow and arrow hunting, it expanded the amount of use dramatically. And so we've gone through management regimes to stay within sustained yield. We have a lottery draw permit for moose. We have the moose hunter management plan to stay within sustained yield. There was discussion about caribou being under harvested. The Central Hardin caribou herd took a 66% decline in population in 2012-13. Went from 68,000 to 22,500 from the late spring of 2013. That is not an under-harvested caribou herd. In fact, it has cow restrictions to get the herd to come back some. So they're not caribou dying all over the landscape from starvation, from overutilization of the range. In fact, the Central Arctic herd is in the Hodzana Mountains, about 150 miles south of their normal habitats on the north edge of the Brooks Range. So the Central Arctic herd is not under harvested. We do not want to disturb all of the management tools that the board has worked diligently to support the populations here. These are low density game populations, and so we would lose the archery hunt. We'd have the Central Arctic herd, the Dalton Highway Corridor moose draw, and stay within sustained yield. So we have stringently opposed Proposal 172 because we don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. So the Proposal 244 to eliminate community subsistence harvest, the committee opposed that. Members listened to the public comments and are not in support of eliminating subsistence harvest opportunities without sufficient rationale. Proposal 245, eliminate the requirements to salvage rib meat on the bone of caribou and moose, caribou, and bison. The Kaikuk River Advisory Committee actually proposed this meat on bone restriction because of the salvage in the Kaikuk controlled use area. Meat that was cut off the rib bones and rolled up in game bags was green when it was dumped out by the area biologist Tim Osborne. So meat on ribs actually keeps it in a much more preserved condition for transport from the field. And if the person does not want that, there are plenty of people in Fairbanks would love to take those rib bones for boiling, as you heard comments on. So we oppose that proposal. 161, reauthorize the brown bear tag. That's a given. We have lots of brown bears. And in fact, we have lots of comments from committee members stating that brown bears with low salmon returns are wandering widely and starting to come around villages and are killing to make food. They're taking more and more moose. And so there was reauthorization.
Jack, we're going to have to ask you to kind of wrap this up because you're past your time.
Okay. Oh, all right. So so we have 271. Read our comments on 271. We make recommendations on 271. So for the board wanted comments. We wrote valid comments for 271. And I will take up the letter to the board regarding Doll Sheep with my own comments, which are coming up right next for 5 minutes.
Okay, that's great. And before you go to your personal comments, I have to recognize that you were one of our AC people who was nominated for an Excellence in Service Award. And Christy has a couple of things to say quickly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Hi, Jack. I just wanted to read, you were nominated and awarded the AC Excellence in Service Award, and I just wanted to read a couple statements from the nomination form that was submitted for you. And it says, Jack is an active participant in fish and game management in his region, the Upper Koyukuk River, which is in Unit 24. Jack is the chair for both the Koyukuk River AC and the Western Interior Western Interior Subsistence Regional Advisory Council. Jack works closely with staff from agencies, tribes, and the university to help inform the AC meetings and members. His leadership over complex issues have helped work out issues between state and federal regulatory boards. He's an active hunter and fisher, providing for his family, community, and friends, and he freely shares his lifetime of knowledge living and surviving in rural Alaska. So again, we just want to thank you, Jack, for your service. And if you were here in person, we'd present you with an award, but I will instead leave it with Kyle, who can get it to you. Thank you, Jack.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Yeah, Jack, can you answer questions? Go ahead, Al.
Yes, I can.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Jack. This is Member Barrett on proposal, your Dalton Highway Corridor, proposal 172. Did you just forget, or would you guys be opposed to adding the east and west ice roads that leave Prudhoe Bay that go to Kaktovik and Barrow?
We alluded to those in the roads, the spine roads going off to Noxit, but no, not to the east either, to Kaktovik. Yeah, that was I failed to recognize that as one of the, there's these new North Slope Borough Ice Road complexes. Thank you.
Yeah, and then one other one on your amendment suggested language for positioning. I really like a lot of that. Is it your intent that a wolf or a wolverine shouldn't be shot from a moving snow machine?
That would be hard to do, to make good shot placement. Most of our committee members that hunt wolves say they dismount from the snow machine so they can get a good stable shot, because they get close, but then they got to make a good clean shot.
Would you think yourself or your committee would be opposed if it was added in there?
Not at all. No, I don't think that it's that the committee would be opposed to, the language we were using was from a stationary snowmobile that was in the proposal. So we used that stationary, but I don't think the committee would be opposed to that.
All right, thank you. And congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
Orville.
Yeah, very briefly, Jack, this is Orville. I was wondering if you guys considered other residents other than the ones from the communities that live out on their cabins on 172.
We were enumerating various communities they were a lot of committee members were talking about getting their snow machines back from the Hall Road. They actually run them all the way out from Pump Station 5 so there was various committee members that were talking about that. We did not consider other people with cabins and so forth. So we did overlook that. Thank you, Orville.
Okay. No more questions here. So Jack, you have 5 minutes for your personal testimony.
Okay. So the advisory committee is very concerned about the Dall sheep population. The committees expressed these concerns in our past positions on a proposal to lengthen the sheep season. I was distraught to find out that the department supported the proposal. When asked how the population was doing during deliberations, the department commented that the sheep season was stable and increasing, so the proposal passed, whereas the data, which I have right before me, shows that in 2016 in the survey area there were 1,396 sheep, and in 2018 there were 688, and the population was down significantly by 50%. So what you're seeing is RC2 is basically laying out the data which was presented by Glenn Stout. We had brutal winters in 2018, 19, and 20, combined with the late spring and icing. These were rain on snow events early in October, rain on snow in October of 18, rain on snow in March of 19 with 5.5 feet of snow, rain on snow in October of 19, rain on snow in April of 20, and then the late spring with rain on snow in 12, 13, it decimated 6 of 10 cohorts. The department can't substantiate that because the department does not actually do composition. They take full curl only. Well, those are dead 3 weeks after they fly the survey, as demonstrated this year. Well, I'm really concerned that the department does not have composition data. There is no undulate population, moose or caribou population, that doesn't show small, medium, or large bull compositions. So you know what your age structure is of your females. Without the use of any kind of age composition of quarter, half, 3/4, and 7/8 rams, including full curl, you're flying blind. You have no idea what you're actually is coming up. My experience shows that we don't have 2, 3, 4, and 5-year-old rams. All I see is 6 and 7-year-old rams that are just under full curl. And the problem is the Wayne Heimer report that sold us full curl management has cautionaries. So you go to the Wayne Heimer report, you look at the completion of the report on pages 67, 68, and 69, and it tells you that you may have to maintain adult rams. You cannot have 4-year-old and younger rams breeding because they winter kill, they don't have the fat reserves for that, and the population is in jeopardy. Right now, the very few 6 and 7-year-old rams, I watched 2 guys that were bow hunters stalking for 2 days in a row 7/8 rams. They intended to kill those sheep, but they weren't legal. And on Facebook, 90% of hunters can't judge age by rings, even when the sheep's dead in front of the camera, 2 meters in front of it. So the reality is, we got a lot of, and 10% of the sheep that were tendered for sealing were sublegal. So we make these recommendations at the bottom here. The Kaikuk River Advisory Committee feels that direct the department to start coming up with some composition data. I suggest that using HD video, we start videoing caribou herds, or take high definition film. So HD, each ram group during survey with image stabilizer. Then you'll know what's in that ram group. And I talked to the surveyors for the Park Service. They told me I says, how many ram groups did you see over there? 7 in the park, and there's only the largest group was 5. So there's a lot of misinformation disseminated during the sheep call this winter. The department, again, even during the AC meeting, was trying to tell us that there was 150 sheep to harvestable surplus in the Gates Exotic Park, and they're all going to run over here to the hunted area. That's not going to happen. Sheep rarely go over 6 to 12 miles. So we're making recommendations to the department, to the board, to direct the department to start coming up with some real science here. So this is a statewide issue. This is not just the Brooks Range, but it's here in the Kaikuk. So we're highlighting it for you here. And there's a time to kill and there's a time to heal. And you wipe out, in the next 2 years, the remaining adult rams will be gone, and 2-year-old rams and 3-year-old rams are subjected to higher mortalities from breeding stress and predation. I've been within 2 meters of quarter curl rams. They didn't know what I was. If I was a wolf, I could have caught them physically. So the reality is, we're lining these populations up for a nosedive, and we don't have composition. You don't have a long time to do this. At the minimum, the department has to come up with composition data this summer, and so you know what to do coming up, because we're looking at a cliff. It's not just the rams. Whatever you see in the ram groups, that's our age classes. We basically have 2015, 16, and 17 sheep. We're killing off. There's curl and a quarter rams come to full curl at 6 years old, and they're getting killed at 28 and 30 inches. You should start looking at the ceiling records for unit 24. They're going to get really small quick.
Okay,
So
Jack.
that would be my comment.
Thank you for.
That was my completion.
Okay. Any questions from board members? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Jack. Thank you for that information. I'm just curious, with all that information you have up there in that area and the communities that you communicate with in the AC, have you guys slowed up or eliminated some ewe harvest on your subsistence hunts?
Not one female sheep has been killed out of this village, and since the sheep population has been in decline, and I am federally qualified subsistence users, and I was watching lose those sheep. I'm going to root for those sheep. I haven't killed a sheep since the sheep population went over a cliff, and right now the sheep population is 25% of what it was in the 10 years ago in 2012. This population can support no additional harvest, and I've precluded even my ram harvest. There's been no ewe harvest here at all, and that's documented by the National Park Service, and you can obtain that data if you'd like.
Oh, no, I was just asking, I was just curious. Wiseman and Anatuvik Pass, they seem to be real good with when there's a decent population of harvesting sheep in the wintertime.
They're in unit 24B and 26A. So that's not the area that I'm discussing here.
Thank you.
Any
Yeah.
additional?
I encourage you to read this letter to the board here that I wrote for the committee.
Thank you, Jack. Any additional questions? Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Jack, for your testimony. Just a quick question. I was speaking to a friend of mine a couple months ago. He was working in Anatuvik Pass. He said he witnessed a golden eagle take a full curl ram. Do you guys see much of that going on?
There are golden eagles that will kill adult ungulates. And they usually, when I've saw it one time where they were killing a young bull caribou in the springtime, the eagles just arrived in early April. 2 eagles working in tandem kept striking it in the chest. That's not unusual. So golden eagles are not only real hard on lambs, but there's certain individual pairs that will actually kill adult caribou and adult sheep.
Yeah.
If there's certain eagles that come near sheep, they get real excited about it. They act like they've been harassed by them before.
Okay, yeah, thank you. In this particular case, the eagle knocked the ram off a cliff and then harvested it that way. But I was just curious about that. I was wondering how much of that happened.
It's not super common, but it's individual eagles. It's just it's a certain eagles that have this strategy, and they're good at doing that.
Thank you, Jack.
Okay, I see no additional questions, so thank you, Jack, both for your testimony and for your service.
Thank you. I appreciate all the board's doing for their wildlife populations in Alaska. Have a good day.
Okay, thanks. Wayne Kubat is next.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, Chairman Burnett and all Board of Game members, thank you for your hard work and for letting me speak remotely. I'm Wayne Kubat. I've lived in Alaska since 1976. I'm a master guide and pilot. I submitted PC 097. This testimony will expand and modify some of that. Concerning proposals 135 through 137 and 139. I think a lot of the contention over this law and whether or not spotting sheep is ethical or not depends on how one defines spotting. I think most of us can agree that anyone who flies and hunts needs to keep their distance from hunters and game so as not to disturb either. They need to be especially careful during open hunting seasons. Likewise, I think most of us would agree that multiple circles and passes in close proximity to judge the size of rams during hunting season is very inappropriate and unsportsmanlike. I think it's fine for the board to work towards discouraging and preventing that type of behavior, but the current law went way too far, even to the point that intentionally looking for white spots from 2 to 3 miles away and even further is prohibited during the entire general sheep season, even though pilot hunters already have to wait till the next day to start hunting, and even though water vessels that provide a lot more comfort can spot and pursue game immediately. Same with ATVs, and there are many other examples. I think aircraft users are justified in feeling singled out, impugned, and discriminated against by this law, and from references and accusations by many that we are unethical. As a hunter pilot, I fear the current regulation is just the start of further demonization of those of us who prefer to personally access remote areas by bush aircraft ourselves, rather than having to rely on others. Many testifiers think this law has reduced flying activity during sheep season and works. I don't think it's the board's job to regulate air traffic, and whether it seems to be working or not may have a lot to do with less effort because of declining sheep populations throughout much of the state. Has there been a downside? Yep, absolutely, and one that the state and various conservation groups will be paying for years. This law has been a lightning rod that has divided hunters more than I've ever seen. I could say a whole lot more about that and will if asked, but I think this board is very well aware of the division that this law has caused. I would hope that this board has a desire to work towards some middle ground to help bring hunters back together on the same team. I think Proposal 139 would go a long way towards accomplishing that, and urge this board to support it. I would even support changing the word near in that proposal to within 1/2 mile. While hard to judge or enforce, it would at least give the flying public an idea of what is expected of us. I could also support 135 to 137, but would urge the board to put some effort into educating the public concerning existing harassment laws. A half page in the hunting regulations explaining that and the fact that if you witness it, video it, might help to educate new pilot hunters and discourage violators. I oppose Proposal 138 to expand the current restrictions on sheep spotting. I oppose Proposal 267. I think it is primarily allocative and shouldn't have been considered. While RAC is certainly trying to play the conservation card, I think their main motive is allocation. RAC has made no secret that their goal is to significantly reduce non-resident sheep hunters statewide, and they see this as a good opportunity to get their toe in the door. They are quick to emphasize the high percentage of effort and harvest by non-residents in 19C, but a lot of that is because the average resident can't afford to hunt there. But certainly, there are several RAC members who own planes that I'm sure would love to have 19C all to themselves. In RAC's ACR, they show that harvest in 19C from 2018 to 2021 has decreased 67% from 118 to 39. They also show that the total number of sheep hunters in 2021 was 97. I wish they would have also shown the total number of hunters in 2018. I expect effort has decreased 50% or more as well, and possibly more than the percentage of sheep population decline. I think reduced effort and full curl regulations are sufficient at this point in time until more hard facts are available. Other proposals. I support Proposal 130. I support prohibiting commercially imported urine. I would like to see an amendment that would allow hunters in the field in Alaska to be able to use urine that they collected themselves from locally harvested animals. I oppose Proposals 151, 168, and 241. These are RAC proposals that are primarily punitive against guides and that improve nothing. I oppose Proposal 247. Predation control is sometimes necessary to establish healthy prey populations by managing predator and prey ratios. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. Any questions from board members? Not seeing any, so again, thank you for your testimony. Now we're going to
Thank you.
Go back to the room here because we had someone who signed up for remote testimony but showed up in person. So, Karen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. For the record, my name is Karen Linnell. I'm the Executive Director for Otton Tribal Resource Commission. AITRC is comprised of and represents 8 tribes and 2 Alaska Native corporations, their tribal citizens and shareholders. You can find AITRC's full comments in PC 003. Regarding the community hunt, we oppose Proposal 244 to eliminate all CSHs. While this proposal says it is for all community hunts, his justification seemed to be directed at the Copper Basin community hunt. The state community subsistence hunt does not create classes but applies to all Alaskans, as we've heard in the lawsuits where other groups may become eligible. Provided that they meet that definition of community, we would ask that the board develop a finding and that would encourage the department to enforce that definition of community in seeing that those communities meet at least 6 of the criteria, of the 8 criteria. Proposal 239 and 152 require all registration permit hunts to be eligible for an online application. We oppose this proposal. This proposal presents an equity issue because many rural Alaskan communities do not have good internet access. Right now, AITRC is helping its tribes with their tribal broadband projects, while there's a push nationally to get broadband to rural communities. It has not been fully realized. In fact, I've heard that one tribe has dedicated all of its CARES funding to improve their broadband service and have yet to be successful. In recent years, the board has declined to meet in some of these villages or hub communities because of internet access issues and the ability to stream the Board of Game meetings. And for those same reasons, we need to fail this proposal. Until there is equity with internet service and connection across the state, this proposal should not be adopted. It would provide an unfair advantage to Alaskans living in urban centers. If they can go out to rural communities to hunt, they can also go out to those communities to register for those hunts. Moreover, permits for some subsistence hunts are available in limited numbers. Adopting this proposal could fail to provide reasonable opportunity for a subsistence for some rural communities. Regarding Proposal 129, requires soft point bullets for big game. We oppose this, any restriction to types of ammo. I don't know if you've been shopping for ammo lately, but the shelves are pretty bare. And limiting the types of ammo could eliminate the ability for hunters to provide for their families. Last year, my grandson was promoted from 8th grade to high school, and I gave him a 270 for his promotion. And we couldn't find bullets for him to go out and target practice. It took a while. So those are the kinds of concerns that we're seeing. And so getting those, the ammo is getting more and more difficult. Proposal 169, prohibit the harvest of white animals. While we support the idea of respecting Native American religious or spiritual beliefs, this proposal is poorly written. As it is written, this harvest would be prohibited for Dall sheep, snowshoe hares, wintertime ptarmigan, and other important subsistence species. With respect to Proposal 155 and Unit 13 antlerless hunts, AITRC also believes that if the board is going to authorize cow hunts or any bull hunts, they should be designated as subsistence hunts and offered as a Tier 2 or registration hunt. Drawing permits do not provide reasonable opportunity for subsistence. Passage of Proposal 155 would result in more liberal bag limits for non-subsistence uses in those areas. Regarding removing the restriction on the Dalton Highway corridor, we have seen impacts of the increased hunting pressure have caused on resources and their habitat. The damage done to the tundra and GMU 13 has a direct impact on the caribou habitat. I would hate to see this happen in another part of Alaska. We've heard that there's talk about eliminating the PL 5150 corridor. If I may finish, in that, which would eliminate that federal subsistence priority for local residents. In closing, we're opposed to any special hunts for bow hunting, muzzleloaders, et cetera. They can hunt in the regular season, as we don't have that hunter orange requirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. And was that on behalf of the?
That was on behalf of AITRC.
Yeah, so any questions for Karen at this point? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Karen. Thank you for staying involved. Seems we had a lot of board members today this year. Just a little clarification on Proposal 123. It's dealing with electronic rangefinders mounted to bows. The comment was made that this is likely to create more competition for subsistence hunters. I'm not quite following there.
I think you'll have more folks going out with bows. if they can use electronic means for targeting and being able to decide whether they're close enough for what their bow can do.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? If not, you go ahead with your personal testimony.
Just 1 second, let me pull mine up. So for the record, my name is Karen Linnell. I live in Glen Ellen, but I'm from Chistachina. My home range is from Mentasta to Chitna. And there hasn't been a year in my life that I haven't eaten food from that country. My mom is Tlingit, so I get my deer meat and gumboots from Southeast, from Cake. Proposal 131, allow the game bird wings and backs to be used for trapping bait. I oppose that proposal. I think it could lead to wanton waste of large birds. People would not use edible parts of geese or swans to use as trap bait. There are lots of other things that can be used for trap bait without creating wanton waste. Proposal 146, limit big game registration permits to 1 per species per year. I oppose that. This could compromise subsistence opportunities by preventing a hunter from receiving both a state and federal permit for a given species in a single year. While I am eligible both as a federally qualified user and a state user, I carry both permits, and it depends on where I see the animal as to which one I will use. So this to me is real important. Proposal 245, eliminate the meat on bone requirement for moose, caribou, and bison. I oppose this. It could, as Jack mentioned in his comments, this could lead to spoilage and waste of meat. And then proposal 158, the use of game animals for dogs. I support this proposal with the modification that it be used for roadkill only. We had an unsalvageable roadkill sitting outside right at the driveway for one of our elders, and it had to sit there. We couldn't salvage it. We couldn't give it to a musher. It sat there, and it was basically baiting four-legged creatures to come to her driveway and around her home, and it was just terrible. We watched that thing for 2 weeks, sitting there, highly visible, and so we would support that with a modification for roadkill only. And then I heard comments today regarding the Dalton Highway corridor and wanting to eliminate the restrictions in place. It was talking about being able to do his trapping and things like that, but I'm not sure that he understands with lifting of that restriction how much more traffic he's going to see and how much that traffic could impact his ability, his trapping. And so I personally oppose it. I see what happened in GMU 13 with the high influx of hunters coming, and hear from folks who fly for the department in their surveys and things like that, that there's so many trails out there now that nearly all the lakes have a trail to them. That's what's going to happen. And you know, the recovery time for the tundra is long, and I don't see, you know, by opening this up, I see your degradation of the habitat and the health of the caribou and the moose in that area. So, thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Additional questions for Karen? Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Karen. On the roadkill moose, and it comes to light, especially in a year like this where we got a lot of deep snow, and the rural communities are just as affected with moose, you know, dying in their front yard or in their backyard or around town. And generally, if those moose aren't salvaged right then and there, they kind of cook from the inside out. Would you be opposed to, not restricting it just to roadkill, but people getting a permit and using that out in the village for dogs?
That's basically a roadkill, right? Aside from, I mean, it wasn't hunted, it wasn't, so to me, that's, a part of it. I think you probably could work on the language to incorporate that as well. We had a calf moose, fall through the snow on overflow here last week on the Golcana River. Folks were watching it for quite a couple hours. And we waited for the department staff, Fish and Wildlife, to come. And they took them a while to get there, and they ended up dispatching the animal. And it fell into the river, and it was gone. So there was no use of it. And, nobody pulled that, what's that, the miracle, where they brought National Guard and everybody to save the whale. They didn't do that with this moose. And actually, I called in, and they said, "Ma'am, I just want you to know, it's a part of nature." It's like, I said, all I'm doing is reporting that it's there. You do what you're gonna do, so, but it was kind of funny to talk to dispatch. But, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? I guess we wouldn't even be able to save the whales now with not working with Russia, so.
We have no icebreakers, right? Yeah.
So, okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I do appreciate all your time and dedication.
And we
thanks to
appreciate yours.
The staff as well. Thank you.
Okay, go back on remote testimony and to Garrett Armstrong. Is Garrett Armstrong available? Go ahead.
Yes, hello, this is him. Hi, my name is Garrett Armstrong of Fairbanks. I want to say thank you to Mr. Chair and to the board for hearing my testimony. Mine is short but sweet. I'm in support of Proposition 199, to limit hunting. I just speak from some personal experience as a physical education teacher and someone who's really avidly into outdoors for trails, for skiing, and for mountain biking and such. That I've noticed since COVID started, a lot of families have been taking advantage of the many trails available around Alaska, and it's wonderful as a PE teacher, just as someone who enjoys being outside to see families going out and about. I am also concerned for safety. Now, in a lot of the trails I've been to in Fairbanks and Sheen Hot Springs Road area, there are some where trapping is allowed, and I've seen so far people, the trappers seem to post their signs clearly and far away from the trail. But I've also heard. So I support the language of Proposition 199 because it makes it crystal clear about it. That is all. Thank you.
Okay, so that was pretty clear. Anybody have questions? No? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thanks, Garrett. Thank you for waiting. Just one question. When you see signage, does it make you act any different or handle your dogs any differently?
It certainly does, yes. When it's posted, I would say it's really helpful when the trappers keep the signage updated, because there's sometimes signs that are older and a bit more faded, so I have to look more closely to see and go, well, is this actively used or was it put up 2 or 3 years ago and no one's taken it down? So I would say maybe there's something else to add language now that I'm thinking about it to update those signs yearly to make it clear that that there are traps nearby. That would also be helpful.
Okay, thank you,
when
Garrett.
I see around, I do so thank you.
Okay, I'm seeing no more questions, so thank you for your testimony, Garrett. And we'll go to Justin Horton.
Justin is now in the meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Justin Horton, are you available?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead with your testimony.
Okay. Members of the board, thank you for your time and thank you for listening to me. My name is Justin Horton. I currently live in Soldotna, Alaska. I've lived in Alaska for 29 years. I'm a registered big game guide. been operating as such for the last decade. I am in favor of proposal number 265. I personally submitted this proposal back as an ACR back this fall, and the board unanimously selected to hear it at this meeting, and I'm thankful for that. I just wanted to say that changing this from a registration hunt to a drawing hunt benefits all non-residents that are interested in this specific moose hunt in Unit 22E. It allows, currently under the current registration policy, it only allows 50 plus, about 53 days for hunters to be prepared for a moose hunt, versus a drawing would allow for about 6 months for individuals to prepare for their moose hunt. And some of these people, it's their hunt of a lifetime. They've, planned and selected and found the right guide, and even individuals probably trying to do this hunt on their own, it's still probably a big task, and having more time to prepare for that definitely helps them as well. Another reason I'm in favor of turning this to a draw is that a lot of people are unfamiliar with computers, at least with the age group that I work with. They're just not familiar with the system that Fish and Game has. I mean, even myself, like, I'm not super computer savvy, but I go to my daughter oftentimes for help operating and using stuff these days. Another thing is I even have some hunters. I got a few hunters. I had a hunter last year that was in his 80s that he doesn't even use a cell phone or a computer or email. He still uses the post office and a landline, which I thought was kind of impressive, actually. It was kind of admirable. Great guy. And then finally, as the current system allows, these permits are issued on, or as of last year, issued on July 7th on first come, first served basis online. And I've been kind of listening in on the meeting here the last couple hours. Anyway, internet speed comes up quite a bit. And so this is also a huge concern. There's, the speed of the internet. Everyone lives in different parts of the world, and a lot of us hunters choose to live in more rural places rather than big cities where the internet's faster. And then I don't know. Anyway, I just think it'd be a fairer system if the state oversees the entire system versus first come, first serve, and people trying to operate and get the tag on their own. And then in my original proposal, I had restricting registered guys to only applying so many applicants for these tags. I think that's just another headache for the department to worry about, and there's still loopholes to get around that. So it's kind of, in my opinion, I just wish it was omitted. I didn't, at the time when I wrote up the proposal, I, didn't foresee that. So anyway, I think that could just be omitted. And then the other thing is that I wish the board would highly consider somehow to, even though this is a registration permit currently, try to somehow figure out a way where the state controls the applicants and how those tags are issued in another manner than what's currently happening. I talked with the local biologist, Bill Dunker, and he's been trying to work on some way to accomplish this, and I'm not specific if he has or if that is a way, but if at all possible, that would be fantastic for hunters that are trying to, non-resident hunters that are trying to obtain this moose permit for this coming fall. But I don't want the board to get bogged down with all these requests. I know it's quite a bit that I'm asking, but overall, I think it benefits everybody if it's is a drawing system. I think that's about it. I just want to thank the board for their time and their service. And I know it's getting long in the day, and hopefully you guys are getting close to wrapping up with public testimony. And if you have any questions, please ask.
Any questions from board members? Al?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Justin, I'm just curious what your relationship is to 22E, since you're
that's where I started guiding. I cut my teeth in there as a packer. I've been in there since 2009, and I probably have, one of the more experienced guides in the area, and I've just been there for a long time, and it's just, it's in my blood, and I enjoy the area, and anyway, it's public land, and there's several issues with I don't know, public land these days, but,
Yeah, that's very good. I
I
was
don't know.
just curious, being you were from
yeah,
Soldotna.
I just like,
Thank you.
oh, I'm from Soldotna, yep.
Okay, well, I'm not seeing any other questions for you, so thank you for your testimony. And the next one
Yep, thank you,
should,
Mr. Chair,
you're welcome.
board members. Have a good night.
Okay. David Carl.
Yeah, speaking here, sir.
Go ahead.
Okay, so sorry to say that we couldn't make it over there from the third on the traveling date. We tried to make it out, but we, weather then, and finally today I heard, so far I heard 2-3 planes flying. But anyway, I hope all is well with you people over there, and this one here, it'll be only on proposal 271. As the good book says in Isaiah, your ways are not my ways. There is a lot of difference how the Westerns and the natives do, especially with our subsistence way of life. Even though in our time and days today, a lot of natives are now almost totally merged with the Western ways of doing and living. Now, the position of approaching a game by any vehicle and the speed required, it has to be the hunter by their skill. A knowledgeable hunter knows, and the unskillful do use guides. Unskillful use what is required from what they read. The talented use its own skill in approaching. Further, the game task might be any fit. It could only be injured and escape. So therefore, it is wise to get close as possible to hand the game solid. Inlanders do have big games like moose, caribou, bear, and so forth. Coastals do have beaver, bearded seal, walrus, beluga, and quails. These sea mammals don't run and they don't show all their body in water, except the bearded seals when in ice flow. They don't have no speed required and shooting distance. We always try and get close to them much as possible so that we may hit them at an adequate spot, not anywhere in the body, to land them safely. We even all need the right powered weapon to use the game to go after. Won't it be wonderful if we sometimes take one's proposed, not just from one entity mostly? Not all that we do, even what we think is right, do never have a good ending at the end, especially destroying the land. This is all that I will be saying for tonight.
Thank you. Is there any questions from board members? I want to comment. I think there's been a lot of discussion about different methods in different areas and different traditions on how things are hunted. So appreciate your input on this. No questions from board members. So thank you for your testimony and your work on the AC.
Okay, thank you very much. But I'm using my Eskimo style of doing my way. Thank you, and I hope the rest of the meeting will go safely as it is now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. So we have a couple of second calls here for remote testimony. Wondering if Gary King is available.
Gary's here.
Okay, go ahead with your testimony.
Members of the board, Department of Fish and Game, my fellow sportsmen. Thank you for allowing me, Gary King Jr., a third-generation Alaskan, lifetime Alaska resident, an avid hunter, fisherman, and guide. I've personally hunted and fished in these most regions of Alaska in my lifetime, as well as several states, countries, and continents. I've been very active participant in Unit 9 for the past 50 consecutive years, spending 5 to 6 months in the field each year, interacting with the fish and wildlife in this region as a hunter, as a fisherman, and as a guide. As a pilot since 1968, I've logged several hundred hours each year moving sportsmen, wildlife viewers throughout this region. I can honestly say that very few, if any, persons have spent more time than I have interacting in the field with wildlife on the Alaska Peninsula. I've also spent my younger years at the Wrangell Mountain Lodge at the base of the Copper Glacier with my mentor Lee Holan, and in the Western Arctic on the Kivalina and Woolwich River, Point Hope, flying polar bear over the Arctic, and many other regions of Alaska. That being said, I would briefly like to comment on a few proposals that I found worthy of my comment. First, Proposal 151. Members of the board, I urge you to vote against this proposal. The current system is a good one. I support an Alaska industry that, same as the state does with commercial fishing and other commercial services. Guiding is controlled by the State of Alaska Commercial Services Board, Big Game Commercial Services. This is the same request that the commercial fishermen make, where one boat can harvest 10,000 pounds of salmon in a day, and a resident of the state of Alaska can harvest 3 salmon a day. Big Game Commercial Services support many industries, from hotels to airlines to guiding people, sporting goods stores, that I know well, and many, many different industries in Alaska. It is a commercial industry. It needs to be supported by the state of Alaska because it supports the state of Alaska. So I'll move on to Proposal 163 and 164. I support both with regard to the unsuccessful recovery of a wounded animal. A hunter shall, after making every practical effort to recover and find an animal, lock his tag. However, this would not count against the 1 bear or 1 sheep every 4 regulatory years. Although this rarely happens, this has been my policy for nearly 50 years of guiding. Proposal 168. I'm opposed to this new regulation. I doubt the proposed why this non-resident alien regulation was introduced to start with, because people probably don't remember why it was first introduced. A group of European-speaking moose hunters, black bear hunters, wolf hunters were dropped off on the Little Mulchatna and shot a local resident cabin owner's Labrador. Poor dog was just walking around the lake to see who the new people were. Not only did they mistake it for a black wolf or a black bear, but they proceeded to skin it before the owner showed up and intervened. I suggest that same problem would only worsen if more aliens were allowed to hunt in Alaska without a guide in areas that are around local populations and so forth. So This is an obstructionist proposal, and it serves no purpose. Move on to proposal 147. Russell Knight is absolutely correct. After an animal's been legally taken and possessed by the owner, maybe for a period of time, the owner should have the right to sell his or her trophy. Trophies are not only outlived by their owners, but often outlive the purposeful lifetime of that owner. I urge you to vote yes on proposition or proposal 147.
Okay, could you
Proposal 1.
could you wrap up because your time has been up?
Oh man, I say after 69 years in Alaska, I got a couple more things to say.
No doubt.
Well, those are probably the most important ones if you're going to cut my testimony short. Okay, I'll say one more thing about 247. I acknowledge that sportsman, as a sportsman, knows predator control is absolutely essential in Alaska. In the past 40 years, the intervention of ballot box biology has completely upended our ungulate population in Alaska. Wolves have to be controlled. Wiped out and eliminated were the great Alaska herds of the Alaska Peninsula and Western Alaska, precious sheep populations in the Wrangell Mountains. Liberal hunting seasons and predator control programs must be the rule rather than the exception. Predator control means sound management. Control of predator means control of predator. Alaska affords the best biology and biologists in the world. Let them do their job, make recommendations, and those recommendations be implemented by the most effective means, and watch our ungulate population rebound. Okay, thank you for your time. I thank the board for their efforts, and I don't chime in on this very often, but I've been around for a long time. I've seen it all happen. I've seen some go away. Thank you very much.
Questions from board members? Not hearing any. So thanks again for your testimony. And then the last person I think that's on my list is Lenny Wood. It's also a second call. Lenny there?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Board of Game, thank you for taking my call. I'm sorry I missed your call yesterday. I had the pleasure to hunt your beautiful state last year for the first time with my son. Didn't get drawn this year for caribou, but plan to come back next year for Doll sheep. Already have that booked. Just wanted to make sure that as a bow hunter that you guys voted certain ways on certain proposals. Primarily, I would be opposed to any repealing of the Dalton Highway corridor in reference to Proposal 173. I hope to hunt that in 2023. I think that's a valuable game management corridor with each side of the Dalton Highway. So I'd ask that you vote no for that. I'd ask that you vote no for Proposal 233 on the draw weight restriction. I think the 50 pounds is more than adequate. The proposal, I'd ask that you vote no for Proposal 123 for the electronic range finding sites. I think most archers would agree that if we don't have time to range or judge, we probably don't have time to take an ethical shot. So I'm opposed to using technology to make up for that. So I'd ask that you vote no for Proposal 123. I'd ask that you vote yes for Proposal 133, adding bow and arrow for the method of take for beavers. I think that's all I had on my list. What were the other ones? I'm sorry, I'm flipping through some notes. I'd ask that you vote no for Proposal 156 that would allow people that have crossbow education permits to apply for archery tags. I believe that's all I have. I appreciate you taking the time to hear my testimony.
Well, thanks for your testimony. Thanks for calling in. Any questions? I'm not hearing any.
I don't.
Hearing any questions from board members, so thanks again. So this will conclude.
Thank you.
This will conclude our public testimony for today. Tomorrow morning, we'll have a smattering of public testimony in the morning at 8:30. And then we will probably take a little break and then go to deliberations. So I want to make sure everybody's prepared for that in the morning. We'll see you then. So we're recessed till 8:30 tomorrow.